Can attest that so far we had robust and stimulating presentations and discussions. Well done to our students, supervisors, and delegates, and very important, the chairs of session. We wish to build on this momentum today and going forward. My appeal to all our students is that if you have stage fright, just stick to your PowerPoint, stick to your notes, read them until you get to your last slide. Because what is important about this platform is for you to be able to finish your presentation. So that, of course, you get into your question and answer section. So all of us, it does happen, it's human nature, you're nervous, but just stick to your PowerPoint, read the PowerPoint as is, or read your notes as is. So at this stage, colleagues, I would like to take this opportunity to call Professor T.S. Throughthe to come to the fore to deliver a welcome address. Over to you, Prof. Throughthe. And thereafter, I would also like to ask Professor Mokoena to come to the podium to introduce our guest speaker. So, Prof. Mokoena, be combat ready. Thanks.
Good morning, colleagues. Let me start by making comments that I am not a happy person today because of the behavior that we are receiving from our students. Colleagues, let me say to you that the reason why the faculty and the university decided to give you an accommodation here, to provide you with accommodation, is because we want to start this event according to our program. That is the reason why we are paying lots of money for you to sleep here. I'm talking to all the presenters that You cannot come here as if you are on holiday. And I don't want to be seen as a policeman when I thought I'm a academic. And we are all here trying to build people to become professionals. We cannot always be after you. And please, for this event and other events in the faculty, let us not use African time. Let us use our program. We are inconveniencing a lot and lot of our guests, lot of our people. We are live streaming. We have marketing people who were brought here so that we start according to our program. Please let me not be after you. And we don't want to take strict measures or book you out of the hotel because of your behavior. We can't tolerate that, please. And this made me to forget my welcome speech. Because how do I welcome you very well when you are not doing what you are supposed to do? Let me welcome our guests and apologize that the time that we have put, because we have invited you, that we are going to start according to the program. It was not because of the organizing committee. It was not because of our professors, because our professors, our staff, the Research Day Committee came earlier. But students, please, we are here to build you to become professionals. Let us please do what we are supposed to do. We have asked the hotel to bring spoon on time, unlike yesterday, so that we have 45 minutes for lunch. Nobody should be after you, please. Please. Let me leave this sadness phase and start to welcome everyone. We are really happy that we have people who have joined us. We have people who have been introduced by our program director, and we appreciate that they are here to support the faculty. And all students, please be free when you present. And let me repeat what I've said yesterday in terms of the presentation. That we have 4 criterion that we are using. The first one, we are going to look at your abstract, the one that you have submitted, not the one that we have changed after seeing other people's presentation. We want to be fair, that what we have submitted is what we have approved, what was accepted by the committee, because we are reviewing your abstract. The new one, no one will review it. That is why we are not going to accept it. But if there are some changes, you can talk to those changes. You are allowed. Then secondly, we are going to look at your presentation slides and the way in which you present and the presentation style. And please, the other issue is how you answer questions. And please make sure that people are able to ask you questions. Because if they can just clap and you leave, don't ever think what you are seeing from the adjudicators are those clapping of hands. That has nothing to do with what our adjudicators are doing. We have 8 adjudicators in the room. There's no need for you to know them. They are among us. And they are adjudicating and they are evaluating all these 4. And without wasting time, colleagues, you are all welcome to the 9th annual Research Day of the Faculty of Management and Law. I can assure you that this event is growing every year. We had less than 20 in 2021. We had about 35 in 2022. We had about 45 or so last year. This year, we have 85 abstracts accepted. And we are also teaching you that from 2021, we had a lot of minutes allocated to our presentation. Other years, like last year, we had 20, 15 for presentation and 5 for questions. This year, we have 15 minutes. And people were doing very well yesterday. 10 minutes presentation, 5 minutes questions. And I can tell you, colleagues, we have improved. And I'm proud of the committees. I'm proud of the Office of the Executive Dean. There is a time there. There is a timer there. Can you see it? This is to make everything to be fair. That all in the hall can see the 50 minutes allocated. As the presenter, your time is here. You are faced with your minutes because we are teaching you how to be on time and how to use time efficiently and effectively. Therefore, it is here for you. Nobody has to stop you. It is not the job of the session chair to stop you. You must just stop. There is time there. The same time that I spoke about, which is on the program. Therefore, let us adhere to that. Let us become professionals. Let us build ourselves. Let us enjoy this event, colleagues. Let us not make me sad. Thank you very much.
Oh, Prof, I thought we are of the same height, but it's okay. Greetings to all the delegates in the room, and I should also greet the delegates that are attending online as well. As per the protocol established by the program director, Professor Koma, I'm not going to repeat that. I must just actually extend my words of appreciation to the committee to actually identify me to come and introduce our guest speaker for today. It is an honor, it is a privilege. There are other better people that could have done the job, but I think the committee felt I could do much better. At some point it becomes a very easy task, but it depends whom are you introducing. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our guest, Professor Eunice Seku. Professor Eunice holds a PhD awarded by UJ, MBA awarded by UFS, as well as the M Social Science in Nursing Education awarded by UFS, and Executive Leadership courses at TH Chen School of Public Health, Harvard, USA. Professor Eunice is the CEO and a principal of Kubu Science and Technology Institute. She is a distinguished professor at the University of South Africa. She is a visiting professor at the University of Lincoln in the UK. She is an adjunct professor at Stirling University in Scotland, UK. Professor Eunice held the following executive and senior positions in higher education. Deputy Chair of the EDHE Entrepreneurial University COP for the period 2020 to 2023. Deputy Vice Chancellor Teaching, Learning and Community Engagement at Sefako Mkato Health Science University from 2019 to 2022. Dean of the Faculty of Health Sciences at the University of Throughthe for the period 2017 to 2019. The Director of the Albertina Sisulu Executive Leadership Program in Health 2014 to 2019 at the University of Throughthe. A Chair of the South African Committee of Health Sciences Deans for the period 2018 to 2019. A member of the Joint Health Sciences and Health Education Committees for the period 2018 to 2019. Professor Eunice is a member of the following boards and committees. Chair of the SAMRC Board Research and Development Committee, National Health Research Ethics Council, National Department of Health Ministerial Think Tank Task Team on Community Health Workers Policy and Training, member of Sub-Saharan Africa FEMA Region Institute. She is a recipient of several scholarship awards from HSRC, NRF, and MRC. She is the winner of Businesswoman Awards 2016, University of the Free State Chancellor Distinguished Alumni Awards, Cum Laude Award 2017, South African Medical Research Council Science Merit Awards 2018 Silver Award. As a research niche area leader of mentoring for sustainable rural community resilience and public health, she led a research team on evaluation of school health policy at 3 districts in the Eastern Cape. She successfully supervised 32 master's students and 8 PhD students. She has been invited to speak at several local and international conferences and seminars. Prof. Eunice presented 25 papers at international conferences, published 60 papers in accredited journals, and wrote 6 book chapters. She is an editorial board member and a reviewer in accredited local and international journals. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me and assist me in ushering Professor Eunice to the podium. Let's give her a round of applause.
I want to take this opportunity of greeting everyone and thank you, the leadership of UL, for inviting me to be here to speak at this prestigious research day. And I want to thank Prof for that humbling introduction. Thank you so much. Yeah. Can I start? Sorry? It doesn't reflect. Does it? Oh, it's there. Okay. Yes, the topic I want to share with you today is on barriers, a study which we conducted, which was from the USEF in the EDHE, Entrepreneurial Development in Higher Education, they requested me to lead the study. It's on barriers faced by student women in higher education institutions of South Africa to participate in entrepreneurship and business, and challenges experienced during participation. The people who are listed there are the team that I was working with in the study. And the study was focused really on barriers hampering student women in higher education from participating. I'm sure you are all aware that universities in South Africa are expected to be entrepreneurial. And the department is working very hard to support universities to develop their ecosystems to ensure that students are participating. As I was introduced, it has been indicated that I have been a deputy chair of the entrepreneurial university, where we were really trying to assist universities to establish their ecosystems, to try and make sure that students are participating and they are trained to become entrepreneurial. The participation has been going very well from different 26 universities in South Africa, the public ones, but as we were going on, we realized that the participation of student women, when you compare them with males, is not the same. So hence the study. So the entrepreneurship role is really vital for in our country, we all know, for economic growth, creativity, innovation in a competitive, knowledge-based global market. And if students are exposed to its models, entrepreneurship enhances their confidence and positive attitudes towards starting businesses. And the economic and social impact of entrepreneurship is that it is being a key driver in the economic and the development, and it supports education reforms, poverty reduction, and social stability. And what I must not miss to emphasize is that we all know that students have said a lot yesterday about the high unemployment rate of South Africa, which is affecting our graduates mostly. And the purpose of ensuring that universities are entrepreneurial is to ensure that when our students leave our institutions, they can make a choice. They are not forced to go and queue for employment. And if they are queuing for employment, they should be prepared. But at the same time, our students can make a decision that I'm going to open my business and I'm going to create employment. And when we look back, and if we can remember that President Mandela used to say it, that help students to create businesses so that they can employ others and create employment. I remember that very well, but at the time, it didn't really make sense. Nobody was paying attention to it because there was employment and students were there to study. And nobody could think that you can expect students to create employment. But today we are faced with that situation in South Africa, in Africa, and in the world. Now, the female entrepreneurship, it is in our constitution that it encourages that women and students and males should participate equally in economic opportunities. And also it is critical for black empowerment, economic black empowerment and economic development. And you know that where women are, if they are there and they are giving an opportunity, they really make a difference. And despite these benefits, student women are really underrepresented as you compare them with their male counterparts. And the literature is really confirming it. And the student women are challenged by cultural constraints, gender discrimination, work-life conflicts, and personality issues. You hear when we share the results. And also including underrepresentation in STEM fields, exacerbated by challenges that they faced in entrepreneurship. Now, the higher education institutions, as they have been saying, they have tried and they are still trying, continuing to make sure that they create employment, entrepreneurship, prepare students to become entrepreneurs. And EDHE has got lots of opportunities, programs where students are encouraged to participate. They have to participate in their local institutions, but they are invited at EDHE up to the end of the year, where they go and preach their businesses. And once they've pitched their businesses, those who become successful are also given an opportunity to even go overseas to different countries to go and learn about businesses, and they are allocated and connected to mentors. But the disparities in student entrepreneurship include lower engagement of our students, female students than males, and there is a need for targeted policies to promote student women entrepreneurship and females under general. And we need to ensure that institutions develop their ecosystems and the environment is ready for students to equally participate, not for males only. And the purpose of this study was to explore and describe the barriers to participating in entrepreneurship and business as experienced by student women in higher education institutions of South Africa, in order to formulate recommendations to enhance their participation. Now, the research questions we had here was that you will see that we had 2 sample groups. What are the barriers encountered by student women in entrepreneurship within higher education institutions? That one was for sample 1. And then what are the economic, political, social, and cultural challenges experienced by student women already engaged in entrepreneurship? This is for sample group 2. And what recommendations can be made to encourage participation of student women in entrepreneurship? And then the objectives are to explore and describe the barriers and challenges experienced by students who are already engaging on sample 1, and explore and describe the political, economic, social, and cultural challenges for students who are already in their businesses. This is for sample 2, and to also formulate recommendations. And the study was really relevant because it fills the gap in research on student women entrepreneurship, because there isn't so much literature on it, provides insight for policymakers, educators, and students and graduates, enhance understanding of the complex factors hindering female student entrepreneurship, and also it lays the foundation for future studies and informs efforts to promote female entrepreneurship in a male-dominated environment. We followed this theoretical framework by Vukmikovic. I can't say it, but I liked her theory. Theory is, she developed it out of literature review. It's really focusing on student entrepreneurship and focusing on their projects, and also looking at opportunities. How do you develop them? Educational assistance, she emphasized that, and she emphasized mentoring and placement for exposure to successful ventures, and also looking at the social influence, interest in women entrepreneurship, and changes in stereotypes and traditional thinking about women as entrepreneurs. Now, our methodology, the location of the study, it was students were from 26 public higher education institutions. And our design and methods, we focused on being qualitative and explorative, descriptive, and contextual, because we wanted to hear from the students. And our data was collected through individual and focus group interviews. Our sampling was purposive, and we had about 75 students between ages 18 and 35 in SWEEP. SWEEP is a student women entrepreneurial economic empowerment. Now, the SWEEP is a chapter that EDHE developed. So there are 75 students who are members of SWEEP. So when we were going for a sample, we went to that group because they are already there. And also, we had sample group 1, as I indicated, those who are interested in entrepreneurship, not yet participating. They are there in that 75 groups. And then the group 2 are those who are actively engaged and having businesses and compete when there's a need to compete. So we collected our data through a combination of face-to-face and online methods, and individual interviews and focus group interviews. We were giving them an opportunity to decide on how they want to be interviewed. Remember that students are busy, they are in classes. Some would give us a time when we can interview them, but we had an opportunity of an annual event which EDHE always hold. Last year it was in the Western Cape, and there it was a good opportunity for us to get them, to interview them in focus groups. But still, even there were those who wanted to be interviewed individual. So we had a full 2 days of conducting the interviews, and even there, when we were there, others were still online. And other institutions as well, the leaders who were there, the coordinators of entrepreneurship, they also invited us to go to their institutions. So we visited about 3 institutions where we went to go and collect data in their institution and meet those groups. So, and the online and face-to-face interviews, the online interviews had a special arrangement which we made. It was very intense. We invited all of them through a Google form, and they booked their times on a calendar, showed us their availability, and we trained our team and we prepared them. And one person was managing the technology so that people should not be cut if they are cut, reconnecting. And one person was there to make sure that the students are there. And then we also had people who took turns in interviewing them. And then the data was analyzed and transcribed using the TESH method of qualitative analysis. And we reached saturation after the 4th focus group interview. And somebody wanted to know, we followed all the processes of a qualitative interview. And for that matter, we got ethics approval for the South African Medical Research Council. We didn't go to any of the universities because we realized that it would not be neutral, and it would be, why did you take it from that one and not from us? So we went, and it was very intense. And we followed the qualitative analysis to ensure that our work is trustworthy by using the Lincoln and Gubas method or strategies. So the findings, we found 4 themes. One theme was about low self-esteem, inability to manage clients due to social and cultural stereotypes, lack of education and training, negative socio-political influences, and you'll see that themes had some sub-themes. The first one had 2, the first one had 1, I think the second one had 1, there's something there, and then the third one had about 6, which is lack of education and training, and the fourth one has 1. Now, the theme of low self-esteem, the main points there were the 2 categories of university students which we came across. There were those who were skeptical, the skeptics, and those who were optimists among the groups that we came across. And also low perception of opportunities and confidence amongst women entrepreneurs in South Africa was one of the main points, and also feelings of lack of self-consciousness and lack of motivation among student women entrepreneurs in initiating businesses. Now, the sub-theme of low self-esteem and lack of confidence, it shows the influence which include childhood traumatic events, bullying, low self-image, sexual abuse, and intimidation in male-dominated fields. And also, there were examples of lack of confidence and societal expectations impacting women, because the society expects a woman to be cleaning and cooking and looking after kids, not to be venturing into the world of business, because that has always been believed that it's for males. And the need for empowerment events, mentoring programs, and networking circles. Now, the codes that we got from the participants to support these were saying that if you have a low self-esteem or you are not confident, you will not have the self-motivation to go to the CIPC to start your business. And you will not be confident enough to know that whatever business idea you have is good enough. You know, they feel that they don't have that assurance. And also to help them sell their wigs, they say the guys are more aggressive with selling. They will knock on your door to sell, and they will approach you to sell. And they are saying when boys are selling, it doesn't matter how small a thing is. It really becomes a business because the person has the confidence, and people will believe in the seller, and they go and buy. And then they say even though we have a lot of entrepreneurship events, we don't even know, or we don't participate. And also we don't know where to start. So they might be giving us answers and steps, but we don't know. And we also just don't know of how to implement them, even if they are given to us. And then the theme on lack of self-motivation, the importance of self-belief and internal motivation for entrepreneurship, examples of women's self-sabotage and intimidation in entrepreneurial settings, and also recommendations for fostering self-motivation and confidence. I don't know why does it disappear. Oh. And then the quotes from these participants would say, we need to learn to believe in ourselves. It feels like a platform to embarrass yourself when you start a business, because you are putting yourself out there, they criticize you, and the criticism comes from families, from communities, and from your friends. And people want things for free. They say when they are selling, they find that community members, and especially families, they don't want to buy. Aunts will come and they find me having a business, they want to take because they think they qualify. They don't understand that I'm running a business. So they feel that you don't see the value of business. And some of them even stop continuing with their businesses. And the second theme, inability to manage clients due to social and cultural stereotype. The main points there that were in issues were gender and cultural stereotypes as barriers, and the impact of negative social and cultural attitudes, lack of education and training, and gender discrimination. And the lack of support, a sub-theme, 2.1, the need for familial and communal support, examples of socialization within African communities and historical gender norms, and perceived biases in consumer behavior and societal support and disparities. Now the quotes there, to confirm what they're saying, they say, I found not good participation from my peers, and I continue going to sell outside because I do not have support when I try to do it on campus. And because I sell products through an online platform, people think that it is not real because it is cheaper than in the shops, and customers lack information and they also just criticize. Those are the things that discourages them. They say us black people don't want to support each other, that's their experience, and girls need to be promoted not to be able to initiate businesses. And the sisterhood can feel intimidating at times. You will need to keep the guys happy because the sisters do not support you, and the guys will also be there. Now, if you want their support, you also need to keep them happy. And family teachings teach women to nurture and care. That's how women have been brought up, to nurture and care. And they don't understand that that is a powerful tool which they can still use to nurture their own businesses. Now, the third theme, which is lack of education and training, they emphasize deficiency in training and education as a primary limiting factor for entrepreneurship. Challenges in balancing academic commitments and business opportunities. And the sub-theme, the first one, inability to balance student roles and entrepreneurship. They struggle in balancing the roles, and also the examples of participants' experiences resulting in feeling of inadequacy when you are participating because you are uncertain. And sub-theme 3.2 is about lack of knowledge and skills in business management and entrepreneurship. Here they're emphasizing the need for theoretical and practical knowledge, and they suggest for participant suggestions for integrating entrepreneurship into curricular courses, that it doesn't matter what I study. Even if I'm studying theology, I'm studying health sciences, I need to have a module on entrepreneurship so that I can know of how to run my business, because all of us have to run businesses when they leave. Now, the codes were that the university have support, but I never tried to access it. And some were saying the need for training and on how to run a business is crucial. And others would say, I started to see my business going south, and I needed financial management mentoring, because now even if you have money, if you can't manage it, it becomes wasted. The sub-theme 3.3 is lack of guidance to choose the correct market business, the challenges in initiating and managing business enterprise, and the need for practical guidance and mentorship. And now the sub-theme 3.4 is lack of non-financial and financial resources in institutions. In other words, institutions are also encouraging, but they don't support. And also the 3.6, lack of mentorship and peer interaction. Now, the fourth negative socio-political influence is the impact of social prejudices and negative attitudes on female entrepreneurs and challenges in accessing funding and business collaboration. Now, the ineffective political and economic control in government, that's how we termed this theme. Actually, here we were just trying to be politically nice, not even being correct, because they are talking about sexism, abuse of power, and corruption. I will talk to that. Examples of manipulation and idea theft faced by women entrepreneurs. Participants' reflection on the need for connections and protection of businesses. Now, this idea theft, the example they made was that you go out and you submit your business plan, asking for money. They don't fund you. The next thing you see your business being implemented by somebody else. And I think all of us, we have experienced those. I so wish our government people were here to hear that even the students have experienced it. And also, the needing the capital to start up and funding opportunities are not enough. And also what one of the participants highlighted about the issue of sexism and abuse of power and corruption was that she was saying she was placed in a business, I think in order to get experiential knowledge and mentoring. The next thing, the guy who was there, who was in charge, he ended up telling me to make tea for him, to go and buy food for him, as if I'm here to serve him. Now, I'm not here because I'm coming to learn about business, and that was also not good based on their perceptions. Now, the discussion of results, we have self-awareness as the main theme, and we have support to show that, and the literature has shown the emphasis, emphasizing the need for strong self-awareness, clear goals, and entrepreneurial education to build confidence. So they really express their self-esteem and perceived societal expectations that impact their confidence in managing their business affairs. One of the girls even said her father, when she started her business, came to her and said, no, leave that thing. Instead of encouraging her to say, let me help you, she felt that it belongs to the boy. Instead, she supports the boy and go with him to the business all the time. Now, the support from family, community, and mentors is crucial. As lack of support, as they are saying, is due to historical gender norms and biases. So those are affecting the transformation and leadership, and coaching is really needed. And also the capital funding, I think here I'm talking to the converted. You all know that a startup cannot start if it doesn't have funding to support it, and that goes with training. Education and training, as it has been I hammered on it many times, that it is very important. And they are also suggesting that it should be being part of a curriculum. I also, when we were working on this and I was looking at literature, and also trying to see how can I assist the university to be entrepreneurial. And I looked at what is happening internationally in terms of training. Do universities have a special module where all the students will go through in order to be trained as entrepreneurs, or what should happen, or should each faculty make sure that they do their own training? But remember that in faculties, not everyone is a business person. It means that even if faculties can have that particular program, they will have to negotiate with people from the business management to do training. So it depends on how the university wants to do it. But it is clear really that there is a place of student women entrepreneurship endeavors, and the development, enhancement of women in business is hampered by these factors: lack of self-awareness, lack of relevant and continued support, gaps identified in education and training of entrepreneurship, and a need for funding to assist students in their own businesses. And the limitations are that of our study, although we really don't see it as a limitation, is that in our sample, we couldn't tell which universities were represented and not. Because students were, I don't know whether it's because they knew me as being from the university, they were reluctant to give the names of their institutions. If you send an email, they use their personal emails. They wouldn't use the institutional email, because at least an institutional email could tell you that this one is from TUT, this one is from there. But what also encouraged us was to know that EDHE, when they invite them to their events, they invite all universities. So they are supposed to be represented, even if there's one student. And other universities, like the historically disadvantaged, were represented. We had Tshwane University of Technology from the technology side. We had Walter Sisulu from DUT, from the Walter Sisulu from historically disadvantaged ones, and we also universities of Nelson Mandela, University of Cape Town, University of even more of those. But we couldn't be able to see which ones, because they use their personal emails. But when we send them knowing that they are from different universities. So I don't want to say there was a limitation in our sample. I think it was really representative. And in my recommendations, I'm focusing on improving the education, that we should design a curricula to combine entrepreneurship, theory, and practice. We should, at least universities can make a decision to say we have a module, or we have somebody who teaches them. They do attend entrepreneurship courses, maybe from higher certificate up to the end. They can decide when they feel that they are confident now, they can run this business, they have a business plan, they've been linked to mentors and to run. And also the business incubators and mentorship programs at university should be used to support and maintain a database of student women for entrepreneurship education at each university, so that student universities can know. And also the importance of enhancing self-awareness in developing programs to boost self-awareness, confidence, and motivation. And also building a strong identity and altering perceptions. Because really nobody can just wake up and be able to run a business. We used to laugh we made it was not a joke. I think that lady was serious. My husband was working for another company and now assisting students to run businesses from the theater. Now, I think people were not giving students money because students were not showing that they are performing in their businesses. Now, this lady was in charge of the project in the department, and she became frustrated, and she calls them to say, hey, give those students money. Have you ever seen students running businesses, Nina? How do you think they can do it? Give them money. In other words, she was saying students must be given money. Whether they are performing well or not in businesses, they must have money. So I'm just saying they should be taught. They should be able to run businesses in order to have to be given money, and money should be there. And also promoting support networks from mentorship programs within the university and also outside. I think EDHE is really doing its best. They partner with these international countries like your Sweden, your Germany, and they come when they are pitching at the beginning of the year after they have won these awards at the beginning of the year. They pitch to another country, international country, and they give them an opportunity and they send them and introduce them to businesses there. So you can see that this thing is not just something that we can take for granted. And also addressing funding challenges, we must try to give them, even if it's 10,000 or 8,000, any amount that will help them to start something, and they should be assisted. And also the government agencies, universities should partner with them. They are willing to give funding in order to fund the student businesses. I know that I'm talking to the converted, but we must just do it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this opportunity. Thank you. Oh, questions. Are they asking questions?
Thank you so much. Would you mind to take one or two comments?
Oh, yes, I don't mind. Yes.
Okay, so you may just, there's water here.
Oh, thank you so much.
Okay, let me just.
Okay, take care.
Thank you very much. I think we can do much better than that. Give her a round of applause. I must confess, I'm not an entrepreneur person, but I think now Prof. Rapata and myself can even go out and begin to think in an entrepreneurial way. Thank you so much, Professor. I think I should say the obvious. I'm just actually an interim program director for now because my colleague has to deal with other matters outside. He will come back and continue when it's done. Having said that, I just actually checked with Prof next to me that if she can take one or two questions or perhaps comments, because we have students from the School of Economics and Management, and I know also one of my professors who likes these entrepreneurial incubators. Perhaps they may want to give one or two comments. I'm not going to go beyond 4. Prof. Sitate, I know you and I will always differ. I'm in charge now. You're in charge of the faculty for the whole 3 days. I'm in charge for a short period of time. Right, mics, where are you? Let me see hands going up. Okay, I will do this. I will start here in front. Run. 1, in this order. 2, this side, there's nothing. The middle side, there's nothing. As I'm looking at the delegates, the 3 hands that we're going to entertain, Professor, but allow me to actually also acknowledge one rep. It's a faculty research professor from the Faculty of Agriculture and Sciences, Professor Masuku. Welcome, Prof. Thank you for not allowing only the Faculty of Humanities to come and also be educated here. Thank you so much. You may go ahead, Madam.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're good. My question especially with regards to EDHE, because with SWEEP, I know they have trainings for students, but with EDHE, I believe it accommodates everyone, including the males. And what I know about it is that it's only the competition side, which is very good. But I feel like, especially in universities, is it possible to actually have incubations like inside universities from EDHE, given the huge network it has? And if maybe it's something that you are working on, or rather a project EDHE is working on.
Thank you very much. The second one, right there. You don't give a synopsis, you go straight to your question. Thank you.
Hello, speaking is William Mohawa. Many students sell products on online platforms, products such as Shein products, iPhones, and sneakers. And you find out that students are experiencing critics from some of the students. So what I want to know is how can you motivate such challenges, and how can female students be empowered to entrepreneurship?
Thanks very much. My name is Lalo Ernest. I just have got, okay. I need some clarity. Professor, you said perhaps everyone must do entrepreneurship. Those who are doing theology, development, psychology, they must do entrepreneurship. Don't you think that will complicate things? Because we've got people like Professor Rapatsa, Dr. Mkwele, Professor Setati, who are specializing in their areas. When you include entrepreneurship, don't you think you are actually complicating things? Because even those who are doing law, they will tell you that everyone must do law because it affects everything. Those who are doing theology, they say actually everyone must be a Christian. Who determines the price of bread? It's politics. They will say everyone must be. They normally say a human being by nature is a political animal. They will say everyone must do politics. They must have a sense of political ideology. Don't you think we must just leave those who are doing entrepreneurship to entrepreneurship, let them focus on that? All we can do is just to encourage them to say, guys, keep on doing the good work. Those who are doing development, do the good work. Professor Rapatsa, do the good work. Don't you think we can do, maybe we can, yeah.
Should I? Okay, thank you, Prof. Yes, I do know that EDHE, it doesn't really focus on training. But EDHE is providing a leadership where they are showing universities of how to create an ecosystem for entrepreneurship within the institutions. If you can remember, or maybe you listen when there are programs, there is a program for training executive leaders. That program is meant for training deans, for training DVCs, because at the beginning, those people were not trained and nobody was understanding what students are doing at EDHE. So they are training and they are creating communities of practice. Now, the purpose of those communities of practice is that there should be people representing each university on research, in entrepreneurship through research and innovation, in teaching and learning, in students in entrepreneurship, you know, that you have your own committees. So universities, there's a model that EDHE has developed, and people can Google that model, it's there, which is showing universities that this is what you can do to make sure that your university is entrepreneurial. And within that, there's emphasis on ensuring that there's teaching within entrepreneurship. Hence, I was saying, I looked at what universities like your Harvard are doing to ensure that students are entrepreneurial. Some universities do have a module that is taken by all students. And then on top of that, then there are things like your innovation hubs that are at universities. You go to Stellenbosch, you'll see their innovation hub where students just go, because when you're starting a business, it's a very strange thing to start as a person, whether you're trained or not, but implementing it and putting it in action is not easy. So where there are hubs, they go there and they get coaching and they talk about their problems, but the basic foundation is to get training. So training, EDHE, after I presented these results, they are still thinking on how to take them and implement the recommendations, but they are encouraging universities to have their own training. Like I'm saying, maybe a higher certificate, but what I emphasized when I was still at DVC, I would say, when you have trained these students, I want to see them having a business plan. Because you can't sit with me in class and waste my time while students are indicating that they're struggling with balancing being a student and also being a business person. And then when that trainer leaves, if it's an outside trainer, students don't even have a business plan. Because when you have a business plan, you have your business concept, you have been trained on how to implement it, and you can start implementing on campus. And in some universities, students were complaining that they say we must do entrepreneurship and start businesses. When we start businesses, they don't allow us to say we can't run businesses on campus. Students are supposed to run businesses on campus because that's where they are supposed to learn. And I'm also coming to this second, I think the last question before I go to the second one of saying, don't I think I'm complicating things? I'm not complicating things. As universities, we have to be responsive to the environment of countries, our country, our immediate countries, and international world. We have to be responsive. And being responsive is realizing that you here yesterday, most of you were giving the evidence that there's high unemployment rate. The economy is not doing well. And because there's high unemployment rate, an opportunity is to train, that we can have, is to train students to become entrepreneurial, to be able to run businesses, and to be able to create an employment. And also, programs that are running in the university, if students are not running businesses, they should actually at least be able to implement what they have learned. And one of you here yesterday presented that the curriculum which we are getting at universities doesn't make us be able to work. But if you have been trained as an entrepreneur, you don't have, even if you are not employed, in a working environment, they are just going to wonder what kind of an employee is this one. Because you are so independent, you are able to think, you are able to see and able to make plans and be able to manage what you are doing because you are a business person. So you enter that organization where you are going to work as a business person. And that is a very rare characteristic because when students come from universities, in most cases, they have to be coached. You have to hold them by hand, except the professions like health, where they go for community service, and even before they go there, they know exactly what to do when they are in the clinical environment. So I might be complicating things, which is good. It's innovation. It's us to be able to think on saying, well, she has complicated now. How do we make sure that we are doing this in a way that will benefit our students and the country? And then the online products, to say how can we help the students? We need to, the only way we can help students is to train students to be entrepreneurs, so that those who are selling online, when they sell, the other colleagues who are not selling online should understand what those students are doing. They are criticizing because they don't understand. And also, this SWIP program which EDHE has established, they are encouraging universities to launch those chapters. There are universities who have launched a chapter, a SWIP chapter, like where we were at Walter Sisulu. They have a student women entrepreneurship economic development chapter, which is a SWIP chapter, and there are students who are there. They train them, they are student women, and put more emphasis on them. Not that we are saying male students do not have to learn, but we realize that the gap is on female students because of the environment, our cultures. So it's very important. If you don't have a SWIP chapter here, I encourage you to establish a SWIP chapter. Somebody should provide that leadership and support student women. But let's support our students so that they can leave universities as entrepreneurs. And the business school or school of management and law has to provide that leadership. You are the people. I'm talking to my colleagues now, my professors. You understand even better. No, thank you so much, bro.
You can do that for the last time, please. Thank you very much, Prof. Indeed, it's a pleasure. And I must indicate, as a director of the Teflop Graduate School of Leadership, we shall be in touch to perhaps test this kind of innovations. But before you can go down, I would have go to your seat. I would have done a mistake if perhaps I don't invite the executive dean. because I may lose my job. Just to say one or two words, please. Prof, may I put you on the spot? Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Prof, for that very interesting presentation, or basically talk to us as students. But I wanted, not that I'm responding to the question that was posed the other side, on are you not complicating things by expecting everybody to do entrepreneurial, programs or be capacitated in that? I don't think so. In fact, when we were talking, I was thinking of my previous life, and I'm glad that Advocate Mangambi is here, because we were together in that previous life. We had a module called a signature module, that's what we were talking about, called Social Dimensions of Justice. And that module, it meant that now all the students in that particular college will have to do that module. So you don't have to say, no, I'm in humanities, I don't need to know about constitution and accountability. So that's, what is your signature as an institution or as a faculty? And you have the other module, for instance, in the Department of African Languages at another university, let us say UNISA, that is called Language Through an African Lens, taken by the students. It is important, because right now we are saying, the Pan-African Language Board is saying, institutions, you are not doing enough, to inculcate the culture of this African language, become the centerpiece of all languages. And therefore, these students must do this particular course, whether it is credit bearing or not, but it has to be done. Capstone modules, signature modules, the question is, what is your signature as an institution? We are saying we are in the business of finding solutions for Africa. So what the best approach of finding solutions by skilling up or upskilling our students to be entrepreneurs, not tenderpreneurs, entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Yes, yes, I really appreciate that, Prof. That signature module that your students are doing, depending on, but I think within that, can you please respond to the requirements of the country, integrate entrepreneurship into it? At least they should know that they have, I know at the University of Throughthe, we also have a signature module which all the first years are doing. But in that signature module, let's integrate entrepreneurship. Let's prepare our students for the world, for the country and for the world. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. But Prof, before you go, don't run away from me, please. Don't do that. Remember now I gave you the pen. Okay. So I wanted to say, if I was an artist, I was going to invite Monada, and say to you, Bomme Kiboso. Thank you very much. Prof. Sibanda, you may ascend the stage together with Prof. Mawutu, please. You see, I told you, Bomme Kiboso. We're just presenting the token of appreciation to Prof. There's nothing to declare, Prof, wherever you're going. It's just University of Limpopo's appreciation. In between. Thank you. Yeah. Prof. Sibanda, take out the hand from the pocket. Yes, then actually, yes, that's right. I want it like this. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we're now going to move straight to sessions. And my timekeeper has been looking at me. I'm done with my first phase of the program. And now I will actually hand over the proceedings to the session chairs. And the session chair for the third session is Dr. N.J. Mukwili from the School of Economics and Management. Then when he's done with his session, the next session chair, Professor O. Ayaya from the School of Accountancy, will also actually continue. What will happen is that when the program director comes, then after all those chairs, then he will take over the proceedings. Dr. Mukweli.
Thank you, John. But you know, me and you. Okay, the first thing that I will do is to raise the mic. Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. I hope everyone is well. In the discipline of education, they follow each other this way. Okay. No problem. They call it disruption of the curriculum, making what we have been doing uncomfortable so that it can respond to the current realities. We are going to go straight to the sessions, but my advice is when you feel like you are scared, remember to breathe. I think it's important. If you forget to breathe, then you're gonna stop. Okay, we are starting now. We're going to start with Khoza from Khoza KX Honors. Please ascend the stage. And those who will be presenting after him, please make sure that you are ready so that immediately when we finish, we start with you. Make sure that you look at the time. I'm not going to be chasing you. You're going to chase yourself. Thank you very much.
Greetings to everyone. Before I start, I would just like to say to Professor Eunice, it's a great honor to present after you, especially if it's my first time to present for such an audience. You are a true inspiration to the young women of the country. We wish that they could sabawela to be a professor instead of sabaweling our wings. My name is Kevin Shihlobo Khoza, and I'll be presenting my research, the topic of my research proposal on examining the effectiveness of renewable energy income tax deduction on small and medium enterprises. SMEs all over the world, they use fossil fuels as a primary energy source simply because of two things. One, it's cheap. Number two, it's readily available. The use of fossil fuels has led to an environmental crisis because it caused pollution and environmental degradation. Governments all over the world then decided to use taxation as an instrument to encourage SMEs in sustainable business practices. Going to the problem statement, the study noticed that there's a literature gap in between studies that examines the effect of renewable income tax deduction on small and medium enterprises. The study will examine how renewable energy income tax deduction encourages SMEs to change from the use of fossil fuels to renewable energy. Research questions. How does, I think you should, once you leave, you should, because we're not gifted in that department. The research questions are how does the renewable energy income tax deductions affect SMEs? What are the challenges faced by SMEs that choose to use renewable energy? In what way do SMEs benefit from the use of renewable energy, and what is the relationship between renewable energy income tax deduction and small medium enterprises? Moving on to the aims, we have the aims there. I'm just quickly gonna go to the significance of the study because I'm racing against time. The significance of the study is that it's gonna provide theoretical contribution, as this is the first topic or the first study, which is it's the first of its kind. So it's gonna provide new findings and things like that. It's gonna also provide practical contribution to SMEs that are considering shifting from fossil fuels to renewable energy. Going to the literature review, the theory that the study used, it's a grounded theory, simply because the study will use questionnaires and questionnaires to investigate the research question. And also the reason that the study will use the grounded theory is because the grounded theory investigates questions that have not been studied in depth. Renewable energy income tax deduction. I won't read the names. But then if I was to try, it's Chomfong, Forti, and Miamo define renewable energy as an energy from self-renewing resources. So in order for SMEs to qualify for this renewable income tax deduction, they will have to be using renewable energy from self-renewing sources. And then number 2, it's tax compliance. Tax, it's a pretty complex issue that even well-established businesses suffer from. So the study will be looking at whether small medium enterprises will be able to comply for the renewable income tax deductions, and also the costs that are to be considered by the small medium enterprises. Small and medium enterprises, well, I think there's a brief differences between the informal sector and the small and medium enterprises. With the small and medium enterprises, we are looking at companies that have assets and liabilities, portfolio, rather, if I'm to say, that is within a certain scope of the country in order for them to be considered a small medium enterprise. Moving to the methodology. Unfortunately, I don't have secondary data that I'll be using, so the study will be looking at a qualitative study, simply because it's a new topic, and also it's to inform the qualitative research, sorry. Like I've said, the use of questionnaires will be used to collect the data. The study population will be looking at SMEs in Limpopo, SMEs with RE100 certificates and those without, and also the sample and sampling method will use a non-probability sample. The purpose of sampling, also known as judgmental sampling, will also be used, and also the criteria would be that looking at SMEs with RE certificates and those without RE certificates. Okay, the data approach, I think I've spoken to this, but then the data approach would be to approach SMEs which are, will approach 100 SMEs, and then 50 of those with the RE certificates, RE100 certificates, and 50 of those without the RE100 certificates. And also the data analysis, the bot blocks will be used to determine the outlier rule, and then the method used will be reliable, as test and retest reliability will be achieved, as the participants will be required to fill in the questionnaire 2 times from within 2 hours of 2 hours apart. And then the ethical considerations. The study does require ethical clearance. I don't have ethical clearance, like I have mentioned. This is a research proposal. And then the pillars of ethical research that will be considered are respect for persons, beneficence, non-maleficence, autonomy, justice, and veracity. The research limitations is time. Time is a scarce resource, and also determining the sample size. I thank you. Yes.
seconds to spare. Questions? One, two. Okay, let's start there.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am Fortunate Mapon. And my question is, you said that you will actually do the study through SMMEs in Limpopo. My question is, how are you sampling those SMMEs? Because Limpopo is very big, it's very broad. How are you going to sample them? Are you going to do all the cities and the towns in Limpopo, or there are certain selected areas that you will focus on? Basically, what's your study area, or how big is it or small? And another question is this. Given that the National Environmental Management Act permits big corporations to pollute as much as they want, given that they pay, what is your take on the fact that small and medium enterprises are not able to afford that kind of leverage? And what kind of solutions would you have in case you are having an opinion on that? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's avoid prefacing questions. Start with what or how?
Good morning. I am Mudiva Machunumakwana. And okay, you said small medium enterprises are different from informal sector. So I think informal businesses are part of small medium enterprises. This is just a suggestion that you should add them as part of the sampling.
Okay, thank you. I will start with the scope of the sampling. I think, like I've mentioned before, but then I don't want to sound rude, so I won't go back to the presentation. I might have mentioned that it's a limitation on its own, and also the fact that we'll be looking at SMEs which are having the RE 100, and also the fact that you say that SMEs are very Limpopo, it's broad. I think, yeah, that one I'll take into consideration. Eh? And then number two, I think you spoke to, can you just hand him the mic, and then I think I still have time. Can you just hand him the mic? I think we would want to go back to the act.
I was saying that the National Environmental Management Act permits big corporations to pollute under the polluter pay principle, given that they pay.
Okay, so we have environmental taxes, right? And I think if we are to look at the research topic, we're looking at small, medium enterprises. And for small, medium enterprises, we are saying that most of them, they incur costs in terms of starting up their businesses. So for we to now look into corporations that such as big, let's say for example, Coca-Cola, and then we say that they are producing more and then they are polluting more, I think would be now going out of the scope of the research. Because we're looking at small, medium enterprises, and we're saying that these small, medium enterprises on their own, they already suffer from startup costs. And then now if you are to consider environmental taxes on its own, that's a bigger scope on its own. Because it talks about they are supposed to pollute up until a certain percentage and things like that. So it's just a broader scope, and I do believe that there will be a presentation on that one. So, yeah.
Any other? We have 2 minutes. Mola. Yeah, stand up, they will see.
Okay. Well, my is simple. So I just need to know, do you think the transition from the use of fossil fuel to renewable energy will be sustainable for our country? Also, don't you think this transition is going to be a threat to our economy, especially looking at how much this fossil fuel contributes towards the operations of the country? Thank you.
Yeah, I think if to start, that's a good question, because looking at small, medium enterprises, right, especially looking at South Africa on its own, South Africa, the companies that contribute to the gross domestic product of the nation, it's small, medium enterprises. And then with small, medium enterprises in South Africa, they're not really supported to say that we will have let's say if we were to give them funding in order for them to employ renewable energy power stations, I think we would have a problem in terms of the growth, right? As to say that they won't be as much as efficient if we were to strictly say that we're to move from the use of fossil fuels to renewable energy. Because money is a problem. Yeah.
One last. Yeah, that's an intimidation, but it's fine. Good morning, and thank you for a comprehensive presentation. If my eye still serves me well, I saw under your methodology that you are adopting both qualitative and quantitative. I just want to confirm. If that's true, I just want to understand how are you now intending to examine the effectiveness using the mixed method? Thanks.
I think that was just a typing error in the slides, but then I don't use both methods. I'm only looking at qualitative. Thank you, sir.
I think you did really, really well for your first time. Thank you very much. Now we'll go to Makhoba OP. We missed her yesterday. Ten minutes presentation. You can. It's not yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everyone is doing well today. I am Oma Priscilla Makhoba, and I'm doing my master's in economics. Today I'll be taking you through my presentation on the implication of electricity shocks and governance indicators on growth prospects, a comparative analysis between South Africa and China. Well, yesterday I had people saying they never understand economics students when they present, but I want to assure you one thing. Today that's going to stop right now and right here. Electricity is an important factor in the economy, as we use electricity in our daily lives. Businesses require electricity to operate more effectively and efficiently. Hence, it's no surprise that we find overwhelming evidence that points out that electricity is a catalyst for economic growth. Noteworthy, when we study the topic of electricity and economic growth, it's important to also factor in governance, as governance manages resources such as electricity. For example, when a country has high level of corruption, it tends to have lack of or inefficient service delivery. What motivated me to study this topic is the persisting electricity crisis and governance issues that South Africa is facing. So in an attempt to address that, I decided to do a comparative study between South Africa and China. I know some might be asking themselves, why compare South Africa and China when China is more developed than South Africa? Yes, China is more developed than South Africa, but China has faced similar electricity crisis like South Africa. China have high level of corruption, just like South Africa. China have high level of political instability, just like South Africa. As much as political regimes are not the same in South Africa and China, but they both have high level of corruption and high level of political instability. So moving on to the problem statement, where you will see this more clearly. I believe you can see the graph there. So this graph has a growth rate of South Africa and a growth rate of China. The orange one is of China. If you can see on the graph, it shows that these two graphs follow the same pattern, which means both countries faced almost similar economic issues over time. So this study is trying to address the problem of stagnant economic growth in terms of South Africa and unsustainable economic growth in terms of China. So the outcome of this study should help South Africa to improve its economic growth and China to have a more increasing growth rate. So moving on to the aim of the study aims to conduct a comparative analysis between South Africa and China on the implication of electricity shocks and governance indicators of corruption and political instability. So the research objectives and the research questions were drawn from the aim. I'm not going to waste time on that. I'm going to move on to the literature review. So this study is underpinned by 3 theories, which is the new growth model as the first one, which was developed by Roma in 1994, and marginal productivity theory, which was developed by John Thunen in the 1840s. The last one is the rent-seeking theory that was developed by Tulloch 1967 and later made well known by Kruger 1974. So on the empirical literature, these were some of the studies that were reviewed. You will see this more clearly when we do the long-run relationship. So moving on to the research methodology, the study uses the study uses secondary annual time series data from 1994 to 2021, and the data was sourced from Quantac Easy Data and World Bank. The study also formulated 2 models since we're comparing the 2 countries. The first model is the model of South Africa, and the second model is the model of China. Don't be confused by the negatives and positives. Negative just means negative relationship with the GDP, and positive just means positive relationship. So the data analysis method that the study used is the unit root co-integration test, ARDL, Granger causality, impulse response function, diagnostic and stability test. So moving along to the result and discussion of the study, the first table shows the unit root test result. I'm not sure if you can see it clearly there, but it just shows that GDP of South Africa is stationary at level, and the inflation of China is stationary also at level. The rest of the variables are stationary at phase difference. So which means this just allows us to continue with the ARDL bounce test. So we tested the ARDL bounce test and we found co-integration. As you can see then, the 12.39 value is more than the 3.99 value, which is the upper bound at 1% of level of significance. Also in China, 10.13 is higher than 3.61, which is at 1% level of significance. Then after testing for co-integration, we went forward to test for long-run and short-run results. And the result of China and South Africa on the long run and short run, on the long run, they are almost the same. But we are not going to focus more on the short run due to the interest of time, but on the short run, we're more interested on the error correction model. So the error correction model for both countries is negative and significant, which means the model is going to converge back to the equilibrium in the long run. The electricity supply relationship with growth is negative, as we can see by the negative sign. So, and also for China is negative. So this is in contradiction with theory and in contradiction with some of the studies that you'll see in the next slide. Also, corruption has a negative relationship with growth for both countries. You're also going to see the studies that are in line with this in the next slide. Also, political instability has a negative relationship with growth for both countries. So the studies that I was talking about, they're here in this slide, as you can see there. Then moving forward, we're going to the Granger causality results. So the study could only find evidence of Granger causality in South Africa from between political instability and GDP. So the causality was from GDP. Moving forward to the last results that the study found is the impulse response function results. So on the impulse response result, if you can see the South African graph, it shows that GDP responds negatively to the shocks from the electricity supply. And on the China graph, if you can check there, it shows that China responds positively to shocks on electricity supply. So this might be due to the fact that China has taken a lot of measures to combat the electricity crisis. So moving along to the conclusions, the study concluded that, or in conclusion, the study found the inverse relationship between electricity supply, a level of corruption and political instability on economic growth in South Africa and China. Also, the impulse response function revealed that the economic growth of South Africa respond negatively to shocks from electricity, and China responds positively to shocks from electricity supply. So this favorable result of China was said to be due to the continuous efforts that the policymakers of China undertook towards addressing power issues in China. So the study, due to that, the study consequently recommends that South Africa follow some of the policies that China used when trying to solve electricity issues. And the study also recommends that both countries focus more on developing policies that can strengthen the rule of law, promote accountability and transparency, and promote a country that is free from rewards and rent-seeking behavior. This will in turn reduce the level of corruption and the level of political instability in both countries. Then this will help the two countries to take their economies to the new level. Thank you.
Thank you for taking us into confidence that we would understand what economics people are doing. Thank you very much. Questions? I have 1, 2, 3, let's say 4, 5, 6. I might not call you all of you. If she is going to ask, then she responds so that by the end of this, the time we stop, we'll have given her an opportunity to respond. I saw a hand here. Then that's 1, that's 2, the 3 at the back, then we'll come to 4. Stand up so that they can see you. Thank you very much for that.
A great presentation it was. You touched on the issue of corruption. So we are going to look at the issue of corruption in the context of South Africa. The first question I have for you is that, do you think that corruption can be curbed? And if you believe so, how can it be curbed? Also, you touched on issues of policies or policy design. South Africa has proven that it has good policies, but it fails on implementation. How can these policies be implemented in ensuring that we deal with the issue of electricity short? Thank you very much.
Okay. So on the question of how corruption can be kept in South Africa, you firstly asked if I believe that we can curb corruption. So what I believe in is that we can reduce corruption. So when looking at the stats of corruption in South Africa from just before apartheid until now, we can see that corruption in South Africa has been reducing. So we can actually, so I believe that we can actually reduce this corruption to the lowest. So that's what I believe.
Hi, I heard you talked about the similar factors between South Africa and China, such as corruption and other stuff, right? So I wanted to ask if you think it's fair to compare South Africa with China, provided that they have different contributors to our electricity supply shocks.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for that question. So as I already said, on my closing statement, between the shocks, I see he touched on the shocks. I said South Africa can take some of the policies that China is doing to address the electricity issues. So if we can check, in China has taken a lot of measures to go to clean energy. So China is trying by all means to have renewable electricity. So what I was just saying is that South Africa can at least do something like that. For example, China has also introduced something of the control, dual control system, and also the fire fire coal generators. So South Africa can have those kind of things. Then I think maybe we can also have increased electricity supply. Thank you.
Morning, colleagues. I am Mabunda Fortune. Priscilla, I see you have ran impulse response and you are using ARDL. So I want to know, why did you run impulse response when you are doing ARDL? And secondly, what implications does those graphs which I have seen there for impulse response have on your study? For one, I've seen the is it China? The China one is flat, and then the one for South Africa, it looks like it's a bit rising. How do we define that? Can you please try to clarify that to me? Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. So the reason why I ran impulse response function, if you saw on my title, I'm not sure if you can go back. Let me go back. Okay. The title of my study is the implication of electricity shocks and governance. So that shock is the one that made me to run the electricity supply shock. To check the shocks, you know, we use, since you're doing economics, I believe you know that to check the shocks, you have to use maybe impulse response function or variance of decomposition. So I ran that to check the shocks. So on the graphs, the South Africa one has GDP has responded negatively to shocks, and the China one respond positively to shocks. So that helped me to come to the recommendations that I made to say South Africa can learn something from China as the shocks are different. I'm not sure, the gentleman is being disturbed. I'm not sure if he can get. Okay, but did you get me? Okay, thank you.
This would be the last one. In less than 15 seconds. In less than 15 seconds. Okay.
Okay, mine is not a question. My name is Naledi. Priscilla, I saw on your literature review you have on my 2017 and 2015. Please come back to a literature review that is less than 5 years. Thank you.
I would like to do that, but this topic hasn't been okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for taking us into confidence, and thank you for the contributions. Now we'll be calling Pila N, master student. Pila N, please come and share your insight. Pila N. Pila N. Kuena. Oh. We should always remember 10 minutes presentation and 5 minutes engagement. Thank you very much. You can start.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor to be here today. My name is Naledi Pila. I'm currently pursuing my Master of Commerce in Economics. Today I'm excited to present a topic that is not only significant in the field of economics, but also relevant to the broader challenges we face in today's world. It is an honor to be here today as I present my research titled Testing the Validity of Environmental Kuznets Curve Hypothesis in the Selected Study Countries. The AKC postulates an inverted U-shape, explores the relationship between environmental degradation and economic development, suggesting that as economies grow, environmental degradation declines, but eventually improves after reaching a certain level of income. This raises a crucial question Can sustainable development be reached as the country pursue economic growth? I'll answer that question in my conclusion. Moving to problem statement, environmental degradation poses a threat to sustainable development. That was shown in the report of SADC in 2022. Climate change, land degradation, deforestation, biodiversity loss, and pollution are interconnected challenges that hinder sustainable socio-economic progress in the SADC region. This, however, this is shown by high poverty levels that worsen the issue, creating a cycle where the poor are both victims and contributors to environmental degradation. The aim of the study is to examine the validity of the environmental Kuznets-Kerr hypothesis in the selected countries for a period of 1994 to 2020. The learning objectives, the study will determine the long and the short run between the relationship between economic development and environmental degradation, and also to test if the AKC holds true value in the SADC countries. The research questions align with the learning objectives. What motivated me to study this concept is the balancing between economic development and environmental degradation, because SADC faces a significant environmental degradation during an early stage of development. However, understanding the concept of AKC will guide or can guide sustainable policy strategies in the SADC region. The picture you see as the test the study is aiming to achieve. The Kuznets-Kerr is the one established, the Kuznet in 1955 is the one established the theory. Then it was later updated by Grossman and Granger in 1995. Literature review. These are the studies that tested the validity of environmental Kuznets-Kerr. Looking at the sub-Saharan Africa, they find a negative relationship between economic development and environmental degradation that results to AKC being invalid. Going to South Africa, Tanzania, and Namibia, they find a positive relationship and resulting to AKC being valid. And Congo was invalid because the relationship was also negative. The data was sourced from World Bank from 1994 to 2020 for 5 selected SADC countries: Botswana, Congo, Namibia, South Africa, and Tanzania. The model specification, the study adopted 2 models. The first model is the panel ARDL that the study will use to test the long and the short run, and also the non-linear to test the inverted U shape. As you've seen by the equation 1, then we derive equation 1, we derive equation 2 from equation 1 by adding P per capita GDP squared. Then we are going to calculate using equation 3 of negative beta 1 divided by 2 multiplied by beta 2. Then the study will use the panel econometrics techniques as LLC and IM Pessaran for panel unit test, and also Pedronikau and Johansson Fisher for co-integration. And also we'll check the diagnostic test, variance composition for robustness of the results. Going to the empirical results, we find that panel unit root test, the tests are mixed, meaning that renewable energy, population, urbanization are integrating at order 1, where else urbanization growth integrate at order 0. Then it give us a go-ahead of using panel ARDL. And as I've said, that adopting non-linear panel ARDL is just to test the validity of the environmental Kuznets-Kerr. The co-integration, we found that we reject the null hypothesis of P less than the level of significant, meaning that all the variables employed in the study are core movement in the long run. These are the results. Having in mind the equation I showed you on how I will calculate my AKC, looking at panel ARDL, we have per capita GDP being positive related to carbon dioxide emission, of which renewable energy, population growth, urbanization are negatively related to carbon dioxide emission in the long run. Bear in mind, non-linear panel ARDL is adopted by the study to test the validity of the AKC. So checking in the model, we only check the per capita GDP squared. As seen by the result is negatively related to carbon dioxide emission in the long run. The results are contradictory in the short run, where else per capita GDP is negative and population growth, where else renewable energy and urbanization growth are positive related. And also per capita GDP squared is negative in the long run. The diagnostic tests prove that the model is normally distributed as the p-value is greater than all the level of significance. Moving to the stability test, if you can see all the dots in the circle, it shows that the model is well stable because there is no dot that is outside the circle. Looking at the impulsive response function, we employed the impulsive response and various decomposition to check the shock. Then we have a positive shock between renewable energy, to carbon dioxide emission, population growth, per capita GDP, and also urbanization. They are negative, influencing carbon dioxide emission. Then in the variance decomposition, we see 96.60% in the short run, which is 2, period is 2, then it will determine our short run. Then 10, it will determine our long run, meaning that our shock in short run, it's greater than in the long run, of which if you can check the CO2 emission is 96, and in the short run, and 78.19 in the long run. So there's a slide. So to answer the question, can sustainable development be achieved as country pursue economic growth? Yes, it can be achieved, because looking at the result, we found that per capita GDP, beta 1 is positive and beta 2 is negative. However, when doing the calculation, we arrive at 27.53%. It's not a USD dollar because per capita GDP is in percentage. So thank you so much. Those are the...
Thank you very much for respecting the time. Can I have questions? We've got Silelo at the back. We've got Mabunda at the back as well. Okay. Yeah, that's the mic. Introduce yourself and don't rephrase the question.
Thanks very much. Once again, my name is Lero Ernest. One question. Do you think, you said sustainable development can be achieved. The definition of sustainable development has been long tracked and traced for far too long. Now, I just wanted to understand, is it possible, which generation are we talking about to say we will meet the current, is sustainable development is the development that meets the needs of the current generation? Did we meet our needs? When are we going to achieve? What are you saying actually? I'm just confused.
Thank you for the question. We are in 2024, 6 years to 2030. So our main aim is to achieve the SDG goals. Can sustainable be achieved was me answering that we can achieve SDG goal 1, 8, and 7 by employing or adopting renewable energy. Thank you.
Morning once again, colleagues. I am Mabunda Fortune. Ms. Pila, when the previous presenter before you, you commented about referencing, and I have also seen yours, it has a reference of 2016, and also to question your data. Don't you think that you have sourced data that it's a bit backdated, because I see your data ends in 2020, from 1994 to 2020. What happened to the 3 years from 2021 to 2023? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. As I stated that I extracted data from World Bank. In economics, we are guided by data availability. However, the data for the selected countries, it was up until 2022. So I was not going to extrapolate data with the software that I'm exposed to. Thank you for the question.
Okay. So I've noticed that you focus on SADC region. So just to bring you on a global scale, how does the environmental Kuznets curve, I believe I pronounced it right, intersect with the global environmental challenges, especially if it requires collective action beyond national borders? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. There have been studies and testing the validity if it exists and true holds in other nations. My study only focused on testing if that curve exists in SADC region. Thank you for the question.
Hi, I have a question. Since you are saying we should, my name is Michael Parker. So I wanted to know that since you are saying that we should focus on maybe contributing more towards pollution so that we can reach sustainable energy, right? Don't you think it's better to invest in human capital? Since that human capital, if we invest in it, they'll be able to develop technologies which will be able to foster renewable energy sources. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Again, my study tests the validity of environmental Kuznets curve. I'm not checking or determining the relationship of human capital in environmental degradation. I'm testing whether the AKC holds its true value in the SADC region. Thank you.
You know, this is a pure description of owning your study and knowing your parameters of your study. Yeah, knowing the parameters of your study. Okay, just a second. Just a second. Okay, those people who do not have programs, there's a QR code here. So you just scan it with the phone, if the phone is friendly to QR codes. And when you need the abstract, you go to the person whom you want the abstract to. Yeah, so that will assist you. Now we are going to the last one in this before break. Matosa M. Matosa M, a master student.
I can start. Okay. I would like to pass my humble greetings to everyone. Standing before you is Mathosa Molefe. I'm a Master of Commerce in Economics, doing my second year. I'm here to present a paper titled Inflation Targeting, Economic Growth, Unemployment Rate, Conundrum Amidst Energy Price Pressures, and Monetary Policy in South Africa. Every country around the world have its own monetary policy framework. A monetary policy framework consists of the structures in place that enables and guide the conduct of monetary policy. Central banks all around the world have embraced the monetary policy frameworks that target inflation, with no exception of South Africa. In South Africa, the South African Reserve Bank is utilizing the monetary policy framework, which is inflation targeting, which targets inflation from within a range of 3 to 6%. However, inflation targeting central banks are always criticized for harming economic growth and job creation to keep inflation within the target range. The South African Reserve Bank is mandated by the Constitution to control the value of rent in the interest of sustainable economic growth. However, the mandate of sustainable economic growth is rather implicit rather than explicit, since it's not embodied in the framework. The effectiveness of inflation targeting has become a public debate in terms of stabilizing other macroeconomic objectives, such as growth and employment, including the Office of the Public Protector, when she imposed a controversial remedial action to amend the Constitution in order to allow the mandate of the South African Bank to include the socio-economic conditions of the economy. Even political parties and trade unions, they hopped in on the debate. The consensus among policymakers and economists in South Africa is fixated on the impact of inflation targeting on economic growth. The conundrum on whether inflation targeting influences the economy positively or negatively. In South Africa, the inflation targeting monetary policy framework was introduced in 2000, which tells us that it has been in action for over 2 decades. The confusion with the current monetary policy mandate is that the mandate of sustainable economic growth is implicit rather than explicit, hence the South African Reserve Bank has a single mandate. The South African economy has been growing at a slow rate and is having a high unemployment rate. The economy continues to struggle to grow at a rate higher than 5%. For instance, the GDP climbed by 1.6% in the third quarter of 2022, after declining by 0.7% in the second quarter, while in Q4 of 2024, the economy shrank by 1.3%. This is according to Statistics South Africa. The persistently high unemployment rate and poor growth rate are associated with stagnated economy. The official unemployment rate stands at 32.9%, an increase of 0.8 of percentage point in Q1 of 2024, compared to Q4 2023, according to Statistics South Africa. South Africa is falling short of the goal of 6% unemployment rate. This is according to the National Development Plan, which is the policy document that is supported by the National Treasury in South Africa. So we are left with 6 years to achieve this goal. And now, as things stand, the unemployment is very high. South Africa is one of the countries that have high unemployment rate. And the statistic that is displayed here, this is the official rate, which excludes the discouraged. And even the youth, the unemployment of youth is also high. However, South African Reserve Bank increased interest rate by 150 basis points overall from the late 2022 to early 2023 to control inflation in the midst of weak growth and high unemployment rates in the country. This was at the beginning of the COVID recovery, where the economy was low, the economic growth was low, and unemployment was very high. the South African Reserve Bank continue to increase interest rate, of which affects the ordinary people, even businesses across the economy. The combined effects of energy price pressures and weak domestic currency create a challenging environment for both households and businesses in South Africa, which makes it difficult for policymakers to find a balance on the macroeconomic objectives of price stability and economic growth and unemployment. So there's a problem, or there's rather a trade-off between controlling inflation and increasing economic growth, of which, as an emerging researcher from the great University of Limpopo, I'm here to present this study to find answers in an empirical evidence. The aim of this study is to investigate the conundrum of inflation targeting, economic growth, unemployment rate amidst energy price pressures, interest rate, inflation expectations, and economic growth for the period 2000 to 2022. The research objectives are formulated as follows: to determine the impact of energy prices, exchange rate, interest rate, economic growth, and unemployment rate on inflation targeting; to ascertain the association of energy prices, exchange rate, interest rate, inflation targeting, and unemployment rate on economic growth; to verify the relationship among energy prices, exchange rate, interest rate, inflation targeting, economic growth on unemployment; to investigate the causality among inflation, economic growth, unemployment rate, energy prices, interest rate, and exchange rate. The last objective is to focus the path of inflation, economic growth, unemployment rate amidst economic shocks of energy price pressures and exchange rate and interest rate. The next part of the slide shows the research questions, which are formulated based on the research questions, research objectives rather. The literature review is as follows. The study seeks to apply a number of economic theories which forms the foundation of the study. The Phillips curve, which shows that there is a negative relationship between inflation and unemployment. The expectations augmented Phillips curve, which is contrary to the Phillips curve, which is based on the premises that there's a positive relationship between inflation and unemployment. Then the Keynesian model, which is going to address, which can be used to apply the issues that are related to inflation and unemployment. Then we are going to look at the Keynesian theory of monetary policy, which has 5 avenues, which are listed below. Then the Occam's law, which is based on the premises that there is a negative relationship between unemployment rate and economic growth. And lastly, the purchasing power parity, which can be used to explain the dynamics of exchange rates. Here are the studies that try to shed some light on the topic under study, which have contrary results across. The study collected data from 2000 to 2022, which is sought from South African Reserve Bank, World Bank, Quantex, and St. Louis Federal Reserve Bank. 3 multivariate models are going to be used to investigate the topic under study, which are listed below. In the methodology, I will be utilizing the following estimation techniques: a unit root test analysis, ARDL test for co-integration analysis, and short-run and long-run estimates, diagnostic test, causality, and impulse response function. The results are as follows. The unit root test shows that there is a mixed order of co-integration, meaning some of the variables are stationary at I0, and also other variables are stationary at I1, and making the study to adopt an ARDL co-integration test. The co-integration test of ARDL, which is the ARDL bonds test, shows that there is a presence of long-run relationship in all the 3 models, as displayed by the result as here. Then the result shows that there is a negative relationship, which is significant between between exchange rate and inflation targeting, and there is also a negative relationship between unemployment and interest rate, and also energy prices influences inflation positively. Then inflation expectation also influences inflation positively. then unemployment is having a positive relationship. So on the diagnostics,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's 10 minutes. I want to be fair. I don't want to give others 10 minutes and 5 seconds, others 10 minutes only. Questions? I want to be fair. Questions? Anyone with a question? Before I point at someone to give a question, I'm a lecturer by profession. Any question? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have 4 minutes to spare. Yeah, thank you very much. Now we have time for tea, but we are going to steal 10 minutes of your time so that we can commence. We're going to give you 5 minutes to go dish up, and that means you're going to have a working tea, right? Go dish up, and in 5 minutes you're back, then we continue, right? Thank you very much. Working tea. 5 minutes, and we can make a timer for 5 minutes, so that 5 minutes, we start. Okay, thank you very much. Let's keep quiet and let's give Pelmnisi a chance. It's her time. Pelmnisi, doctoral student. We are starting. You only have 10 minutes of presentation. Thank
you. To the House at large, I sincerely pass my greetings to you all. I'm Pelmnisi, a Doctor of Administration in Development Planning and Management, first level student. Please allow me to defend my study that is titled Planning for Tourism and the Management of Community Livelihoods in Rural and Semi-Urban Areas of Bushbuckridge Local Municipality, Mpumalanga Province, South Africa. Without any waste of time, allow me to take you through my introduction and background. Planning for tourism and the management of community livelihoods has always been seen as a vehicle towards achieving sustainable development. This is because of its potency to be able to provide sustainable livelihoods. And it's also because of its potency to be able to create a balance between development and the environment. Tourism has become a noticeable trend around the world. As of early 1998 Job Summit in South Africa, tourism served as a mechanism to showcase the likes of poverty alleviation, community livelihoods diversification, just to name a few. Ladies and gentlemen, the aim of this proposed study is to evaluate the effectiveness of planning for tourism and the management of community livelihoods in rural and urban, semi-urban areas of Bushbuckridge Local Municipality, Mpumalanga Province in South Africa. Without any waste of time, let me quickly take you through the problem statement. I'm not going to read everything that is there, I'm just going to try and summarize. Bushbuckridge Local Municipality has been seen as a municipality that has got so many activities of tourism practice. However, there are so many issues around there. The activities of tourism are there, they can be used as a way of improving community livelihoods. But if you can check, communities are still complaining under the Bushbuckridge Local Municipality. They are failing to obtain or secure sustainable tourism. They are still failing to can even obtain or secure long-term employment. They are even complaining or even finding it difficult to perform other livelihood diversification forms. It remains also a concern that during eco-tours or during tourism, just to be general, during tourism, so many tourists, they leave the environment damaged. It also remains a concern that during the tourism activities, so many tourists, they cause hitches such as pollution. They infiltrate with the likes of organic gardens that are being used for livelihood diversification purposes. Lately has been said in literature about planning for tourism and the management of community livelihoods. This is why this proposed study seeks to evaluate the effectiveness of planning for tourism and the management of community livelihoods. Let me continue. These are the research questions and the aim and objectives. I'm not going to read them because of time. Here's the literature review that is divided into two sections. First section is theoretical literature, and then the second section is empirical literature. So this study is guided by the sustainability theory. The sustainability theory puts emphasis on the need to ensure that the environment is protected. Under this sustainability theory, there will be two frameworks to be employed, namely the Sustainable Livelihood Framework, which puts emphasis on the need to also ensure that the environment is protected. The second framework is Learning About Livelihood Framework. This one is people-centered. It seeks to ensure that communities' livelihoods are met. It seeks to ensure that the development of the people is taken as a priority. Moving forward, here's an empirical literature, just a synopsis or a highlight of what's under the empirical literature. We have the planning approaches for tourism planning. We have the types, characteristics, management strategies for community livelihoods. I'm also not going to touch on that because there is no time. Let's quickly move to methodology because it's the longest. The study will adopt a normative design, research design, and under the normative research design, the study will adopt the evaluation research method. And also, the study will use the mixed method approach, which is the qualitative and the quantitative method. Going forward, the study focuses on Ward 1 of Bushbuckridge Local Municipality. Ladies and gentlemen, Ward 1 of Bushbuckridge Local Municipality is divided into 6 sections. 2 of the areas are semi-urban areas. 4 of the areas are rural areas. So it's not going to focus on all the wards, only Ward 1 and the 6 areas. I am not going also to read everything that is there. If you need more information, you will see me after the presentation. Going forward, this proposed study will use both primary and secondary data in a form of qualitative and quantitative data, just to make it simple, in a form of numbers and words. For the purpose of achieving the aim of this proposed study, the qualitative data, whether it's from the secondary or the primary sources, it will be analyzed using the thematic analysis. Going forward, for the purpose of achieving also the aim of this proposed study, the quantitative, the numbers of this proposed study will be analyzed using the SPSS version of 2015. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, here's the target population. I'm not going to read it. Also the sampling design of the study because of time. This study is quite significant because it will spare in knowledge in the upcoming generation. It is also quite significant because it will assist the municipality of Bushbuckridge in terms of saying the necessity of planning for tourism and managing community livelihoods. And lastly, it will also develop a model that will be able to enhance the effectiveness of planning for tourism and the management of community livelihoods of rural and semi-urban areas of Bushbuckridge Local Municipality. Here are the results. As indicated in my introduction, I am a PhD student. This is still an ongoing study. Data has not yet been collected, but it will be collected soon. So today we have to deal with the results that are available, and those are theoretical results. So theoretically, the study reveals that tourism has a tendency of ignoring development. It has a tendency of not taking into account the standard of living of people. It has a tendency of only focusing on satisfying the tourist. As you can see, during the tours, they cause a lot of pollutions, they damage the environment, they do not care about the environment. On the other hand, community livelihoods. Most communities, because they are suffering from the impact caused by tourists, they end up taking whatever they see, whatever they find, they end up taking it to make use of it as a way of improving their livelihoods. In conclusion, I also say that it remains a concern that the continuous lack of proper planning or the continuous lack of planning for tourism and the management of community livelihoods will result in fail of achieving sustainable development. Sorry, Chair, I would like to share this quote by Unknown and also related to my study, which says that never walk in front of us because we may not follow. Never walk behind us because we may not lead. But it's best if you walk beside us. Hold our hands. Together we'll succeed. What am I saying? In terms of this study, if tourism is planned for and on the other hand, community livelihoods are managed, this will be more likely to contribute towards the achievement of sustainable development.
Thank you. Without prefacing, if I look at your title, you actually included the semi-urban as well as rural. But then now when you get into your area, study area, you said out of the 6 perhaps region or areas, you're going to focus on Ward 1. Is that Ward 1 catering for both? Or can you comment on that, please? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. I want to believe that you didn't hear me properly. I said the study will focus on Ward 1 of Bushbuckridge Local Municipality. Therefore, Ward 1 of Bushbuckridge Local Municipality is divided into 6 areas. 2 of the 6 areas are semi-urban areas, 4 of the areas are rural areas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Naledi. I'm not sure if it's a question or a comment, but it will rather be a comment. You said something about tourists polluting environment or they don't care about environment. Rephrase from using your personal view without data. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the comment.
My name is Caswell. I would like to offer an advice on SPSS Vision 2015. There's no Vision 2015. It's Vision 20. It's Vision 20. The latest vision is 29. So it's best to use the latest vision, because if you're looking for 2015, then we are talking about Vision 20 or Vision 2019. So use the updated one.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for a comprehensive presentation. Just for interest's sake, I just want to understand.
Introduce your name.
Oh, sorry. My name is Matibedi Kharose. Yeah, just for interest's sake, I just want to understand, why are you focusing on both planning for tourism and the management of community livelihood? Why not only the planning tourism?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. Colleagues, if you understand what sustainable development is, you will definitely understand why I'm focusing on the 2. Sustainable development seeks to create a balance between the environment and the development. We don't want to find a point, we don't want to be at a point whereby the environment is benefiting while development is suffering. Also the other way around. We don't want to find a point whereby the environment is benefiting and the development is suffering. The development is benefiting and the environment is suffering. So in this case, focusing on planning for tourism while we are seeking to achieve sustainable development, focusing on planning for sustainable tourism is infutile. It's best to focus on both the environment side and also focus on the development side to be able to ensure that we create the balance sustainable development requires. Thank you.
We have a minute. Someone to ask in 30 seconds. Clear, straight to the point.
Okay, it's Netengo Richize here. Mine is just a comment to say that in research we have something called theoretical incision, which is the belief of the researcher. It's also advisable for the researcher to say that, for example, there is a pollution because it's what the researcher is seeing. So we should not really just try to tamper with the presentations of the researcher, sometimes just only using general knowledge. We should be really well equipped. You did so well.
Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. We are continuing. Yeah, I'm struggling. I keep on bending down. Okay, the next presenter is Throughthe. Throughthe. I'm not sure if I'm...
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Standing before you is Throughthe Madembe, a student under Faculty of Management and Law, School of Accountancy. Currently doing Bachelor of Commerce Honors in Accountancy, which is also known as BCTA. Today I present to you the impact of material flow cost accounting in the manufacturing of plastic bottles. The study focuses on how material flow cost accounting can be used in plastic bottle manufacturing to identify area of waste, material usage, and cost efficiency. This study considers the impact that the plastic bottles have on the environmental sustainability in order to promote the sustainable development goals, to reduce the waste and resource consumptions. MFCA provides a detailed information establishing companies to attain higher transparency of materials usage and losses. Material flow cost accounting is a powerful tool in management for enhancing both economic and environmental performance in the manufacturing process. The purpose of study. Key challenge of plastic bottle manufacturing is insufficient of data or lack of analyzing the material flow. A gap exists in the understanding of quantity and waste of material used during production. The study aimed to examine the possible impact of incorporating the material flow cost accounting approaches into the plastic bottles process by evaluating the impact of MFCA's sustainability, environmental sustainability through plastic bottle manufacturing in South Africa, as well as the benefit and improvement through better management and utilization of resources and materials. This diagram represents how material flow cost accounting look like, from material cost, system cost, delivery, disposal cost. Source 2015. These are main core points on the literature's review. According to Allergy 2021, Fourth Industrial Revolution, Accounting Profession Well-Being and Environmental Well-Being in South Africa. He supports that in order to improve the efficiency of production, by detecting areas of waste on materials and losses in the production. It is important to put MFCA in place in order to be able to differentiate between the positive product and negative product. Going to the second one. Amica and BAC 2022, quantifying textile streams and recycled prospects in Europe, material flow analysis. The study shows that traditional cost accounting ignores the negative products which are waste in the process of manufacturing. Traditional accounting, it only focuses on the positive product, which are final product, while incorporating the material flow cost accounting, which involves both positive and negative products, in order to manage all the expenses that occur from the beginning of the process in order to manufacture the plastic bottle manufacturing. This will adopt the environmental management accounting theory, as it plays a big role in promoting. The study disapproved the only use of traditional cost accounting, as it fails to adequately account for environmental impact and the cost that comes with the environmental impact. Providing MFCA in this, it will provide a necessary information regarding the environmental impact on how manufacturing companies in plastic bottles can utilize resources and also cost efficiency. Methodology. The study employed descriptive research to examine the possible impact of incorporating the material flow cost accounting in the plastic bottles. The study evaluated the existing literature using the quantitative technique to precisely analyze the influence of material flow cost accounting in the plastic bottle manufacturing. The study used the publicly available material flow cost accounting related articles that are authorized and by past researchers to comprise the study of population. The study sample selected publicly available literature of MFCA in production process. The study used qualitative documents to review and analyze the literature on the MFCA production process. Data analysis. Looking at the diagram, it shows the input starting from raw materials showed in kgs and their cost in monetary values. This shows that during the process of manufacturing plastic bottles, there is emission to the air, soil, and water, which by incorporating material flow cost accounting, it will for the manufacturing company, they will easily identify and know how to reduce cost or how they can put in place ways they can minimize or reduce the climate effect as one of the sustainable development goals. Okay. Conclusion and recommendation. All manufacturing enterprises must adhere to MFCA to ensure cost effectiveness, cost reduction, and the environmental compliance. The model enhances the importance of ecologically or environmental performance and economic performance. Manufacturing companies should ensure the sustainable development goals as sustainable cities and communities. Responsible consumption in production. By seeking to minimize the intensity of resources used and waste formulating during the process of production of manufacturing plastic bottles. MFCA shows that it is important for accounting students at lower levels to have or learn in the manufacturing flow cost accounting in hand with the traditional cost accounting. As traditional cost accounting, it only focuses on the overhead that can be easily identifiable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Questions? There. Mike? There. Another one? Okay, we've got one for now.
It's Kotatso Mutsumi speaking. I have rather a comment. I feel like your paper was actually very good because I don't think a lot of people address the other factors that go into like the expenses of products, and that, the traditional accounting systems, they don't actually account for that. So for you to come here and actually teach us some of the, expenses incurred in that, I feel for me that was a very excellent research. Thank you.
Thank you.
Another question? Of Sivanda? Question?
No, good morning. And thank you very much, our researcher student. I think just for me, I'm rising to indicate that now really what you are on to, it's promising to be a very interesting study, like many of the studies that are here this morning and over yesterday and then maybe the coming days. But in your view, really there's no right or wrong answer here. In your view, do you think that as a country or a particular community, we are responsible enough in our use of plastics, also looking at issues of pollution and the rest?
Thank you for the question. In my view, in order to have a good sustainable development goal, to meet good sustainable development goals, it is everybody's responsibility to ensure that the use of plastic bottles, after you use it, you take it to the right places if they are recyclable. If there are those ones that you cannot recycle, you take them to the right place where they can be destroyed as a redesign, linking it to the first literature, as optimizing this process through product redesign management. Thank you.
We really do not have time. Please ask a
Excuse
question.
for that. Good morning. My name is Moafe Kariso. My sister, I just have only one question. How is your study significance, and how does your recommendation differ from the existing study? I think
Can you
I'm
please?
Significance of your study, and how does your study differ from the recommendation? Differ
Yeah,
from
of
the
her
other
study.
existing studies.
Okay. My study focuses on the manufacturing of plastic bottles. Most of the studies focuses on plastic in general, but the significance of my study, it goes to the stakeholders of the companies, and also it goes to the regulatories, how they can implement the environmental policies that will align with sustainable development. Sorry, I forgot one of the quotes, but after this I will show you. One of the literature. Uri, due to the highly increasing significance of the use of plastic bottles, it's becoming more and more of pollutions, like in general, right? So, implementing material flow cost of accounting starting from academia, it will help students implement more and more or educate companies on how they can manage the environmental impact and economic performance. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You are doing undergrad. You're the undergrad person. I think we really need to be proud as the university. We really need to be proud, and credit needs to be given where it's due. I think we are doing something right, or many things right. Thank you very much. Let's continue. The problem with pronouncing surnames is they're different. Some are Venda, and you think the way it's written, it's Pedi. So that's where the challenge is, but I'm sorry if I've pronounced your surname wrong. Rigala, it's your turn. Please come and share your insights. We are learning. Yes, you can continue clapping. So that when you want to drink it, you just
drink. Good morning, everyone. My name is Throughthe Hikala, and I'm here to present the study with the topic, the nexus between economic performance, financialization, and income inequality in South Africa. Economic performance is analogous to economic development, while financialization speaks to the increased size of the financial sector in the economy. This study was conducted by me under the supervision of Dr. Zanje, and it is motivated by the fact that South Africa is the most unequal country in the world, with stagnant economic growth and over 20 years of financialization. Income inequality is among the most pressing issues globally and has attracted the attention from scholars, policymakers, and governments. However, a study by Professor Fourie in 2024 found that SDG number 10, which is reducing inequalities, is one of the least researched topics in South Africa. And that is concerning, considering the fact that South Africa has the highest income inequality in the world. The World Inequality Report released in 2022 showed that the poorest 50% of the global population earns only 8.5% of global income, while the richest 10% captures 52%. So this reflects the regional and the national income distributions. Some studies have shown that in developed economies, income inequality increases with financialization, while financialization in South Africa led to the continuation of extreme income inequality. Nevertheless, economic performance is critical in moderating income inequality when it is inclusive. Moving on to literature review, this study is based on two theoretical literatures. The income inequality theory, which hypothesized that income inequality follows an inverted U-shaped curve as the economy develops, meaning that inequality increases in the early development stages and decreases as the economy matures. The next one is the financialization theory. Financialization just means the increased role of the financial sector in the economy, with its basic impacts, which are to boost the importance of the financial sector compared to the real sector, transfer income from the real sector to the financial sector while increasing income inequality. Empirical studies show that the relationship between economic performance and income inequality is mixed, since some studies confirm the inverted U-shaped curve, while others conclude that it is invalid. The relationship between credit to the private sector and income inequality is negative and insignificant in South Africa, whereas it is positive and significant in panel data studies. Stock market capitalization is shown to reduce income inequality while it widens it, so it is mixed as well. Financialization has an income inequality widening relationship. The research methodology, this study covers the period 1994 to 2022, and the annual time series data is collected from the South African Reserve Bank, the World Bank, and SWIT. So the income inequality model is specified as follows. Have the market Gini index as the dependent variable, have beta 0 as the intercept. Please note that beta 1 to beta 5 are coefficients of explanatory variables, GDP per capita squared, financialization index, credit to the private sector, stock market capitalization. So to test this model, unit root tests were ran using the augmented Dickey-Fuller Phillips-Perron test to determine the order of integration. Then the ARDL co-integration techniques was preferable since the order of integrations were different, and the ARDL model was applied to test for short-run and long-run coefficients, followed by diagnostics and stability tests to validate the reliability and robustness and the stability of the model. And the Granger causality was conducted as well to determine if the previous values of one-time series can enable the prediction of the other. Moving on to the results, the bigger table on the left side is unit test root results. So there we can see that all the other variables are integrated after first difference. Then stock market capitalization there is integrated at level. Then the table at the top right shows the co-integration results. It shows that there is co-integration in the model since the F statistic value is above the values at I1. Then moving on to long-run results, which is the second table on the right, it shows that this model confirms the Kuznets inverted U-shaped curve. Since GDP per capita coefficient is positive, then its squared term is negative, which shows that at advanced stages of economic development, inequality falls. Financialization and credit to the private sector in the long run are insignificant, while stock market capitalization exacerbates income inequality, meaning that when the stock market grows, income inequality grows as well. Moving on to the short-run results, we will look at the co-integration equation, which is the last row there. It is negative 0.602009, which means that if there could be a shock in this model, it would take 60%
per annum for the model to converge to equilibrium. Moving on to the diagnostics test. So this model is reliable and stable since the residuals are normally distributed. There's no serial correlation, there's no heteroscedasticity, and there is no misspecification. It also shows that it is stable since the Kuzum and Kuzumov squares are moving within the 5% significance bound. Yeah. Then coming to concluding remarks, the study aimed to investigate the nexus between economic performance, financialization, and income inequality in South Africa between 1994 and 2022. The results do confirm the inverted U-shaped curve as suggested by the Kuznets theory, meaning that in the early development stage, as the economy develops, income inequality increases, but at some point when the economy is at an advanced stage of development, it's going to fall. It also shows that financialization narrows income inequality in the short run. So this contradicts the study by Paley in the theoretical literature, which suggested that income inequality is increased by financialization. It also shows that stock market capitalization, both in the short run and in the long run, they increase income inequality because usually the stock market investors are the wealthy people. So as it grows, it increases their income. So it is recommended that import substitution industrialization policies should be implemented to enhance the long-run economic performance and reduce income inequality. Thank you.
Good morning once more, colleagues. Mine is not a question, but rather a comment. I want to thank Mr. Khikala here. From all the presenters who presented economics topics, you are the first one who has shown us the speed of adjustment, meaning that we are very much sure that your study will converge back to equilibrium. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Mr. Regala, for the presentation. Mine is on the stability of the model, that is the Kuzums. If you look at the Kuzum of squares there, we have the line of significance, right? It is going outside the blue line. So maybe if you could give a reason why it is that, in order to make your study, if you understand.
To what?
On the Kuzum of squares.
Yeah.
The line is moving outside.
Yeah.
You can see it? Yeah, I can see it. Yes, maybe if you could give a reason for that on your paper.
Okay, it shows that
it is going out a bit.
Yeah, in 2019. So
maybe you can say maybe it is because of the COVID-19 outbreak. Oh, that was 2020, right?
Yeah, this is 2019,
like
but still the model is stable. Usually we don't look at the reasons why it went out. Just look at the stability.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good day. My name is Isaac Ngwana. Mine is just a comment, because looking at the graph, I think it will be important for the next term to use colors that show us things very well, because some of us, we struggle to see, especially on the color blue, and it is not you alone, all those people who presented with graph. I think it's important to choose a color that is more clear next time. Thank you.
Even this one is clear. The blue one.
Matosa Molefe. It's more like a comment on the previous speaker as a follow-up. The person who asked the previous question, sorry. So the Kusum of squares.
Yeah.
When it goes out of the line, it indicates structural break on the model. So you should give us a reason to support the findings. You can't just say it goes back to be stable. Support it with like evidence of a major economic event that transpired during that period. Or it could be a policy change or a pandemic. 2019 was the beginning of the pandemic. So it could be validated in that way.
Okay. No.
Maybe a bit of caution. When commenting on my presentation, don't make reference on another presentation. I don't think it sounds well, because let's stick to my presentation. I think it's only fair. Let's continue. Mklanga, doctoral student. Mklanga, doctoral student. You are again given those few minutes, 10 minutes presentation, and we'll engage. You can start.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Moline Mhlanga. I'll be presenting a qualitative study with the title, Effects of Working from Home During the COVID-19 Pandemic on the Work-Family Conflict and the Well-Being of Female Academics in Limpopo Province, South Africa. On the introduction, when COVID-19 pandemic erupted, employees were forced to work from home with the exclusion of essential service providers such as doctors, nurses, and shop attendants. Employees such as the female academics were also part of those who were enforced to work from home. Female academics conducted teaching and learning via online meetings, conferences, and other roles while using tools such as Blackboard and MS Teams. The advantages of working from home during the lockdown pandemic in the education context included forming bonds between parents and children who, prior to the COVID pandemic, never had time to, even if they had, it was different, and they didn't have much time to bond and spend together during the normal days. Collaborations between teachers at community level, because they will be consulting and asking each other how to move forward. Familiarizing with ICT while delivering lessons, as I mentioned before, tools such as MS Teams and Blackboard, and less movement for physically challenged students. They didn't have to commute to the campus on an everyday basis. The disadvantages of working from home during lockdown in the education context included hostile working environment, lack of online teaching experience, and failure to adjust for students from face-to-face to online learning. In South Africa, female academics reported feelings of guilt due to lack of time to attend to their children when they were working from home, high stress levels, and increased pressure on female academics caused by the change in teaching and learning using new technological platforms. Some didn't have experience on, or they didn't use it much, and it needed to be like used at an advanced level. Female academics faced work-family conflict, which affected their well-being while working from home due to several work and family responsibilities, including child and elderly care. Female academic well-being should be enhanced, and that would in turn enhance job performance and institution ranking at global level. The aim of the study is to look into the effects of working from home during the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown on the work-family conflict, well-being, and coping of female academics in the Limpopo province, South Africa. The objectives are listed down there. I'm not going to go through all of them. I'm not going to go through over them. The empirical literature, I have only listed a few that are in the essay context. There's many that cover the other contexts, such as Asia, America. I didn't list them here. I wanted to focus on the essay context. There's Costa and Tumahole. They found that employees suffered mental health and social and financial challenges while working from home. Employees worried over organizations' survival and ability to provide employment and salaries. There's also Tava, Kadimene, and others. They found that female academics in underprivileged HIEs in Limpopo, where they failed to balance work and family duties due to huge work and family responsibilities. Work-family conflict resulted in psychostress, fatigue, anxiety, and pressure to complete tasks, with female academics working from home and attending to several tasks. Ockman and others studied employees from 10 different countries, including South Africa, in various organizational sectors, and found that female employees were more affected than men. This is because men are not expected. They don't have expectations such as women to work around the house and conduct household chores and childcare. Organizations in Ockman's study, organizations offered limited support. They suggested support such as communication, data, equipment, and air conditioning systems to be provided by their organizations. Theoretical literature, the role conflict theory was applied in the study. It assumes that work and family related factors highly influence role conflict, and that demands derived from performing several work and family roles result in experiences of role conflict due to individuals having limited time and energy. The role conflict theory is classified into 3 segments: time-based, strength-based, and behavior-based conflict. The theory is suitable for this study because it indicates the effect of attending to several work and family roles on the well-being of female academics. It further highlights how limited resources that academics possess hinder them from completing family-related roles. Research methodology. The study area was 2 national higher education institutions in Limpopo province. It has a total of 485 approximately female academics employed as lecturers. The research design was qualitative, and data was collected through face-to-face semi-structural questionnaires. Yeah, something like that. The sample was 20 female academics that were drawn using non-purposive sampling. Data analysis was content analysis process. Reliability and validity was observed. Ethical clearance steps were taken, and the study was significant because it will add to knowledge by providing literature focusing on female academics' well-being, work-family conflict, and coping while working from home. And this study was mainly focusing on historically disadvantaged institutions. The empirical significance includes that the study will provide female academic perceptions and understanding of the programs and procedures that Institutions provide to female academics to enhance their well-being during critical situations such as the COVID-19 pandemic. It will also provide gender-related challenges and opportunities female academics experienced in the lockdown and how they coped while working from home. Policy contribution, the study further adds value to HEIs, that is the higher education institutions, as the study findings can be considered by the HEI policymakers, human resources managers, and other. Findings of the study. The factors influencing well-being and work-family conflict included ages of children, ages of female academics, marital status, support, working space, and type of contracts held by participants. Challenges reported included long meetings, unending household chores, family expectations, inadequate equipment, lack of management support, research halted, and grants were lost. The benefits included flexibility, family bonding, saving on commuting, better facilities at home, such as clean toilets and food, like they could get food whenever they wanted to. Feelings experienced included stress, anxiety, guilt, fatigue, and grief. Female academics who are mothers to school-going children and younger struggled with work-family balance. Female academics with children who are teenagers managed to balance work and family balance. Recommendations included that HEIs should support female academics when faced with situations such as the lockdown. Workshops should be provided online to counsel them and to shape the way forward and to guide them when working from home. Equipment such as data, desks, chairs, and other can be provided by institutions for those who need them while working from home. And the other day when I was collecting data at the institution, the other participant asked me, like, are we still in COVID? I think these recommendations, such as the ones I've given, will enable us to shape the way forward. Okay.
Working from home. I'll start with you, then him, then Matemo at the back. Okay, you can start while we're taking the mic to her.
No, thanks to the presenter. I just want to check with the presenter if the effects discussed, if they are unique to the female academics only, or do they to some extent apply to male academics? Because I have a different view. Thanks.
Yes, they are unique to female academics. There's actually participants sharing how they have to serve the male partner. Let's say, like, if they are married or they are staying with spouses, the male just wakes up. Is an example. He wakes up, he sits on the chair on the desk, and they are doing the same job. They are both academics. They are doing the same job. The wife, in this case, will check the breakfast, the children, the mother or mother-in-law, and all that. While the man is there, he calls for lunch, he calls for supper, and all that. Some partners were not helping. In other cases, partners were helping, but it was considered help. It wasn't their expectation. It's not what they do on a daily basis.
Thank you. I would just like to know, what are the factors that affect female academics who work remotely? And I'd also like to know, how does remote working affect employee motivation when it comes to female academics? Malache Lucia.
I didn't quite get the second part, but let me respond to the first part. You asked about the factors affecting female. Yes, I think I talk about those ones, such as the ages of the children. I touched on how when you have school-going age children, they need more assistance compared to teenage kids. So when kids are older, like teenagers, they help around the house. And they don't disturb the mom when she's working. They don't affect her well-being, like, yeah. So teenagers help that's the ages of the children, ages of female academics themselves. The female academics who are younger have younger children, and most of them, they do not know how to balance work and family. But those who are older, like for example, professors, they indicated that they enjoyed the lockdown. Some of them, the other one actually said to me like, most of them are calling for work to be like that, like not even hybrid, like for them to be working from home because they know how to manage and to work from home, and yeah. So that ages of female academics. Also there's marital status. Those who have partners who are married, they have support. There's working space. Some didn't have adequate space. They actually shared that those who didn't have space, that they can work from a bed, and it's not comfortable. There's no background that is clear, and yeah. And the type of contracts. Some institutions, the other institution in Limpopo, they shared that when they are not working, it's a no work, no pay thing. So, yeah.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. My name is Matimo, and thank you for that. It speaks a lot to gender roles and the gender difference approach. I want to know that for the young female academics, when you speak of support and you mentioned issues of workshops, can you please narrow it very well, because you spoke a lot of gender roles, men can, men cannot, women must, women cannot. What support are you exactly referring to?
Institutional support, I wanted to know. Yeah, but if it's
Okay, no, thank you so much. It's an interesting study. I think what I just wanted to indicate was that I think the study could be actually pointing to the circumstances of the staff members that you were investigating, rather than maybe the issue of working from home. So one may need to separate between the social and economic circumstances of somebody and to say, what are we actually saying about working from home? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we comment over lunch? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are going to comment, Madam Matimo, we are going to comment on that one, and Mr. Mtambezi over lunch. I will coordinate that. I will still be the program director. Let's continue. Now we are going to Mavuso MSE. Mabuso. Okay, it seems like the presenter is not here. Mavuso MSE. Okay, now we are welcoming the Speaker of Limpopo Legislature. Yesterday, we had the Deputy Minister, Paulie Bushielo. That means the faculty, it's educating two prominent people in South Africa. We really need to be proud of ourselves. Professor Zibanda, we need to do more. Where's yours? The presenter is Makurupecha ME, Makurupeche MG. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor, and the opportunity. I know that might look like it's a political speech. And I want to greet the Executive Dean, Professor, and all your professors today. I won't waste my time. Let me just introduce myself. I'm Makoma Makurupechi. I'm here going to present my topic, monitoring and evaluation as a contributing factor towards sustainable service delivery, a case study of Waterberg District in South Africa. In terms of the introduction, this paper is going to be the fulfillment of my Doctor of Administration. where I'm supervised by Professor Kwela. The study intention was to investigate the role of monitoring and evaluation as a contributing factor towards sustainable service delivery and delivery of service to the community. The main rationale was informed by the observed factors such as community dissatisfaction, which emanated from poor service delivery and lack of accountability to the community, lack of accountability by government. South African government unfortunately had to face worst predicaments post-apartheid, which is a continuous service delivery protest. Notwithstanding the 1994 challenges, the government has embarked on public sector reform, which is one of the key outputs being transforming service delivery to meet the service delivery basic needs and redress the imbalances of the past. Like other scholars, Khan, Madhu, and Kalima as well, has an argument that says there are two schools of thought relating to concept of interdependence between municipalities and other spheres of government. Those schools of thought refer to realism and pluralism. The realism one is where there are those people who believe that they are very uncertain whether there are benefits or not of the interdependence between municipalities and other spheres of government. In contrast with that, the proponents of pluralism school of thought believe there is some value in interdependence between the three spheres of government. And as well, that is confirmed by Scala when he's quoting the section 40, subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, where he's saying that government is constituted as national, provincial, local sphere, which are distinctive, interdependent, and interrelated with powers and functions, while they're expected to deliver services to the community in a coherent manner. In terms of the literature review, the study reflects in detail on the following theoretical frameworks that are relevant to the study: theory-based evaluation approach, logical framework approach, result-based evaluation approach, managing for development results approach, impact evaluation, participatory theory, as well as theoretical framework on sustainable service delivery. The study went through in details to analyze what work has been done by other countries other than South Africa, where we have checked the experiences of other countries when they were implementing monitoring and evaluation systems in their countries, which is Mexico. I can't mention all of them. You can see them, all those. And as well, South Africa has introduced its own monitoring and evaluation framework that is called Government-Wide Initiative, which was a key milestone in the long-term public service trajectory since 1994. Program Director, the government-wide MNE outlines a number of key elements towards improving service delivery. Those key elements include policy, evaluating processes, program of action with development indicators and outcomes, program performance information registers and admin data, as well as social, economic, and demographic statistics with common definitions. This is the figure that I was explaining already on it. You can see on how those elements are interrelated on that. In terms of the methodology, this is a qualitative research study, which we have decided to focus on the case study. That's why we're saying we're using Waterberg District as a case study. So the Waterberg District municipality is one of the pilot launched by the President Ramaphosa in September 2019 for the purpose of district development model. Why we chose that with that service delivery model is because we have observed when we look in terms of the research and the literature that is available, even government documents, that it looks like the department copter, every time when there is a new minister, they introduce new system, new terminology in order to improve the service delivery. For example, there was some time when they introduced local government strategy agenda, somebody introduced back to basics. We can go back to clean audit 2009-2014. So it looked like every minister that comes. So we had to use that district that they are saying it's a district model where we must be able to analyze whether in that district model service delivery, is there any monitoring and evaluation system that is included. The population size is included there, where we've included officials from national, provincial departments and local municipalities, councillors, as well as the community members, as well as the councillors that stays in the area. So we have used a number of data collection methods that in terms of those data methods were questionnaires as well as focus groups, as well as some of those that were ready to do the self-administered questionnaires were also used to standardize the questionnaires, and responses were as well received from individual members, both manually and some were sent and emailed electronically. What are the key findings? In terms of the key findings that we have got there, we can see that while the South African government has introduced the government-wide M&E, which is led at a very high level by the minister, but it looks like the office of that minister focuses more on planning, because the department is planning, monitoring, and evaluation. It's like they spend a lot of time more on planning rather than on M&E. And therefore, while the legislation exists, we think that there's a need for review of Intergovernmental Relations Act to align with municipalities, to ensure that there's inclusion of consequence management mechanisms within government monitoring and evaluation framework, as well as that system does not cascade down to the level of the municipality. And as well, they must align Public Finance Management Act with the Municipal Finance Management Act, the Medium Strategic Framework Act, which has 3-year plan of the provincial and national government, with the integrated development planning of municipalities need to be aligned as well. And the budget processes, where you find that the financial year end of the provincial government is March, and the new year starts in April. But in local government, it starts in July, and it ends in June. So that misalignment causes a problem to align. So therefore, I can even illustrate that further, that 50% believe that there's monitoring and evaluation, but then you can see this is a new one. We're saying we can't introduce a new one. We can retain the government monitoring, but the South African government, to achieve what they want to achieve, they must include the key elements of result-based management and participatory approach. They must look at introducing the new legislation to be amended. And finally, they must have the proper institutional arrangements, that when you have got a minister at national level, there must be an MEC that is responsible to monitor, office of the mayor, up to a local level of a ward councillor. And there must be participatory, because the community says, like the Guyana water scheme, where everybody is concerned about what is happening, is because there's no monitoring and they spend a lot of money. President go in there, ministers and everybody, and the community still says we can't get water. Thank you so much.
6 minutes to spare. Questions? Okay. Yeah, this thing that Prof. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I will take one this side. Prof. Mautu. Where's another mic? Can we take that? Okay.
It's on now. Thank you. I'm seizing the opportunity because it's a doctoral study.
Thank you.
And my question is simple. In the study, I had identification of several theoretical frameworks. I didn't hear about the theoretical framework that guided the study. And if all of them were used or guided the study, I would expect that probably there was a conceptual framework. So I need clarity there. What theoretical framework guided the study? And if all identified theoretical frameworks guided the study, it should be clear of the conceptual framework. Thank you.
Can you take this one? You just put them at this one.
Thank you so much. I want to indicate that the main thrust of the study is more on sustainable service delivery. And the theoretical framework on sustainable service delivery was the one that guided the study. While the theory-based evaluation approach was as well very key to anchor that as and when you look in terms of, when you say monitoring and evaluation, what are the key elements of monitoring, what are the key elements of evaluation, and how do you say there are key and critical elements that you say in a project implementation. Finally, the M&E elements are achieved and they're able to achieve their own outcomes. So I'm saying the theoretical framework on sustainable delivery was the one that guided the study. Thanks.
You're working to talk, so I have to manage you as well. Can I, because there are many, because we've been asking, can I suppress you a bit and give you new hands?
No, it's fine.
Is it fair?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Thank you. We will engage her.
Thank you. My name is Prince Make. I want to ask, in what way can students actively contribute to monitoring and evaluation effort in service delivery programs?
How can students
Contribute, yes. Yes.
to monitoring and evaluation
Programs.
programs? We can take the other one. We can briefly. Who's the other one this side?
Monitoring and evaluation in most South African local municipalities has been labeled catastrophic. So my question is, how can monitoring and evaluation system be effectively designed and implemented to enhance sustainable service delivery, considering the unique challenges and opportunities encountered by most municipalities in South Africa?
The role of students for me is to do more work academically to enrich the field of the study of monitoring and evaluation. When I was saying I was checking other countries, how far they are, even though those countries like Canada, which started in around 1969, but you can check the real work started happening between 1991. So most of the work, even in many countries on monitoring and evaluation by government, started very around the 80s, the 90s, and even when you check the analysis of whether, what is the impact they are doing on the ground, you find that they are at the level of whether, are we monitoring targets? Yes. Are we implementing what we are supposed to be implementing? But you are not able to get whether the community is able to say, yes, we are participating, yes, we are happy, yes, we think the service delivery and projects are going the way we are supposed to be going. Thank you.
For lunch. Thank you very much. We'll take it at lunch. Let's continue. I think we're really doing well with time. Now we're going to Masipa MO. Masipa MO. Masipa MO. Oh. A master student. Time is yours.
Thank you. My name is Masipa Oscar. I'm a master student from the economics department. The topic that I want to talk to you about is quite complicated and it's quite complicated and widespread, and it raises a lot of debate. Now, some people, they deem this phenomenon necessary and acceptable, and some, they deem it sensitive to discuss. And this topic is called the underground economy. Now, for the context of this study, the underground economy is aligned with SDG number 8, that of economic growth and decent employment. The apartheid regime has left behind a legacy of high unemployment and income and wealth inequality in South Africa. And to date, the government of today, they still face great difficulty of addressing the issue of unemployment and inequality. And as a result, these issues have coincided with what we call the underground economy. Now, in the literature, when you deal with such a phenomenon, you come across many challenges, and this study was no exception. The challenges that we came across was that we do not know what is this underground economy. What do we mean by the underground economy? This is because in the literature, there is no agreed definition of what the underground economy is. And the reason for this is the variability of the legal frameworks within countries. What I mean by this is that you find that what is illegal here in South Africa might not be illegal elsewhere. And a good example of this is that of commercial sex work or / prostitution. In South Africa, prostitution, although it is socially acceptable, it is considered illegal. But when you go to places such as the UK, you find that prostitution is regarded as self-employment and it is legal. And the work is subject to taxation. Hence, it is these discrepancies in legal frameworks that makes it difficult for researchers to reach a global consensus of what the underground economy is. So in this study, when we talk of the underground economy, we are talking about illicit and unreported income, which derive from the following activities. Number one, we have the promotion of SMMEs. Now, when I was listening to Prof. Segwa, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, you talked about the importance of women entrepreneurship or entrepreneurship. And you mentioned that entrepreneurship is a tool that can be used to promote the BEE, the Black Economic Empowerment. However, in the context of the underground economy, we challenge such initiatives, and not only because of the basis on the economic growth, but also because of the effects it has on taxes. Now, I want to argue that SMMEs is a policy that is used by government, both directly and indirectly, to help deal with its own issues of formal employment. Secondly, we have cash-in-hand employment. This includes many activities and many actors. For example, we can talk about the minibus taxi industry. We can talk about the domestic workers. We can talk about street trading. We can talk about the landlord whose rental income is not recognized by SARS. We can talk about the bartender who receives tips, but he does not report those tips as part of his income, and so on. Basically, these are activities that people engage in daily for money. Thirdly, we have illicit trade. And on illicit trade, we can talk about bribery. We can talk about cross-border smuggling on goods such as drugs, cigarettes, or alcohol, and so many. Also, we have to talk about fraud when looking at illicit trade. And here, what happens is that legitimate businesses, they suppress their sales figures so that they can pay less taxes or reduce their tax liabilities. And there is proof that some other businesses have done it. For example, African Cash and Carry has done it, and probably there are other businesses that are still doing it, but in the shadows. Also, we have IFFs, or illicit financial flows, which is the illegal movement of money from one country to another. And it is estimated that South Africa, it loses at least 1% of its GDP per year from the problem of IFFs. And for those who don't understand IFFs, we do have IFFs in action here in South Africa. And for that, you have to look at the Pala Pala Farm scandal, where there are allegations of corruption, money laundering, and tax evasion. Now, this underground economy, it has its own some sort of financial market, where we can talk about things such as stokvels, peer-to-peer lending, and shadow banks, or shadow banking. Now, shadow banks are financial institutions that act like banks, but are not banks. And because of that, they operate outside the traditional banking system, and they are not regulated to the same extent as banks. And an example of a shadow bank in South Africa that many of you might be familiar with is the VBS Mutual Bank. Now, what happens is that criminals, they use such banks to hide part of their income because those banks, they allow for anonymous deposits or investments. And also, they are able to launder money through those banks because they are not regulated to the same extent as commercial banks. Now, South Africa, it is said that South Africa, its underground economy, it accounts for approximately 32% of the GDP. And the growth of the underground economy, it has many problems, especially on the fiscus, the tax revenue. During the COVID-19, unemployment and inflation skyrocketed, but so did unlawful and informal economic activity. South Africa lost 32 million of revenue daily from the problem of illicit cigarettes. Now, one might say that the underground economy has always been a problem, which is true. However, from an academic standpoint, there are gaps emanating from existing studies, and literature is limited here in South Africa. Now, the statistical literature, there are 4 schools of thought, and the measurement methodology that was used in the study. First, we have the Joelle School, who says that underground economic agents are excluded due to a mismatch between population growth and the number of jobs available. And they say that government should increase the number of formal employment and provide finance, business development, and programs and social protection services to underground economic agents. Secondly, we have the structuralists, who say that capitalists and capitalism expansion are to blame for informality. And what they mean is that businesses, or capitalists, they prioritize profits over fair wages. And what they do is that they take advantage of the unemployed pool and they offer these people jobs, but they don't pay them fair wages. So as a result, these people are somehow compelled to look for other alternatives. Thirdly, we have the legalists. According to the legalists, complicated and time-consuming government restrictions and processes force business to operate in the underground economy. The fourth one is the voluntarist. According to the voluntarist, informality is a conscious choice made by entrepreneurs to take advantage of the benefits of informality. Now, the measurement methodology that was applied in this study is called the currency demand approach. And in this approach, an increase in the demand for currency, it may signal an increase in the underground economy. And the idea is that people, they use cash to avoid leaving any observable traces with the authorities. Secondly, because these people don't want to pay taxes, they use cash so that the taxman cannot trace those transactions. The empirical literature, due to time, I'm not going to focus more on it. But it is said that the way of taxes in Ghana is what sparks informality. Also, in Africa, increased GDP is associated with higher IFFs. The research methodology, the study tests for the currency demand, where M1 is a function of GDP, tax burden, unemployment rate, and inflation. In the study, we found that in the long run, the underground economy is caused by taxes and an unemployment rate. Also, we found that GDP, increasing GDP, will not help reduce underground economic activity. We also found that inflation is not a significant driver of the underground economy in the long run. In the short run, we found that economic growth does not help determine underground economic activity. We also found unemployment and taxes influence underground economic activity.
Thank you. Questions? One, two. Okay, let's start with her, and Gift will follow.
My name is Naledi. Thank you for a nice presentation. It was straight to the point. I'm interested in finding out, could you elaborate the specific econometrics technique used in your study to differentiate between legal and illegal currency and how they enhance the reliability of the estimation? Thank you.
Can you please break down the question? I don't understand it. You want to know the econometric what?
Techniques that you use to differentiate between illegal and legal currency.
So basically you want to know the difference between illegal and illegal? Do you want to know the difference between illegal and illegal what?
No, I want to understand the econometrics techniques that you used to differentiate
Between what and what?
illegal and legal currency.
Okay. No, after. On the, okay. We use the currency demand approach, right? And then you...
She wants to understand the econometrics
techniques
used to differentiate
between
legal and illegal.
Well, there was no technique that was used to differentiate between the two.
It's fine. Okay, she'll help you break it down.
Yeah, perhaps.
Fortunate Maponya, a very, very informative study. I'd just like to know, for learning purposes, you demonstrated that the underground economy is not affected by things such as inflation. So I just want to know, for learning purposes, that what are the determinants that lead to it not being affected, whereas almost everything in the economy is affected by inflation?
Okay. Well, the result, they told me that in the long run, it is not affected by inflation. However, I find that in the short run, it is affected by inflation. And the reason for that is that when inflation goes up, it reduces the value of money or hidden income. So it makes it less attractive to do business in the underground economy.
Another question? Another question?
Afternoon, Mr. Masipa. You are touching something that to me it's more or less something new, an underground economy. So tell me, Mr. Masipa, what informs the selections of these underground variables that I have seen you modeling there? What's informing the selection of those variables? And where can we say this is, what can you tell us about them? Where did you get them? Thank you.
Okay. With a phenomenon such as the underground economy, it is very difficult to study it directly. So we need to rely on indirect methods. So to do that, from a macroeconomic perspective, we decided to use the currency demand approach, where we can select certain variables by looking at the literature. That's it.
Thank you very much. Thank Thank you very much, Mr. Masipa. You should be careful pronouncing his surname. Okay, yeah. We're going to have the last presenter in this session. Afterwards, we'll be going for lunch. Then the Mate, CS, Mate. Okay. Matebula T. Matebula T, an honors student. Oh, Mr. Matebula. Hey. I'm struggling to see you. Intervention? Don't know why this thing sometimes.
Is this one? No. This one?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matebula Tsepo. I'm enrolled under Faculty of Management and Law, doing honors in Human Resource Management. I'm going to present under the topic titled Investigating the Relationship Between Organizational Trust and Organizational Commitment in Institutions of Higher Learning. Organizational trust and organizational commitment are two fundamental topics which must be understood in institutions of higher learning so that they can achieve their strategic goals. Trust is not just a weight, it's the invisible thread that binds commitment, loyalty, excellence. So when that thread is broken in institutions of higher learning, what do you think will happen? I will delve into that later on. Let me shoot straight to my introduction. For educational institutions to be able to improve its performance and to achieve high and distinct productivity, it must work to achieve integration between its employees, especially concerning their roles, and this integration will not be achieved unless the trust is achieved. In light of which the existing work proceeds with mutual trust between employees so that everyone trusts a person in organization that the other individual perform his role perfectly. I will shoot straight to problem statement. Institutions of higher learning are currently struggling to maintain organizational trust and organizational commitment amongst employees, despite their recognized importance in enhancing engagement performance, according to Rocket and Mayor 2021. This current study aims to explore the complex relationship between organizational trust and commitment in institutions of higher learning. To find ways to improve performance, this challenge is applied by the competitive higher education landscape, shifting student demographics and financial constraints, threatening and undermine trust and commitment and higher educational quality and organizational goals. The aim of the study is to investigate the relationship between organizational trust and organizational commitment in institutions of higher learning. The research objectives are listed there. I'm not going to touch more on that because of time. The hypotheses are also listed there. I'm going to define this key concept so that people who are not from my field, they can understand what I'm talking about when I say organizational trust. According to Ablo Schmatt and Al-Zahraimi 2021, Organizational trust in the context of an institution of higher learning refers to the confidence and reliance that students, faculty members, and staff have in organizational leadership policies and processes. It is essential for maintaining a positive and productive learning environment, as well as promoting a sense of communities and cooperations amongst members. Organizational commitment refers to the degrees to which individuals feel strong identification and attachment to an organization, and to will to invest time, effort, resource towards achieving the organizational goals and objectives. We have types of commitments, which are continuous commitment, effective commitment, and normative commitment. These types of commitments will help us to understand commitment better, but because of the interest of time, I'm not going to touch more on that. I'm going to chapter 2, which is the literature review. Under literature review, I'm going to talk about the theoretical literature review. We have several theoretical models providing the understanding on the correlation between trust within the organizational commitment, within the organization and its commitment. Social exchange theory suggests that trust forms when people believe that there are fair exchange and shared responsibility in the organization. We have theories of organizational trust, which is organizational trust itself. It says that trust is a crucial concept in understanding the dynamics within institutions of higher learning, according to Allen and Mayer 2015. It encompasses of the degree of confidence that members of the organization, faculty, staff, students, administrators have in institution leadership, governance, overall environment. Trust in such setting impact cooperation, communication, job satisfaction, and overall organizational effectiveness. In the context of higher education, organizational trust is shaped by multiple factors, including leadership, behavior, transparency, shared governance, organizational culture, and institutional policy. We have theories of organizational commitment. We have Becker 2015 one-side bet theory, which states that the commitment came into being when someone by means of making a side bet, hyperlinked, strenuous pursuit with a regular line of activity. This theory is long. I'll shoot to the next one. We have Mayer, Allen, and Smith 2018. And the last one is Ponta, but because of the interest of time, I will shoot straight to empirical literature. Organizational trust in institutions of higher learning. There have been multiple links established in previous research outlining how the presence of trust within the organization is beneficial to the organization itself and its employees. Organizations strive to create meaningful relationship, not just with their external stakeholders such as customers and investors. There we have the conceptual framework, because I'm chasing time. We have the methodology. Under the methodology, the research approach. This research applied the deductive approach because the researcher developed a conceptual framework to this study. The hypothesis, the research design, this study is quantitative in nature and examines the relationship between organizational trust and organizational commitment. I will dive straight to data collection. The researcher used a standardized questionnaire format. The questionnaire was divided into demographic data. We are shooting straight to research findings. The researcher has found that there is a positive correlation between trust and commitment. Studies typically show a strong positive correlation between organizational trust and commitment. The second finding is that trust is a mediator of commitment. Trust often serves as a mediator between organizational trust and organizational commitment in such a way that it shows a transparent and fair in terms of leadership. The second findings is that it impacts on employees' engagement and performance. High level of trust within institutions leads to a degree of employee engagement and performance. The last finding is that the researcher found that it is important in leadership and communication. Leadership behavior and communication practices are crucial in building organizational trust. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Moloto Tebo, this side. My brother, according to your problem statement, you mentioned one of the points that institutions are struggling to maintain both organizational trust and commitment on employees. So according to you, what are the suggestions or recommendations that you can give to the institution so that they can maintain both organizational trust and commitment?
Let me respond to that. Thank you for your question. I think they must introduce the training programs in order to enhance the trust. And another thing, I think the issue of transparency in leadership, the leadership dynamics under the leadership. If you want the people that you are leading to trust you, you must be a transparent leader. So I think the leaders must be transparent. Under institutions of learning, they must be transparent. We must have leaders who are transparent. I think that will work.
Okay. I won't be critical, my brother. Worry not. I just have only one question here. I've heard you speaking about two concepts, if I'm not mistaken. Organizational trust and organizational commitment, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the first question, my brother, is that what role does leadership play in building or shaping and maintaining organizational trust? Is the first question. You can note it down. The second one is that what are the implications of low organizational trust and commitment for institutional effectiveness?
Repeat the first question.
The first question.
Yeah.
What role does leadership play in building or shaping and maintaining organizational trust?
The leadership plays a very crucial role in shaping and implementing the trust within the organization. The leaders are the ones who oversee the overall performance in the workplace. So if they see that amongst the employees there is no trust, they must intervene and ensure that everything is well. About the implication, repeat that question. I think that has to do with the policy of the organization. I think it must be stated under the policy that about the trust that in the organization people must be trustworthy, they must be transparent. I think that will work. Thank you.
My name is Letswalo Linda. Letswalo.
Yes.
Linda. I wanted to know what affects organizational trust.
That is very simple, my sister. The thing that affects the organizational trust is lack of transparency amongst the leaders. The leaders must be transparent. They must lead by example. Once you are a leader, you must lead by example. You cannot expect me to do better while you are a leader, you are failing to do better. So I think the leaders themselves, they must be the example to the employees.
Thanks very much. My name is Gift Mujapelo. It's very beautiful that you're here to present from an honest level. We acknowledge that. So I feel like your study, you're all over the place. Mine is a recommendation now that you actually focus on your population, the population of your study. From your definition of your terms, you mentioned that organizational trust is when students, faculty members, staff feel good about being in an organization. How about we only stick to the staff members, how they feel good about being in the organization? You also said that organizational commitment contributes towards the student succession and employee satisfaction. Now we focused on the staff members. Let's keep it that way. Thank you so much.
Noted.
Thank you very much. We have reached the end of our session. The two students, Sawada and Rapiri, will be transferred into the next session and will be chaired by Prof. Ayaya. From here, we are going for lunch, and our lunch is no longer at the Lapa, but it's at Safari, just after this hall. Then we dish up, there are two doors that are the side, we dish up, and they've made tables for us to sit this side. So let's make sure 2 o'clock we start, we don't leave the place. 2 o'clock we start here. Please, let's ensure that we are not pushed to come back here, but we come here. Thank you very much, and thank you for your attention.
Sawada L, are you here? Please make your way here. I think we cut you off because we were hungry. We needed to eat.
Yes, you can click on it.
And should be slideshow. You want to have a slideshow?
The presentation is shown.
Yeah, which is this. Okay. Then.
Can I please take my spectacles?
Good afternoon. Our first presenter will be Sawada, and she couldn't present before we went for lunch. So we will have to listen to her and her time. I think, timekeeper, please can you enable the device and ensure that the presenter can be able to see. Your 15 minutes task. I'll walk to you in 5 minutes.
Okay, I can move this one. Okay. Greetings to... Okay. Okay. Greetings to you all. My name is Lavnes Sawara. I'm a first-year master's candidate within the Department of Development Planning and Management. My interested research areas are community engagement, the utilization of the advanced technology, and small and medium enterprises. The title of today is Empowering Marginalized Communities through ICT Initiatives and Strategies for Enhanced Electronic Participation. The motivation of today is our lives revolve around cell phones and technology, so why not use them to improve our standard of living instead of engaging in gossip and cyberbullying? By focusing on the productive use of technology, we empower individuals to learn new skills and gain more important information and actively and informally participate within the community initiatives. Therefore, my motivation is centered around taking advantage of the technology that we are introduced to every day and ensuring that we participate within the developmental initiatives that are meant to improve the quality of our standard of living. Throughout the presentation, I would love us to be open-minded. Let's all assume that everybody has a cell phone and they're active on social media platforms and they have the ability to engage electronically within the electronic government initiatives. The most famous factor that influences the lack of participation from the community members is the utilization of the top-down approaches, which leads to the implementation of initiatives that do not cater for the specific tailored needs of the community members. Perhaps if electronic participation is taken into account, we can actually implement effectively the bottom-up approaches that can solve a lot of problems that we are facing in today's age. The rural marginalized communities in South Africa, they face digital exclusion due to inadequate infrastructure, low levels of literacy, and socioeconomic barriers. We have South African policies such as the ICT Policy White Paper, which emphasizes on the digital inclusion in order for us to reduce poverty and promote an inclusive democracy. However, its implementation still remains a challenge, and the study evaluates the effectiveness of the ICT initiatives and policies and identify the strategies that we can be able to implement and enhance participation within the communities. The research aims to align the digital inclusion efforts with the SDG goals, specifically goal number 1, 9, and 10, whereby goal number 1 is no poverty, number 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, number 10, reduce inequality. The study adopted the integrated ICT policy white paper,
of 2016, which aims to create an inclusive information society in South Africa by 2030 by expanding the broadband infrastructure and digital literacy programs. We have initiatives such as the National Broadband Plan and community internet centers that have been launched to enhance digital access, especially in rural areas. However, we still have challenges such as the intermittent connectivity that still remain. The policy and the study emphasize that we need to use the ICT in order for us to overcome infrastructural and social cultural barriers and promoting inclusive governance and active community participation. Therefore, by aligning the SDG 1, 9, and 10, and the research highlights that there is a need for collaborative efforts in order for us to ensure that we have long-term digital inclusion and equitable development in rural South Africa. The digital divide in rural South Africa is driven by inadequate infrastructure and socio-economic inequalities, which leads to the limited access to ICT and also worsens the social exclusions that have arrived from the apartheid era that we experienced back then. E-participation is very important for us to ensure that we have inclusive democracy. However, its effectiveness in rural areas is hindered by various factors such as the low digital literacy, poor connectivity, which leads to communities isolating themselves from the governance processes, which can include the planning and the decision-making processes. We have challenges within implementing the electronic participation in rural areas, which includes the outdated ICT infrastructure, low digital literacy, cultural barriers, which emphasize that we need to have culturally sensitive strategies. We also, enhancing e-participation requires improving ICT infrastructure, tailoring digital literacy programs, and building trust in platforms that are created for the community members. We can also draw successful examples from the mobile technology that is utilized in Kenya and with the people that is utilized within the United States. The study utilized a qualitative desktop-based research methodology which focuses on the thematic content analysis of literature which is related to electronic participation, specifically in rural areas. It also relied on secondary data that was collected from journals, books, reports, which emphasize that we need to have a digital divide and strategies for inclusive engagement. The study also aligns with the SDG number 1, 9, and 10. The study identified that we need to have inadequate ICT infrastructure and digital literacy, which are important barriers to electronic participation and have worsened the socio-economic qualities. The study found a strong willingness among the rural communities to engage within the governance processes only if they are provided with appropriate tools showing the potential of ICT in enhancing participation. For example, the community of Mangweng pay an approximately amount of 250 in order for them to attend computer classes that are provided by the university within the ICT department, and others also attend computer classes that are provided by NEMISA, whereby they spend approximately 8 hours without being provided with any refreshments, and yet they still come with their own lunch boxes and attend, which shows that only if community members are provided with resources and opportunities, they can be able to grab them with both hands. We have various recommendations that were drawn from the study, which includes that we need to strengthen the ICT infrastructure in rural areas and also focus on expanding the broadband, improving mobile connectivity, and establishing public access points. For example, we can have Wi-Fi projects that are implemented within the community halls, the libraries, and other public areas. We also need to enhance the digital literacy through programs such as the Vodacom's e-school platform, which is important for preparing our future generation for digital society, because if one becomes equipped with digital literacy skills, they can be able to be innovative in the future. By doing so, we can have more of Landwick Marishani, a student who invented a dry bath, which is the world's first waterless bathing gel. The innovation was driven by his digital literacy that he whereby he utilized his phone and conducted a search and applied that knowledge. He conducted research about chemicals and their properties, and then he applied that knowledge to create a practical solution for communities with a challenge of limited access to water. Within the Multidisciplinary village where he's originally from. We also need to align the National Integrated ICT Policy White Paper with the National Development Plan that we have to achieve by 2030 in order for, and we also need to foster the public-private partnerships that can enable us to promote sustained electronic participation and digital inclusion. We also need to address the infrastructure, the digital literacy levels, the socio-economic barriers, which are very important for us to ensure that marginalized communities can be able to participate actively and meaningfully within the governance processes so that we can be able to achieve an inclusive and equitable development. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can only use, if we can use our cell phones for endless scrolling and memes, imagine the power that we hold to change our communities. Let's go from just talking to actually participating. Because if Lendwik Marishani, the one who implemented the dry breath, can invent a waterless dry breath, surely we can all take a dive into electronic participation and make waves within the governance processes that are meant to improve our daily lives. Let's not just connect, however, let's transform. Thank you.
All right, the microphone, roving microphone, where could it be? Hands up, those who want to clarify, those who want to strengthen this in the young scholar. Any comments from the floor? Are there any comments, or she was so clear that we don't need to? Okay, there's one hand there, another hand, second hand.
Okay. I have a comment, and I also just want to hear you say around the employment of this e-participation on the issue of elections, because you have seen what has been happening in our country during the elections. We were having those long queues. And I also have, it's just a recommendation or advice to say that within your presentation, I have noticed that you were talking about rural South Africa. So I will also just recommend that you add that like into your title to say that you are talking about that e-participation, but in rural South Africa for it to have the context. Thank you.
There was a hand at the back, there was a hand here.
Okay.
Go to the point, introduce yourself.
Okay, now that I'm no longer famished, I'm full now. I have a question, my sister. I have a simple question for you, my sister. Hence, I've heard you talking about ICT initiatives and e-participation. So, my question, my sister, is that how can ICT initiatives and e-participation strategies be sustained and scaled up? Could you please break the ice for us?
How can ICT and electronic participation do what?
How can ICT initiatives and e-participation strategies be sustained or scaled up? Can you please break the ice for us so that we could get what you have presented for us? Please.
There was a hand here.
Thanks very much. That was quite an insightful presentation. I've realized that you're going to be using secondary data, desktop. So I would recommend that since we're talking about problems, that technical problems, these people don't have access to the internet and everything. How about you get primary data from the horse's mouth, how these people are suffering with regards to technology, because the information that you might get on the internet is definitely not them, because we're talking about illiterate people according to your study. Thanks very much.
At the back, last.
Thank you very much, Prof, for recognizing me. Prof Mkwena never did. I want to check, I thought you are a short presenter, but you are not short, you are very tall. That was a good presentation. I want to check, particularly in rural area, how do you think your research will be able to address after mentioning all those challenges that you said that are there in the rural area? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I believe for me to be able to answer all your questions at once, I would actually want to give an example of the elections of University of Limpopo that taking place on the 9th of September, whereby we were able to cast our votes through our online platform. That literally shows that we are participating within the electronic participation initiatives, as well as FML. We have been sent emails, SMS, a lot of SMSs, by the way, for us to engage. That's the large number of delegates that are here today. Even Prof. Sitati can actually support me on that, because he said earlier on that this is the highest number since all the research days. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You can sit down. And the next speaker, can you make it to the podium, please? Rapiri. Do you know where your file is? Written. We need it to get out of this. Can you close this?
Can you call the technician?
Chwene, can you come here and help us here? We need to go, okay, it's here. We need to close that presentation and go to the next quickly. Somewhere it came on, we saw it. Or it should be from down. Is the mouse moving? No, I couldn't see the mouse, okay. You are Rapiri.
Yeah.
Okay, he needs a slideshow. Timekeeper?
We are using these buttons, right?
Yeah, down and up. We just are down. I believe you are ready, timekeeper?
Tobela Dimasiari, standing before you is Mahlodi Daniel Rapiri. In my language, ke Mukoni, ke latola mphale ka gana pudisha mngangane. Me standing before you, I'm going to take you on a flight. It's about the effects of technological innovations on small-scale farming in Throughe village, Blouberg local municipality in Limpopo province. So in terms of the introduction, technological innovations have been practiced by our people in terms of smallholder farming. But then the concept of innovation has always been there for generations. The problem was with the conceptualization of it. So it prompted the need for the study. Hence, it is motivated by the barriers that smallholder farmers encounter in Throughe village, and it is motivated by these challenges that smallholder farmers encounter, such as lack of access to knowledge. In rural areas, it is a norm that older people have less access to information. Then the study or this paper should assist them in these barriers, and also make sure that those farmers that have limited access to skills, limited access to information are helped throughout. So this paper is, or the aim of this paper is to investigate the effects of technological innovations on small-scale farming. This paper identified potential challenges and characteristics that are presented by smallholder farming. Looking at one of the characteristics would be marketing, which is a problem in rural areas, inadequate infrastructure, among others, and less market penetration. You find that they have farm surplus. Due to lack of access to markets, it becomes a problem that their produce goes to waste. The problem is that farmers have a lot of challenges that are related to the adoption of technology, particularly in rural areas in this region of Blouberg. So in terms of marketing also that I've highlighted on before, it is a concern and characteristics of the effects of technological innovations on small-scale farming. And that in terms of analysis, owing to the nature of this study, document analysis was used to create themes and also justification of the methods employed. In terms of the findings, scholars such as Marist believed that innovations had enormous impact on smallholder farming in rural areas, posing advantages and disadvantages. So one of the advantages is to bring farmers to environmental stewardship, to the principles of environmental stewardship such as resilience, such as adaptations. And as a result, farmers must use technologies that are environmentally friendly, because we know that these technological innovations might have a negative impact on the environment, and that is not a solution. In terms of the conclusion, right, the implementation of environmentally friendly technologies or technological ideas, they could present a positive impact in terms of the education system, whereby we preach and bring awareness about sustainable practices leading to a greener future. And that this initiative brings or highlights the potential for innovative ideas and data-driven solutions to reduce issues such as land pollution, emphasizing the importance of interdisciplinary collaboration and youth engagement in sustainable initiatives. And
who has difficult questions for him? Or a comment? It doesn't need to be difficult. Roving mic, I think there's one hand here. Is there one hand? Stan, did you have your hand up? Okay. There's a hand there. Another hand? Another comment, another clarification? So we have only Stan who will ask a question, and then we are done. You answer it, or it could be a comment you take on board.
Thank you. Thank you for your study and what you have suggested. Just wanted to check. On the side of technologies that you have presented there, one of them I saw it was the issue of GMOs. Have you done some research on the implications of GMOs on on human health? Because I think one of the major reasons why we find a lot of these cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, heart disease, and all that, dementia, is because of GMOs. The wheat that is now being produced, which is GMO, is very dangerous. And I see that you are actually proposing that farmers in the rural areas or in the small-scale farmers must use that. I think it could be a very dangerous kind of recommendation if you were to use that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next presenter we have, can you walk to the podium, please? Sibosa P. I think you'll need assistance here to get through over this. I can't see the mic, unless my eyes are the ones which have a problem. It's possible. Yeah, I need to go to Sibosa P session 2. Change session 2. Okay, Sibosa should be. Okay. Give her the slide. You see this? These arrows?
Yes.
Okay. Then we're going to take them step by step. You don't need to fight with it. Just
Okay, thank you.
okay, the time starts.
Good afternoon. My name is Promise Siboza from the School of Law. I am registered for a master's degree in Development and Management Law currently in my first level of study. The study is a critical analysis of the sustainability of the social relief distress grant in South Africa. So what motivated me to choose this topic is that as someone who has been unemployed for most of last year, I applied for the SRD grant and I was a beneficiary of the SRD grant. As a beneficiary, I noticed or I discovered several shortfalls on the SRD grant, particularly post-COVID-19 pandemic. Henceforth, when I enrolled for my LLM, the first field of law to present itself to my mind was the social security law, and that is how I was motivated to choose this topic. So the SRD grant, which is the Social Relief Distress Grant, is famously known as the 350 grant. So for the purposes of this presentation, I would like to refer to it as the SRD grant. So what is the SRD grant? What is the SRD grant? The SRD grant is a grant that was implemented in 2020 as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, which led to lockdown restrictions. Those lockdown restrictions affected the labor market, wherein people's ability to earn an income was blocked. So this caused a financial distress for many people. And in terms of Section 27, subsection 1C of the Constitution and the provisions of the Social Assistance Act 13 of 2004, the government is obligated to come up with measures that are going to assist people and relieve the The SRD grant was implemented in 2020 because of the pandemic that we faced in 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you. It was implemented in terms of Section 27, subsection 1C of the Constitution as a way to relieve the distress of unemployment that was caused by the lockdown restrictions. The lockdown restrictions affected people's ability to earn an income. Henceforth, there was a need to assist those who were unemployed, including those who were self-employed and those who were employed at the time of COVID-19. So what is the problem in this study? The issue is that the SRD grant was implemented as a temporary measure. However, the grant is still effective and it's actually increased right now. So the study identified that there is a lack of prioritization of sustainable development, which could actually be through job creation. So the study aims to scrutinize the sustainability of the SRD grant, and as a result of the provisions of Section 27, subsection 2 of the Constitution, seek to find alternative measures in terms of that same section wherein we can replace the SRD grant. So is the SRD grant sustainable? What is sustainability? Sustainability is actually a complex concept. However, for the purposes of this presentation, sustainability in its very nature, it is the ability to maintain and support a process over time. Scholars have asserted that the SRD grant has seemingly filled a gap in the social assistance system. However, is the SRD grant the correct measure to fill in that gap? The study has identified several factors that are leading to questions of sustainability against the SRD grant. The first one is the eligibility criteria. The eligibility criteria currently has shown signs of ensuring unequal access. Not everyone who is deserving of the SRD grant is currently benefiting from the SRD grant. This is due to budget cuts as a result of the financial constraints currently faced by the SRD grant. So the second one is that the SRD grant, scholars have come to assert that the SRD grant is actually unsustainable Therefore, it should be increased or it should be converted into a universal basic income grant. However, scholars have also come to critique that a universal basic income grant is actually just as unsustainable as this SRD grant, as it will mean that there is an increased amount of this universal basic grant, which is similar to the SRD grant, which is also just as unsustainable. We also have the issue of turning the country into a welfare state or dependent state. So if we fill in the gap in the social assistance system by keeping the SRD grant, just as the scholars suggest, we are going to simply turn the country into a welfare state. So what is a welfare state? A welfare state is wherein everyone is depending on the government for assistance or for survival, social and economic survival. That would be unsustainable for us because there would be an imbalance between those who are depending on the government and those that are actually assisting the government with getting funds, for example, taxpayers. We also have the issue of no skills and competencies that are being instilled on the beneficiaries. So the beneficiaries of the SRD grant are the unemployed, who are those between the ages of 18 and 59 who are legally employable. So if they are benefiting from the SRD grant, which is aimed at relieving them from unemployment, how are they then going to be more preferable in the labor market? How are they going to be more employable if they are not receiving any skills in turn of receiving assistance from the government? So since this SRD grant derives from social assistance, which is actually a constitutional right, it needs to be supported by legal framework or legal work, I can say. So the first one that is supporting the study is Section 27, subsection 1C of the Constitution, which provides that anyone who is unable to support themselves and their dependents has a right to social assistance. However, those who are between the ages of 18 and 59, who are legally employable, are actually able to support themselves. It's just that they do not have the right opportunities to support themselves, or they are not given the right opportunities to earn an income so they can support themselves. So the Section 27, subsection 2 requires that we have reasonable measures that are going to assist us, that are going to assist those that are not able to earn an income, or to those that are not able to support themselves. So we also have Section 13, which is read together with Section 9, subsection 1A of the Social Assistance Act, which provides that anyone who has insufficient means can be assisted temporarily. So what is temporary? In terms of the word itself, temporary means a short while. Can we now say that from 2020 until 2024, it has been a short while? This means that the SRD grant has actually been extended unreasonably so. We also have the case of COSA and others, which has adopted the purposive approach. It provides that when we are talking about social assistance, we have to focus on the purposive approach. The SRD grant was adopted as a way to relieve the distress of unemployment in 2020, which was during the lockdown restrictions. However, the SRD grant now is still continuing, and it is no longer serving its purpose. So the conclusion is that, considering the long-term effects of the extension, distribution, and increasement of the SRD grant, the SRD grant is not a sustainable measure. There is a correlation between development and sustainability. If we are developing the SRD grant and not considering sustainability, we are actually setting ourselves up for failure. This will lead to a collapse to the social assistance system, wherein it will affect the elderly, the different abled, and children who are actually deserving of social assistance. However, Section 27, subsection 2 provides that we must find alternative measures, which are reasonable measures that are going to assist those who are not able to support themselves. I say those who are unemployed are not able to support themselves. Therefore, they must be given opportunities to be able to support themselves. So the recommendation is that we should divert the SRD grant into a work program wherein people will acquire different skills and competencies, give and you.
Good afternoon. The topic is interesting and thanks for a nice presentation. My name is Naledi. Yes, the topic is close to home, but at the end of the day, I have to ask you a question.
Yes.
In the case and saga ya Chidima, Miss Universe, the fraud and stealing of identity is still apply in the SRDs. So what are measures are being put in place in protecting or preventing fraud and identity theft? Because you were talking about budget card, but there are some people who deserve the 350s, but they don't really get those 350s because there are those who valoring ba play the 350 card time bank.
Yes.
Yes. Because if you apply 350 the card, it will not approve. But card time bank, because of you are not receiving any income, it will approve. So what measures are being put in place? Thank you.
Okay, the first recommendation was divert the SRD grant into a work program, which was definitely not going to cover for the equal access part, wherein there is an exclusion of those who are deserving of the SRD grant. However, on that note, I was going to recommend that in order to include everyone who is deserving of to be included in the work program, obviously the government would have to establish innovative systems that are going to ensure that deserving individuals are not excluded. Because I think that the system that the SRD grant uses or relies on to screen people who are deserving is definitely faulty, which is why the SRD grant is not sustainable at all.
Next speaker, I think we are doing well. The next speaker, if you have another clarity on purposeful interpretation, lawyers and all that, you can see her during tea break and later on. Can we have Sioga? Are you here? Please come and assist her to get her paper loaded, because I can't see where your cursor here is. Where do you define, where are they hiding? Oh, you have to shut her out. How do you pronounce your son name? Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm from is it open? Okay, sure, yeah. Let's set it for you. All you need to do is to speak. This one you can play around to your right. Don't go play around, just play this.
Okay, no problem. And here. For disclosure, yes, thank you. For disclosure, my abstract has been amended and not yesterday. So please do note that my methodology is not looking at a mixed and is not looking at qualitative only. Nango ndi muvenda mubika na ive la biva muvenda asara. Ndi mkorora ndi chirumisa ndere a. Standing here before you is Ompurusa Matabang Cynthia Sioga. I'm an honors candidate and under School of Accountancy, and my topic is tax revenue and corporate social investment, a case study of NPOs, organizations in South Africa. Introduction, background, and motivation of my study is based on numerous reports detected by authorities of NPOs abusing their tax advantages on tax exemption, leading to tax evasion, crime, and money laundering. Some of the schemes detected is NPOs posing as registerable charitable NPOs, now enhancing the tax fraud, and NPOs willingly participating on tax evasion for their personal benefit.
Now, registered and exempted NPOs now are abusing, they're actually performing tax activities and are reducing the tax revenue. Now they're viewed as easy targets and displayed as weak controls because they do not have the kind of accounting system that profitable companies have. A wise woman once said, non-profits are the unsung heroes of our society, working tirelessly to make a difference in the lives of others. Unfortunately, the existing NPOs are now that have a good image are now being less suspicious and may pose as NPOs themselves because of fraudulence. The example of the above is the National Lottery Commission scandal, whereby two gentlemen made a false application funding on NLC on the pretenders that they were part of the committee on the NPO called Kgatela Pele Foundation. The definition on my study on corporate social investment under PEER is a social development activities commenced by any organization not implemented to generate profit. Now the diagram shows how the CSI has most supported development sectors, and NPOs use those amounts that are allocated under tax revenue to implement and to achieve those CSIs, which is education, social and community development, food security, and agriculture, and also health. Now, there's always a fine line on how we define CSR, which is corporate social responsibility, and corporate social investment. Without a dispute, there is a main line of reputation and impact on both. But now, CSR, and there are a lot of articles that are actually looking at corporate social responsibilities and interlinking with NPOs. But on the study, we believe that corporate social responsibilities has a main goal of reputation, which you can interlink with a profit company, because the main goal besides profit is their reputation. And now corporate social investment, they look at impact, and the second benefit is their reputation. Under Nonprofit Organization Act number 71 of 1997, it is defined as a trust or other associate of purpose established for a public purpose. The income and property are not distributed to its members. Therefore, the main goal for the nonprofit organization is actually to have a good impact on the public. Therefore, the problem gave rise to that there are insufficient studies in South Africa on the context of tax revenue and corporate social investment practices in NPOs. The main aim is to analyze the relationship between tax revenue and CSI practices amongst NPOs and focusing on SA context. Now, the following objectives are meant to achieve this main aim, which is to evaluate the current tax challenges and opportunities between the utilization of tax revenue and CSI strategies among NPOs in SA. To also identify roles for the SA government and SARS that can do to actually improve and the effectiveness of NPO's use of tax money for CSI. On my literature review, due to the limitation, we'll look at the 4 key studies, which I am looking at legitimacy theory and stakeholder theory. ETDP, CETA, looked at the role of NPOs in playing a critical role on social development, on enhancing the community. While CBC and MACA look at the challenges faced by NPOs in SA on tax revenue to be used for CSI practices. I used a qualitative research methodology and an exploratory design whereby we explore how tax revenue and CSI practices were connected and got a deep understanding of the impact of NPO's tax evasion it has on the government revenue pool, which is the tax revenue. The population of the study consists of report articles on NPOs and tax in SA and global literature on NPOs, which will then answer the objectives of identifying the roles that SA can actually take from the studies that people have done abroad to be able to implement here, that we can be able to reduce the crime that is done by fraudulent people. The data that was used is secondary data. Because we're already using a publicly available document using SARS and NPO's website, now we do not need ethical clearance because we already said that we're using a publicly available document. But on the study, we still respect the Protection of Personal Information Act. Using the computer-aided qualitative data analysis system or software, It was found that South African face significant financial resources constraint. And there is always an ignorance of the benefit of tax evasion, of tax exemption on NPOs, on how taxpayers want to take advantage of the benefit which results to fraud. There's also a lack of understanding of the importance of paying tax by fraudulent individuals, posing as NPOs, which is to enhance society's overall well-being through a practice of CSI by NPOs. From the result, we do agree that that is a fact that is very difficult to actually eliminate crime, but we can actually implement on ways that we could reduce the crime always. Now, the importance of SARS compliance of NPOs is shown on the image, which is it will build trust. They still get government funding, which is from the tax revenue. They have a positive reputation and still benefit from the tax exemption. The conclusion and recommendation is that based on study, it shows that NPOs must follow the regulations and have information disclosure to improve their CSI usage on community and to reduce tax evasion. Now it has an impact, significant impact on communities, whereby it will bring awareness to the impact of tax evasion by the NPOs on uplifting the community. On academia, it will still enhance the knowledge on understanding the link between NPOs and CSI, also know how tax evasion has an impact on tax revenue. In the industry, it will improve the knowledge of significant roles of NPOs have on our communities, and it should create awareness on NPOs that still want to register on which activities are seen as tax exempted and which activities are known as they're still not their tax activities, which they shouldn't implement because they still want to benefit from the tax exemption. On authorities, they will bring awareness and finding means on how they can prevent NPOs from evading tax and collect tax from NPOs that are performing tax activities from those global literatures that will be looked at. If they utilize the tax revenue effectively, then it will impact the sustainable development goals, namely goal number 1 of no poverty, number 2 of zero hunger, number 3, good health and well-being, and definitely number 4 of quality education. Now, on my non-fraudulent following, taxpayers, I hope, you may now ask me questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Your sample size was 20 NPOs. What aspects did you look into for you to select 20 NPOs? Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Thanks very much. Your sample size was 20 NPOs.
Thank you for your question. For now, that is a minimum of it, and I looked at the intention of those that actually have scandals of tax evasion. Thank you. Thank you for the question. For now, that is a minimum of it, and I looked at the intention of those that actually have scandals of tax evasion.
When you speak about the relationship of tax and, of non-profits and corporate social investment.
Yes. I think also it goes back to PBOs, to those NPOs that have the tax exemption relationship. So does it now go back to saying that corporate social it should be considered, or I think also it goes back to PBOs, to those NPOs that have the tax exemption certificate. So does it now go back to saying that most organizations should be considered, or what is exactly your stand on that exemption? So what should be considered? So remember we have what we call PBOs, basically non-profits that have a tax exemption certificate, and most organizations or companies usually use it to get for tax exemption, meaning that they won't pay for tax. So in a way, with what you are saying, I
are you then saying that PBO should be cancelled because of the basically,
get in the way of like the taxpayers, and it's basically like not illegal, but they are doing it and like to disadvantage like others?
Thank you for your question. My study is not even mainly saying that the PBOs should be cancelled, really. I think for me, I believe that it should be ways of finding ways that the people that are doing outside on reducing the things that are doing. Now, by right, we should be acting right by our country. We should be knowing the benefits that they get of how, when we pay our taxes, what it does to the community. So what we are trying to do is to actually reduce the crime that they're doing, and they still benefit from those things. Yes. No, she still wants to ask. I think she still wants to ask.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for her?
Thank you.
I can't see the cursor again. I don't know where it disappears to. I think I may need a mouse. I'm used to a mouse, not this thing. I can't use it. Where's the cursor? Does it go somewhere? All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Tau. Tau, are you ready? So what's happening in your life? Okay, things are going to happen here. Over to you. Thank you, sir. Take note. I'll walk to you in 10 minutes.
Good day, everyone, and most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hepen Tau. I'm here to present you my study. I'm an honor student from Department of Economics, and I'm here to present you my study, Monetary Policy and Exchange Rate at Interplay, a comparative analysis of South Africa and Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, the foreign market through exchange rate is a highly volatile market, fluctuating frequently and highly unpredictable. So what is this exchange rate? Ladies and gentlemen, the exchange rate is the price of one currency in terms of another currency. Exchange rate plays a crucial role in the economy as it serves as a link between domestic and international market of goods and services and also financial assets. On the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, monetary policy can be considered as one of the most crucial factors affecting the exchange rate. The main objective of monetary policy is to determine the amount of money circulating in the economy, with most central banks having a common goal of achieving or maintaining a low and stable inflation rate. So, ladies and gentlemen, what is the problem here? The problem is that South Africa and Nigeria have been experiencing a depreciation of a currency. As currently, ladies and gentlemen, we know, or for South Africans to get $1, ladies and gentlemen, they are going to exchange it at 17 rands, and then for Nigerians to get $1, they are going to exchange it at 1,600 nairas. Ladies and gentlemen, that is terrible, terrible. So, ladies and gentlemen, this effect of the effect of exchange rate depreciation, ladies and gentlemen, have a various impact on what? On the economy. Just like in South Africa, where it has an effect on increasing petrol prices of petrols, also the increase in petrol of price of petrols in Nigeria, and it also led to increase in the inflation rate in Nigeria, and it has also led to an increase in what? Import bill, due to the result of what? Depreciating currency. Ladies and gentlemen, so this is terrible, ladies and gentlemen. As a researcher, we must find solutions for Africa. The aim of the study aims to analyze the influence of monetary policy fundamentals of inflation, interest rate, money supply on exchange rate for a period from 1990 to 2022, the case of South Africa and Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, I won't go through the research objectives, but for every estimation techniques that I'll be highlighting, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be telling on which objectives are we trying to achieve. Literature review, ladies and gentlemen.
is based on two parts, which is theoretical and empirical. On theoretical, ladies and gentlemen, we have previously formulated theories that are going to help us in guiding us to achieve the objectives of the study. And then the first theory is interest rate parity theory. That states that countries with high interest rate tend to have what? A depreciating currency. The second theory and the third theory is monetary approach to the balance of payment, ladies and gentlemen. And then model Fleming model, ladies and gentlemen. These theories are having a common goal. That states that when money supply increases, ladies and gentlemen, there will be a decrease in what? In interest rate, and then that will result in a depreciation of the currency. Ladies and gentlemen, on empirical literature review, ladies and gentlemen, we have previously carried out study, ladies and gentlemen, that we cannot go into details due to the time limit, ladies and gentlemen. So they are available for your own consumption. If you come to me to ask for a read, ladies and gentlemen, I'll just provide them free of charge, ladies and gentlemen. Research methodology. The study will acquire data from World Bank for South Africa and Nigeria, and then our study consists of 4 variables, which is exchange rate as a dependent variable, inflation rate, interest rate, and money supply as an independent variable. Ladies and gentlemen, our data have experienced structural breaks, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be accommodated by what? By the dummy variable. The linear relationship is expressed as follows, ladies and gentlemen, with equation 1 and equation 2. Due to time limit, ladies and gentlemen, I can't go through that in details. The estimation techniques. For us to achieve the objectives of the third element, that I did not tell you about those objectives, we are going to carry out this estimation techniques: unit root test, autoregressive distributed lag, Granger causality, impulse response, and others. With the result of impulse response, it gave us a go-ahead that we should carry out an autoregressive distributed lag, which is ARDL. With the help of ARDL, we have carried out what? The co-integration that has approved us to run a long-run and short-run relationship. With long-run and short-run relationship, we are going to achieve the objective number 1, that's that to investigate the impact of inflation, interest rate, and money supply on exchange rate. The results are as follows. Inflation has a positive relationship in South Africa, meaning that when inflation increases, ladies and gentlemen, the exchange rate is going to what? Is going to increase. But that doesn't mean that we have to go and celebrate and then buy everyone a case of black label beer, because when exchange rate increases, ladies and gentlemen, it is depreciating. Why so? This is in result to the theory of interest rate parity theory that states that countries with high interest rate tend to have what? A depreciating currency. But in Nigeria, ladies and gentlemen, the relationship between inflation and exchange rate is negative. Meaning what? When inflation increases, there will be a decrease in what? In exchange rate, but it will be appreciating. The result of Nigeria, ladies and gentlemen, are different to the current economic state of Nigeria, whereby Nigeria is having a high interest rate of 20%, and a high inflation of 34%. So we can see that this thing doesn't apply in Nigeria, because it also has what? A depreciated currency. Real interest rate has a positive relationship with the exchange rate, meaning that when exchange rate increases, when real interest rate increases, the exchange rate is going to what? Is going to depreciate. Money supply, without wasting my time, ladies and gentlemen, it has a negative relationship with what? With the exchange rate, meaning that in an expansionary monetary policy, meaning an increase in money supply, there will be automatically that will result in a decrease in interest rate, and then that will result in what? Exchange rate to appreciate. But let's remember, ladies and gentlemen, that when there is an increase in money supply, that opens a room for what? For inflation. So monetary policy are at the spot of choosing what? Stable inflation rate or what? A stable exchange rate. Ladies and gentlemen, not all variables have a short-run relationship. It's only real interest rate and money supply that have these respective results. I can't go through them due to time limit. And then there is co-integration that is negative. There is a co-integration that is negative and statistically significant on what? I mean, there is a error correction model that is negative and statistically significant. And then we are going to go for Granger causality result, ladies and gentlemen. Granger causality is just testing what? whether monetary policy fundamentals of inflation, interest rate have an influence on what? On exchange rate. The only influence we found, it was in Nigeria, whereby inflation and interest rate influences what? The exchange rate. Due to this kind of result, ladies and gentlemen, our third objective, which was to forecast the exchange rate due to shocks from what? Inflation, interest rate, and money supply, is only going to be achieved only in Nigeria, where we are going to forecast the exchange rate due to shocks from inflation. That is represented by figure 1 of the impulse response, where it shows that exchange rate responds negatively to shocks from inflation, and that is permanent. Meaning any shocks from inflation, ladies and gentlemen, is going to affect what? The exchange rate negatively. And then linear exchange rate response to interest rate shocks, it is positive, but that is temporarily, as you can see by figure 2, whereby the impulse response line converges to 0 and later becomes negative. Ladies and gentlemen, our conclusion of the study, due to the result that we have, ladies and gentlemen, the study recommends that authorities should recognize the significance of developing and implementing appropriate monetary policy that brings stability to the exchange rate. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. The central banks must be accountable for their results, ladies and gentlemen, and try to figure it out on how are they going to accommodate inflation, a stable inflation, and simultaneously accommodating what? A stable exchange rate. Just like the result of a long-run relationship, whereby the increase in money supply make the exchange rate stable. But simultaneously, we know that when that happens, what will happen? That will lead to inflation. So South Africa should take advantage of its flexible exchange rate regime using interest rate to target inflation, but carefully considering the impact on the exchange rate. That is true. When South Africa is going to, we saw in the long-run relationship that when South Africa is going to target exchange rate, when it's going to reduce inflation by increasing the interest rate, that will have an effect on what? On the exchange rate negatively. Nigeria should try to move towards a greater flexibility while managing the volatility and try to be more transparent in their continuous effort of controlling the inflation. So this means that Nigeria have said that they are going to target inflation from what? 6 to 9%, but right now it has moved across that line across that target to 32%, I think. So the monetary policy must be accountable and okay.
Thank you very much. First, Lady Maponya, I just want to know that how do the contemporary challenges unfolding, maybe the likes of the rand manipulation, the fact that these two countries were grey listed last year, how do such challenges actually affect the issues you were touching on, the inflation issues and interest rates of those countries in relation to the dollar, for example? And you said that there should be appropriate monetary policies. So can you kindly elaborate for us who are not from the Department of Economics in terms of, like, in practicality, like how? Because when you're saying appropriate monetary policy, for us, it may just be, is not demonstrating actually. So can you maybe provide clarity on that?
Okay.
Hi, I would like to know, seeing that we are talking about depreciation and inflation and the rand weakening, also with the Nigerian naira, do you think implementations like the one currency, one Africa would sort out such issues?
I also have a question. Great presentation, by the way. When you are dealing with the interest rate, the real interest rate, is taxation at a national level a factor? Thank you.
I didn't get your question, sir, sorry.
In terms of the real interest rates, is taxation at a national level a factor? Thank you.
I don't think that is related to my study, or I don't hear you properly. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, like guys, I didn't hear. And then your questions of one currency for Africa, and then that is a good initiative because even the BRICS groups have decided to do what, to create to start to implement a one currency amongst the group to decrease the reliance on on other currencies such as the US dollar, and then that would be fair to every country, like especially us Africans, to have a stable exchange rate that we can trade with it, and then that will be very much effective. I don't know if I answered your question, but I think I've tried. Okay, your question, sir, that's the appropriate monetary policy. Sir, if you come to my paper, sir, I will show you different types of monetary policies that have been effective in other countries, such as the targeting of a direct target of exchange rate to make the stable stability exchange to stabilize the exchange rate. I didn't get your last question. Was about okay, rent manipulation is like that one will bring politics in our study because if we get what happened with the rent manipulation, it was due to the, I will say, let me not be afraid, DA, like it was accused for manipulating the rent due to the case of to try to move President Jacob Zuma, but I'm not sure, do not take me for that. Yeah, just like this, rent manipulation is a serious concern, and then those people who are found due to the, and then it's possible, it's not our South Africa only, even the US, they can manipulate the rent. Any country can manipulate the rent, especially, the exchange rate. For example, even China, like, there was the case where USA was complaining about China manipulating the rent in order to accommodate their trade relationship. When they want to import more from China, they will manipulate the rent to become high so that they cannot hurt their consumers. The exchange rate. I hope you get me. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Let's have Zwane here, or he's scared of what has happened in September. Zwane BE, are you with us here? Oh, okay. Baloyi, are you here? Baloyi, are you around, or you are not ready? Baloyi M is not here. Baloyi, the role of public administration. About the role of public administration. Okay, then we shall have to assist. Sending my email later, that one you wouldn't mind because it's completed already.
Sanbonani. By virtue of my ancestors, Niguzwan, Umanget, Ulindam Konto, Mafavu, Guzugoda, Gadalanga Pans, Wadalem Kobenia Senyamaza. I am Begimuzi Zwani. I am Begimuzi Elton Zwani by virtue of my parents. And I'm presenting, there have been amendments, by the way, to my abstract and my topic. And I'm presenting a paper on a legal analysis of the laws regulating Enterprise Risk Management, a case study of ESCOM. I'm a Masters of Law student. Okay, as a point of departure, in trying to introduce you to what the paper speaks to, is that ESCOM is in a tailspin and a classical example of a failing state enterprise. And ESCOM is failing because it is enabled or it is not able to comply with Section 38 of the Public Finance Management Act. It has failed a couple of times to comply with this section, specifically Section 1C, Section 38(1)C of the Public Finance Management Act, which states that the accounting officer for a department or trading entity should, number one, effectively collect all monies due to the department. Number two, prevent unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless expenditure. And lastly, manage available working capital efficiently and economically. ESCOM has failed to comply with this section because a typical example is one of those municipalities in Free State. There are about 19 municipalities in Free State, and about 2 only are debt-free in the Free State. The rest owe billions of rands that have never been collected till date. Secondly, there is a series of maladministration. Scholars have identified that there is maladministration and a conflict of interest in ESCOM within the state-owned entity. And this is due to the government's political objectives and the company's commercial interests. What do I mean by that? I mean, government is trying to provide cheap or free electricity for all, while the company's commercial interest is to make profit and pay its debts, which indicates that there is an internal need for internal controls and risk management systems. Now, also it is failing again to comply with Section 38(1)D of the Public Finance Management Act, which states that the accounting officer for the department, trading entity, is responsible for the managing and safeguarding of and maintenance of assets, for the management and of liabilities and assets as well. It failed to comply with this section again because we experienced that ESCOM has aging infrastructure. Scholars have identified that they were unable to invest in infrastructure or power plants at a time that showed that there is a need for new power stations. Over the years, researchers emphasized the issue that when our government took over per se, there was unfortunate changes that occurred, in which qualified engineers were replaced by accountants. So now an accountant thinks profit, and with the increasing demand of electricity, accountants think sales, thinks profit. But a qualified engineer or an engineer thinks generational capacity. They did not invest enough in generational capacity. Okay. Oh, yeah, that was just a synopsis of the issues in ESCOM. Now, let's talk about the journey of the rise and fall of the generational capacity in ESCOM. ESCOM was established in 1923 with the sole purpose of it being to supply electricity and pay its debts. That was the initiative of ESCOM, supply electricity and pay its debts. And from the 1960s till the present day, there have been a series of high and lows. And during the 1960s, the company embarked on a massive expansion. This was the good period, that it embarked on a massive expansion due to increased demand for electricity in a growing country. Now, they ventured in coal-fired power fired power plants. And this increased generational capacity to meet the growing demand for electricity. However, following the expansion and the growth in the 2000s, this showed the infrastructure aging around the 2000s. That's where the situation got critical. And the energy demand continued. Now, there was a high need of energy demand, and there was a less supply of the energy because the infrastructure had been aging since they did not invest enough in generational capacity. And it went south in the 2010s, which marked the peak of those outages. And it became evident that although there had been regulations put in place, the company lacked a proper risk management, or rather they did not comply to the regulations that have been put in place for risk management. Now, enterprise risk management is a holistic approach to managing risk across an organization. And it encompasses processes and systems and includes the people that are running it, that are implementing it, I mean. One of the most important parts of a company or a business is enterprise risk management strategies, which is one of the principles of corporate governance, since it refers to the way a business concludes its decision on how to manage its risks and prevent future threats. The framework for the South African position is that we have the Public Finance Management Act. We also have the third South African Report on Corporate Governance. We also have other legislation around enterprise risk management, but as well as the Section 76 of the Companies Act for the directors, or in this case, the accounting officers. Public Finance Management Act lays out the main laws governing state-owned entities or state-owned enterprises in South Africa. And it sets out that companies must set up an efficient risk management systems, and that the third report in perspective entails the importance of a proper risk management in state-owned companies. Section 76 of the Companies Act speaks to how the directors of a company, in fact, Section 76(3) entails that requires a director to act in good faith and for proper purposes for the best interest of the company, which is something that we have seen evident that is what they are not doing. And in trying to provide solutions, these are the following recommendations that I make: that there should be minimum political interference and enhance transparency and disclosure mechanisms, and then implement robust risk management systems. And the most important one is that we demonopolize the electricity supply industry. The power utility ESCOM should continue to be owned by the state. On the other hand, it should be allowed to be to compete with other private generators in the production of sale of electricity. And in conclusion, the public sector should be excluded from the rules of, shouldn't be excluded from the rules of corporate governance. And this is according to Navondo and Odeki and Chuse. When public employees are made accountable for the department's operation, governance in public sector will improve. And it is by that will result in the government, in this economy growing. Yeah, provoke thoughts. Provoke thoughts, accounting.
Okay.
Who's number two?
Yeah.
No, we are starting in the middle, here, and then at the back. 3 people. Yeah, three here.
Oh, okay. I'm Mashaba Kolane. Over the years, there have been billions of bailout on ESCOM trying to improve it. Some came up with solution that maybe if we privatize it, it will be better. Do you think privatization can work on ESCOM?
Okay, just take note of it.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I hope in this regard, Advocate Mangambe will agree with me. Can you just tell the House why, in terms of your selected laws that you looked at, you opted for King 3 instead of King 4? It's like going to, perhaps there's a specific reason, it's like going to the interim constitution of 1993 while we're using 1996. Thank you.
Okay, last question.
Okay, thank you very much. Since you are dealing with enterprise risk management, I want to understand if you understand the concept of continuous improvement, and if you do, how can it be implemented in ensuring that the risk that reside with ESCOM or in terms of the electricity are actually implemented?
Go back a bit. You said what?
I'm asking about whether you have an idea of the risk of the concept of continuous improvement.
No, sir, I don't.
It's okay. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Okay. Thank you. Privatization, my dear sir. I think it might work because now it will be solely governed by somebody who wants profit. But if we were to privatize it, now we'll have issues. We still have issues of electricity being costing high because people are trying to make profit. So now, privatizing it is not really a solution. It has the good side and the bad side. Hence I said it can remain being a state-owned entity because in that way, it will be assisted by other private institutions. What I'm trying to say here is we do not monopolize the electricity supply industry. Rather than having ESCOM alone, let's have other companies that are willing to assist. That's what I'm thinking that will work. Because I've thought about privatization. It has the good side and the bad side. So I assessed both sides. King 4. In my study, in fact, I do refer to King 4. But the reason why I'm not specifically speaking about it now, but I'm sorry for that, and I will include it next time when I speak about it. Not all entities are obliged to apply with King 4. That's the reason why.
Can we clap for this gentleman? Now, but before you go, I think the correction you told him you don't know continuous improvement. One thing you need to take into account is ESCOM is not a trading entity. Exactly. It's a public entity. Yeah. And in Schedule 2.
In Schedule 2, yeah.
So that one, get those facts correctly.
Yeah.
So that you don't confuse a trading entity and a public entity. They are not one and the same construct. They are not the same one. With the power vested in me, I would suggest that we check if there is if there is hot water, you stand up and you pick up your cup. Oh, I'm not audible. I'm saying that the power vested in me, I feel that you need to stretch your feet a bit by just picking up a cup of tea and coming to sit. So that as a Baloi ML, if you make your way here, but the rest of you in the next 5 minutes, if you can stand up, make a cup of tea and stretch yourself. Pulmonary embolism and DVT are a reality in our age, so please stretch yourself. Your cup of tea to your seat. I think, yeah, let's wait for the timekeeper. Once she's here, we are done. Timekeeper, I hope you are seated. You observe time. For me, I'll be watching from there.
So I must start now.
You watch me. It's right. Over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Musa Baloyi, and I'll be presenting my paper titled The Effect of Interest Rate on Household Consumption. This was motivated by the fact that I wanted to provide valuable insights and to academics, policy makers, and also households. Okay. And then let's go through my introduction. Household consumption expenditure as a key driver for economic growth. It represents 60% of most countries' gross domestic product. However, in the African continent, which is the second most populous continent in the world after Asia, household consumption expenditure is very low. Okay. And then in South Africa, household consumption expenditure has grown by 1.4% between 2010 and 2019. However, this was hindered by the outbreak of COVID-19 between 2020 and 2021. On the other hand, interest rate has been increasing from 2014 to 2019. And then as well, it was also reduced to the record low levels between 2020 and 2021. Therefore, the aim of the study is to investigate the effect of interest rate on household consumption expenditure in South Africa. Literature review. This section is divided into two parts, and then the first part discusses the theoretical literature, where we have three theories which are applied in the study. The first theory is the Keynesian absolute income theory. The second theory is the life cycle permanent income theory. And the last one is the intertemporal choice theory. So the last theory, which guides our study, says that household consumption expenditure depends on the present value of a lifetime income, which is discounted by interest rate. So it says that there is a need for household to borrow money and lend money between periods. And the borrowing and lending is affected mostly by interest rate. The second part talks about the empirical literature, which is basically researchers by different scholars in different countries. So they found different results, where others found that interest rate and household consumption expenditure had a negative relationship. Others found that there was a positive relationship, and others didn't find any relationship between the two variables. Research methodology. The study is quantitative in nature and applies time series data between the years 1989 and 2022. So data was obtained from reliable sources, which is the South African Reserve Bank, Contact is the data, and the World Bank. Model specification. So the model is specified as follows: household consumption expenditure as a function of interest rate, inflation, household debt, and real effective exchange rate. So the other variables were added because they also affect household consumption expenditure. The estimation techniques that were applied in the study as the unit root test, which was applied to check the order of integration of the variables. And then the autoregressive distributed leg model was also applied because it captures the long run and short run simultaneously. And then diagnostic test was also employed in the study to check whether the model is reliable and stable. And lastly, the Granger causality was also applied to check the causal effect between the variables in the model. Results. Okay, on the top, I updated my slides, so unfortunately they didn't update them and I'm still using the old ones. But here I omitted the unit root results. However, they revealed that all the variables were integrated at order 1, meaning that we also applied the ARDL because we were guided by the results of the unit root. And then on the top left, as the co-integration results, which shows that the F statistic of 22.35% is greater than the lower bound and the upper bound, which means there is co-integration and we can continue to estimate the long run and short run results. On the top right as the long run results, which shows that interest rate, inflation, and household savings are negatively related to household consumption expenditure. However, the result of household savings shows that they are insignificant, meaning that they do not explain any changes in household consumption expenditure. And then income, household debt, and real effective exchange rate were positively related to household consumption expenditure. However, as well, household debt doesn't explain any change in household consumption income as the results were insignificant. And then on the bottom left as the short run results, which we are mostly interested on the speed of adjustment, and then it's down here on the core integration. So it shows that the results are statistically significant at 1% level of significance, and then this means that any changes or any mistake in the model or economy will be corrected in the following year at a speed of 64%. Here I'm going to start with the results on the top right, which is the diagnostic test. So the diagnostic test shows that the model is stable and reliable. And these results are also supported by the two figures, which is the CUSUM and the CUSUM of least squares here. We can see the blue line, which is the CUSUM line, lies between the 5% bound line. Going back, now I have to explain the Granger causality results on the left, which show that interest rate and household consumption expenditure had a bi-directional relationship, meaning that any change in household consumption expenditure were followed by interest rates, and changes in interest rate were also followed by household consumption expenditure. Conclusion, the main aim of the study was to investigate the effect of interest rate on household consumption expenditure. And yes, it was revealed that there is a negative relationship between interest rate and household consumption expenditure. And the results also were in line with our priori expectations and also in line with the intertemporal choice theory. So it was recommended that the monetary authority should boost household consumption spending through adequate monetary policy reforms. Thank you.
Roving mics, we have some support assistant, and a hand on the left, on the right, and a comment for Musa. Is there any comment? There's one there. Over to you, Gibson.
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. Tell me something. The databases that you use to collect the information, they house all this information even at the household level. Do they have all that information on the, in terms of, let's say, for example, for household consumption? Is it something that one can easily access from those databases that you have used in your study? Thank you.
Yes, the data is available for public use. You do not need to subscribe. It's there on the South African Reserve Bank, and Quantec is data. So the university is subscribed to Quantec is data. You just have to sign in and insert your details, and then you'll be able to get data. Yes.
Another question, another comment for the researcher? Can we clap for him, please? I think we are done. Technical assistant, we need your help. We need your help here. So that I think we need to go to Lehuele, ME. Are we here?
Okay. Am I audible?
The time is there. It's done.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Throughthe. I'm an honor student in economics in the Faculty of Management and Law. The title of my research is titled The Effect of Exchange Rates and Crude Oil Prices on Inflation in South Africa. The study intends to investigate the impact of exchange rate volatility and high crude oil prices on inflation in South Africa. Inflation is one of the most crucial economic indicators that indicate the overall state of the economy. And inflation can be defined as a continuous increase in the average prices of goods and services. South Africa, as an emerging market or an emerging economy, it is exposed to global shocks, of which this research focuses on highlighting how inflation is impacted by these global shocks and how South Africa is exposed to these global shocks. With the problem statement, from the background of the study, South Africa has experienced significant fluctuations in inflation rates in recent years, of which in 2022, Stats SA recorded a high inflation of 6.9. And this high inflation contradicts with the inflation targeting framework of the central bank, as they aim to keep inflation at the midpoint target between 3 to 6%. And a high inflation is bad for the economy because it affects the purchasing power of individuals. So to account for this high inflation, it may be due to the global shocks. Considering the latest global events, such as the COVID-19 and the Ukraine-Russia war, which led to a rise in the global inflation. And South Africa, as a net importer of commodities such as oil, these high prices may affect the domestic pricing levels. Again, the rand, the local currency, has been depreciating against major currencies such as the dollar. So the depreciation of the rand may lead to a high inflation. With the objectives of the study ought to estimate the short and the long run effects of exchange rates and oil prices on inflation in South Africa. Also, the study is out to determine causality amongst the variables in the study. With the literature review, it is divided into two sections. The first section, which is the theoretical framework. This framework acts as the building block of the study, as it contains theories that underpins the study, of which the first theory is the purchasing power parity theory. The theory suggests that a change in exchange rates between two countries should reflect the two countries' level of inflation. The second theory, which is the cost-push inflation theory, this theory suggests that a rise in production cost lead to a rise in prices and lead to a rise in inflation. The third theory, which is the exchange rate pass-through theory, the theory suggests that changes in exchange rates lead to changes in import prices and lead to a change in inflation. The second part of literature, which is the empirical framework, which contains previous studies that were conducted before this study, of which there was a paper by Asghar and Ahmed in 2050, which analyzed the impact of the pass-through of world oil prices on inflation in Pakistan. And their results shown that inflation was influenced by global oil prices and exchange rates. Furthermore, a paper by Sibanda and Hope in 2015 analyzed the impact of oil prices and exchange rates on inflation expectations in South Africa. And their results shown that inflation predictions in South Africa were affected by both exchange rates and oil prices. With the research methodology, the study is quantitative in nature, and the study will utilize secondary yearly time series data from 2000 to 2023. And also, the data for these variables was extracted or was collected from the World Bank and also from the South African Reserve Bank, freely so. The model specification, the model is specified as follows: as inflation is a function of exchange rates, oil prices, interest rates, money supply, and GDP. So to achieve the objectives of the study, the following estimation techniques will be followed. For stationarity, the study will employ the unit root test to check for stationarity amongst our variables in the study. Also, to determine the short run and the long run effect, the study employed the ARDL test to check for those estimates. And also, the Granger causality methodology was adopted to check for causality amongst the variables in the study. Also, the model estimated above will be checked for diagnostic testing to check whether the model is consistent enough to make policy recommendations. This test will be run through the use of econometric views, of which I refer to as the E-views. With the results and discussion, ladies and gentlemen, the first table shows the unit root test results. They may not be visible to you, but I'll explain the results to you. Table 1, which shows the unit root results, shows that inflation, exchange rates, and money supply, and also the GDP, the data for these variables was stable at 11. And the data for oil prices was stable at the first difference. And table 2 shows the ARDL bounce test result, and this result shows us whether there is a long-run relationship that is in the study, and the result shown that there is a long-run relationship in the study because the calculated F statistics was at 9.4, which is higher than the critical values at the lower bounds and the upper bounds. With having a long-run relationship, it gives us permission to determine the short-run and the long-run estimates, of which the following table shows the long-run and the short-run estimates. So I'm gonna discuss the long-run first. Here, the dependent variable is inflation. So I'm gonna analyze the result of the independent variable and the dependent variable, of which the first variable was exchange rate. Exchange rate was found having a significant negative relationship with inflation. This shows that a unit increase or a percentage increase in exchange rate leads to a 4.3% fall in inflation in South Africa. This, however, makes economic sense because when the local currency appreciates or gains value against other currencies, the local domestic goods and services will become more cheaper or the price will decrease. The next variable, which is oil prices, was found having a positive significant relationship with inflation in South Africa. These results were in line with findings by Sibanda and Hove in literature, and also these results are in line with the cost-push inflation theory, which suggests that a rise in production cost drives up prices and leads to a higher inflation. And this result shown as a percentage increase in oil prices will result in a 0.53% in inflation in South Africa. And the relationship was significant. Furthermore, interest rates were found having a positive relationship with inflation. Also, money supply and also the GDP was found having a positive relationship with inflation. But however, these variables were found being statistically insignificant. In the short run, I'll just account for the speed of adjustment, which tells us whether our model is consistent enough to adjust back to equilibrium. As expected, the speed of adjustment was negative and significant. This shows that the model will converge back to equilibrium at the speed of 89%. This shows that our model in the study is consistent enough to make policy recommendations. The Granger causality result shown that there is a unidirectional relationship running from inflation and exchange rates. This tells us inflation in South Africa follows the movement of exchange rate movement. Furthermore, the oil prices was found having a unidirectional relationship with inflation. This shows that a rise in or a change in movement in oil prices will result in a change in inflation. GDP was also found having a unidirectional relationship with inflation. The model was found not suffering from serial correlation and heteroscedasticity. In conclusion, the analysis revealed that inflation in South Africa is significantly influenced by both exchange rates and oil prices. And the research support the South African Reserve Bank inflation targeting framework. Also, the study suggests that South African Reserve Bank should consider implementing measures in the foreign exchange market to reduce the rand volatility. And the study recommends acceleration investment in renewable energy to reduce South Africa's dependency on importing oil. This approach could protect the economy from global oil price fluctuations and easing inflationary pressures.
I think you have heard inflation is important. Any question that needs to clarify there's a hand here, another hand on my right. Is there anyone? I think there are two hands on my left.
Thank you very much. Fortunate Maponya, I'm just curious. South Africa imports most of its crude oil from the countries in the Middle East, the likes of Saudi Arabia. And right now there's a paradigm shift in the geopolitical dynamics. There's a shift in terms of from the Western blocs, let's say, to the BRICS bloc. So my question to you is that, how will this association or these formations in relation to BRICS and affect South Africa in relation to the variables that you had in your study? And what kind of recommendations would you put forth in that relation? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mine is a comment and a word of encouragement. I think for an honors student, that you've done well. Prof. Mongale, Dr. Halahala, Dr. Janji are here. I think you've done well. Your study it's in depth. I think I'm encouraging you to take it forward and consider taking it to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments and thank you for the question. Yes, South Africa imports at least 75% of its oil imports. It imports it on the Saudi Arabia or the Middle East. So due to the geopolitical implications, currently the price of oil or crude oil is decreasing in those regions. It's decreasing in those regions. So it will be beneficial. It is beneficial for the country because it makes the prices of the oil to be more cheaper. As we saw, the current oil prices decreased in recent weeks due to the decline in the prices of the crude oil prices. In terms of this anything. Okay. Okay, I hope I answered you.
And let's see whether Mohasho was to present, I think yesterday. Let's check yesterday's folder, unless I'm mistaken. Yesterday's folder, that's one is presentation.
Yes,
or you have a flash drive?
Yes, sir.
Mohasho, or PT? Oh, it's here, fine. So, Philip to my, okay, fine. Then you are ready. Now, I think if you are looking for the abstract of Mohashwa, be aware that it was presented yesterday. The Boshello SP who was to present now, he presented earlier, so Mohashwa is taking over his place. So if you are looking for the abstract so that you can clarify a few things with him, feel free to locate it in the park. Otherwise, timekeeper, you watch that.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Mr. Philip Dumelo Mogashwa, and I am a PhD candidate in the Department of Economics. Today I'm going to present one of my objectives from my thesis, and then I've titled this study An Analysis of the Effect of Economic Complexity, FDI, and Productivity on Trade Balance. And this study is comparative in nature, which is a comparative between African lions and Asian tigers. But then before I go into the introduction, I believe that it is important to bring my audience into speed in order to explain some technical terms such as ECI. ECI is simply an economic complexity index, which is an index that captures the sophistication or the knowledge embedded in the country's exports, the commodities that they export. And then when it comes to ECI technology, it's also an index, but then this one tries to illustrate the nation's ability to produce complex patentable innovations. It's more related to the technology that the country is able to produce in a year. And again, you have seen the term African lions and Asian tigers. These are not literally those animals, but then when we talk of African lions, we talk of fast-growing nations in Africa, and when we talk of Asian tigers, we talk of fast-growing nations in Asia. So they are comparable to each other because both continents are considered to be developing continents. Okay. In relation to the study, you will realize that the explained variable is trade balance. So we said that favorable trade balance is considered to be one of the significant indicators of a country's trade competitiveness and its external stability. This is so because this trade balance or the favorable trade balance signify that a country is able to produce goods and services that are sophisticated enough to attract higher returns in the global market. We do not just go into the global market for the like of going into the market. The aim is to reap the maximum benefits in the global market. So given the importance of external stability and trade, several studies have inquired about the main determining factors of favorable trade balance, of which among others include the works of those that I've indicated there. But despite this growing interest in the analysis of trade balance, there are some questions that still remain to be answered. Those questions are posed by Ayatami and Bagres, who have asked to say that why do other countries gain dominance in the international market while others continue to be spectators instead of role players? The second question was to what extent is technological progress, in this case, in this study, when we mean technological progress, we refer to the two concepts, economic complexity trade and economic complexity technology. And then the third question is, what are the prospect or restriction of progress for developing nations in relation to gaining a fair share of trade in the global market? Given these questions, which partly highlights on the gap that currently exists in the market, if we attempt to find answers to this question, we will be able to compare and see what can be emulated from Africa in Asia and what can also be emulated by Asia from Africa. So this study provides a comparative analysis between African lions. As I've indicated, the countries of interest is South Africa. In the case of African lions, South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, Ethiopia, and Mozambique. And then when it comes to Asian tigers, the countries of interest is Singapore, Hong Kong, South Korea, and Taiwan. This comparison is crucial because Asian tigers emerge superior as compared to African lions in terms of dominance in the global market, as well as the level of complexity and annual growth rates. Therefore, the novelty and significance of this study is rooted, number one, on the comparative nature of the study because we are comparing apples with apples, both developing continents. Secondly, the findings will provide contributions that might be important in terms of guiding policy for both continents. And yes, in terms of the literature review, the study is built on and draw inferences on the following three theories, which is the comparative advantage theory, the new trade theory, as well as the Cobb-Douglas production theory. And then, of course, as I've already alluded, that other authors have tried to analyze the determining factors of trade balance. Those are some of the sample of those authors who have attempted to find answers in terms of trade balance. The study follows, the study employs panel econometric techniques to achieve its objective, and the data is obtained from Observatory of Economic Complexity, St. Louis Federal Reserve, as well as the World Bank. And having obtained those data set, the study proposed the two functional methods, the two functional models. Number one, the trade balance for African lions and the trade balance for Asian tigers. And then those functional models are converted into econometrics models. And then the estimation technique, firstly, the study I will explain the descriptive statistics, followed by cross-sectional dependence, stationarity test, panel ARDL, as well as, panel ARDL to determine the long and the short run. However, I could not include other estimations because of the focus for this purpose was only on the first objective of the study. Firstly, empirical findings. We have the descriptive statistics. When we look at this result, the most important thing, remember, it's a comparative study. When you look at, for instance, the mean for trade balance and the mean for trade balance of the Asian tigers, you realize that the mean average of trade balance for Asian tigers is greater than those of African lions. This is to solidify the fact that Asian tigers emerge superior as compared to African lions. And of course, together with the ECI trade, ECI technology, FDI, productivity, and as well as economic growth rates and exchange rate. I must also indicate that the two variables, economic growth and exchange rate, are included in the model as control variables. Firstly, the cross-sectional dependence findings, we have them from the Pushbergen LM, Pesseran scaled LM, Pesseran CD. Both tests for both models suggest that there is no presence of cross-sectional dependence. Therefore, this paved way to use first-generation unit root test. And the first unit root test shows that the model integrates at different orders. And then when we move on, we also have the co-integration test from Cal. They all, together with the Pedroni test, they all confirm that there is a long-run co-integrations among the variables. And then the area of interest, long-run results. We realize that all variables, except for productivity in the case of African lions, are statistically significant and have a positive impact on trade balance. However, when we go to Asian tigers, we only, as well as Asian tigers, but then in the case of Asian tigers, FDI is found to be a significant, an insignificant negative predictor of trade balance. And then when we look at the short run, I just present them as they are, but then the most important area is the issue of ECM, which measures the speed of adjustment. The model is converging to equilibrium from short run disequilibrium to long run equilibrium. Okay, and this is actually the slide that I was just explaining. We have the normality and stability test to just solidify or to ensure dependability of the results. There they are, present them as they are. And then we have our conclusion. And then based on our results, the first recommendation that is made is that African lions, as it is found that it emerged lower as compared to Asian tigers, should make efforts to sophisticate.
There's one hand there. Then there's another one here. We are two, three. So we are down to three.
Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. I would like to say you have done justice to the topic, and you have measured the level at which you are presenting. What is just a comment to enhance also robustness of your results. I know you have done cross-dependency test. Just double check. It's just you haven't done anything wrong, but I just want you to double check in terms of the homogeneity test. I don't know whether you have carried it out, homogeneity test. You are trying to find out whether these countries that you are studying within regions, are they homogeneous? Are they different? So you'd find that when you conduct that test, it's also another way of trying to say, should I use second generation panel unit root test or not? So you'd find that the cross-sectional dependence test and homogeneity test, they are sort of complementary in nature. If you add that, I'm telling you, maybe within a few months, your paper will be published. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Mogashwa, for the great presentation. I wanted to check with you, what's your take on the issue of African Continental Free Trade Area? Do you believe that it could be one strategy that can take these African lions to be at the comparable level with the Asian tigers? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mogashwa. I think it was a very wonderful presentation, and I'm also interested in the study. Just wanted to check with you, probably also speaking to the issue of homogeneity and looking into probably the nature of the products that are also manufactured by these countries. Africa tends to have so much of agricultural products, and also majority of what they are producing is raw materials. You might find it might also have an effect probably on the balance of trade and all those kind of things. If you try to look at that, doesn't it have an effect? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, no, thank you very much, Dr. Zanje. I will consider the homogeneity. And the first question was about the African Free Trade Area. I think it is a good initiative because I look at it in terms of the cost. When we trade amongst ourselves before trying to trade with other countries from other continents, it will be beneficial because now we'll be able to scale down on the issue of transportation cost, because it's easier to trade with Zimbabwe than to trade with USA because of the transportation cost. So I believe the EFCTA, if it is actually implemented and followed accordingly, it will be very instrumental for Africa. That is my take on it. And then the issue of, is it the Africa producing raw materials? Yes, of course, one of the disadvantages of African nations is because we rely too much on raw materials. And then when we take them to the global market, they do not attract higher returns. Hence, when you look at one of the, my variables, areas of the study is to look into how sophisticated are we? How sophisticated are our products that we offer to the world? And to what extent will they give us the maximum returns from those kind of trade?
Check. Technology, I need your technology here, your assistant. Shwene, NT, are you ready?
Yes, who?
Shwene, NT, yeah, NT. Then the next one will be Mabel. Your time is starting. Timekeeper. Timekeeper thing is sleeping on the job. Hello?
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chweni Natasha, a first-year Master of Commerce in Economics student at the University of Limpopo under the Faculty of Management and Law in the School of Economics and Management. It is an honor for me to stand before you today to present my paper titled The Role of Electricity Consumption, Price and Coal Exports on South Africa's Economic Growth. Now, let me begin with the introduction and background. Coal, recognized as a significant energy source, is a mineral commodity that is traded among nations. Such include South Africa, a developing country abundant in coal and heavily reliant on coal as an input for electricity generation. Theoretically, natural resources such as coal should boost economic development by broadening the economic production of the economy. However, Badap et al. 2017 has demonstrated an adverse relationship between economic growth and abundance in natural resources, a phenomenon referred to as the resource curse hypothesis, particularly evident in developing countries. So since 2007, South Africa has been facing energy challenges in the energy sector. So the country's underperformance economically, despite being rich in coal as a major input for electricity generation, is in accord with the resource curse hypothesis. However, South Africa, as one of the largest coal exporters globally, has significantly gained revenue through the exportation of coal by substantially contributing to the nation's trade balance. According to the Minister of Electricity, electricity prices have increased drastically in recent years, which is a growing concern for the nation. Now, moving on to the research aim and objectives of the study, the aim of the study is to investigate the impact of electricity consumption, price, and coal exports on South Africa's economic growth for the period 2016 Q1 to 2023 Q3. So the literature, going on to the literature review, this study employed 4 theories which will help us comprehend the energy growth nexus inclusive of coal exports and price. So the first theory is the solar growth model, which rests on the notion that, which explains the long-run economic growth through the capital accumulation, labor, and increases in productivity, which are referred to as the technological progress. So the second model is the Hector-Onlin model, which rests on the notion that nations will export goods that utilize their abundant and affordable resources while importing goods that require their scarce resources. Now, the third theory is the export-led growth hypothesis, which rests on the notion that the expansion of exports is a key factor in promoting economic growth. Now, the last theory is the resource curse theory, which says that economies abundant in resources, particularly minerals and fuel, may face economic challenges which may prevent them from benefiting significantly from their resource wealth. Now, this study reviewed some of the studies that set foot on the energy growth nexus, such as the study of Raham and Yusuf 2015, and these studies employed various methodology, including the ARDL methodology, the VECM, and the panel vector autoregression. So this study employed the quantitative research methodology, so quarterly data ranging from 2016 quarter 1 to 2023 quarter 3, which will be summing 31 observation, will be collected from Quantech for the study. So the functional model of the GDP is shown by equation 1, which is GDP as a function of electricity consumption, price, and coal export. Then equation 2 is the econometric model. So the estimation techniques are correlation analysis followed by the unit root test, co-integration test, ARDL for long run and short run analysis. Additionally, diagnostic test and stability test prior to causality test, as well as the impulse response function. So moving on to the empirical findings and discussion, ladies and gentlemen, some of the tests will not be visible on the slides due to space limit. However, they are available on request. So now we are looking at the long run results and also the short run results. So in the long run, electricity consumption had a positive relationship with GDP, which is significant at 1% level of significant. And electricity price also had a positive relationship with GDP in the long run, which is also statistically significant at 1% level of significant. However, coal export had a negative relationship with our gross domestic product at 5% level of significance. So moving on to the short run results, in the short run, electricity consumption maintained a positive relationship with gross domestic product. However, there is a negative yet an insignificant relationship between electricity price and gross domestic product in the short run. So the coefficient of the co-integration equation, that is negative 1.0022, is negative and statistically significant, meaning that short-term deviation from long-run equilibrium is corrected by 100.22% per quarter. So in order to validate the model's reliability and also the robustness, this study employed various diagnostic tests, including the normality test, heteroscedasticity, and serial correlation. And in all of these tests, we failed to reject the null hypothesis of each of these tests, meaning that our residuals are normally distributed, and also the model does not suffer serial correlation and also the heteroscedasticity. Moving on to the Granger causality test, which is a test that helps us determine whether a time series can help predict another. So there is a unidirectional causality running from gross domestic product to electricity consumption, while there is a bidirectional causality running between electricity price and electricity consumption. So now the impulse response function, figure 1 is the response of electricity consumption to GDP innovation. So the response of electricity consumption to a one-period shock to GDP results in a marginal negative change. Then figure 2 is the response of electricity price to electricity consumption innovation, and a one-period standard deviation shock to electricity consumption marginally raises electricity prices, although the impact on average diminishes. Then figure 3 is the response of electricity consumption to the electricity price innovation. Then a shock to electricity prices reduces the amount of electricity consumption. So this study examined the role of electricity consumption, price, and coal exports on South Africa's economic growth. So, and this study suggests that by reducing coal exports, stakeholders can increase electricity consumption, therefore leading to economic growth. Despite significant increases in the price of electricity in recent years, ESCOM is still seeking to implement further electricity hikes, and the Minister of Electricity is, however, working with SALGA to develop sustainable strategies to tackle rising electricity prices. They are considering an electricity pricing plan in collaboration with ESCOM, NELSA, and local municipalities. Additionally, changes have been made to the electricity pricing plan to eliminate components that allowed escalating costs to be passed on to consumers. The ministry also plans to engage the public on this issue. Therefore, this suggests a positive outlook for the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, that will be the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am, and thank you for the wonderful presentation. I'm Maria Mokolo. My question is on how does this electricity price will positively or is positively affecting the economic growth of South Africa?
Hi, I'm Mashishi NP, and my question is based on your findings. Are your findings in line with the theoretical framework that you're having? And also, how is your study significant based on how you used the autoregressive distributed lag, and majority of your empirical literature are also based on that?
All right. Can I answer? All right, thank you for your question. I'll begin with the first question. So electricity price can boost economic growth by, if they are well managed and affordable, by boosting our investment or foreign direct investment and also encouraging innovation. So these factors can help create a stable and a productive economic environment for that foster long-term economic growth. And yeah, and the second question is based on the theories. I explained the resource scarce theory, and I can say yes, the results are in line with the theories, because in my results, we have found that coal export had a negative relationship with economic growth. So the resource scarce basically says that our country, despite having abundance in coal, still could not, significantly benefit from our abundance of coal. So also, I did explain the export-led growth, and so the results are in contradiction with that theory of export-led growth hypothesis, because it says that expansion of exports lead to what? Lead to an improvement in economic growth. So there is a contradiction in the theories that I have presented. So the third question was based on that is basically the significance of the study. So what I can say is that South African literatures based on the energy growth nexus, they focus mainly on a time frame from late 90s to early 2000, which is, and for my study, I'm focusing on from 2016 to 2023, which is recent and quite significant, looking at how the economy has lagged and also improved in some of the areas, particularly looking at how the current government is struggling to tackle the rising electricity prices. And also some of the literatures do not incorporate significant factors that I have, which are the coal exports and also electricity prices. Thank you.
will also get ready.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ngobeni Patience, and I'm a final year master's student doing public administration. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce you to an evaluation of the impact of poor revenue generation in developmental local government under Greater Guyana Municipality. Most South African municipalities are faced with numerous challenges, including poor revenue generation, where municipalities can't afford to provide basic services such as water, electricity, proper education, and proper healthcare services. Even though the government has tried its best to allocate enough funds for the municipalities to provide those services, but it's still not enough. However, the municipalities are encouraging. However, the municipalities are encouraging citizens under Greater Guyana Municipality to also participate and contribute in making sure that everyone under Greater Guyana Municipality is catered in terms of service delivery. Also, municipalities are also, I'm sorry. While there have been significant strides in advancing developmental local government, challenges still remains. This includes issues such as capacity constraints, financial sustainability, service delivery backlogs, and persistence of inequality, poverty in many communities. The local government also can generate revenue through property tax, property rates, service charges, government grants, and subsidies. Moving on to my problem statement. Sorry. Yes, I am. Greater Guyana local municipality struggles with insufficient revenue streams, leading to a deficit in funds and revenue shortfalls. The revenue shortfalls hinders the investment in critical areas such as infrastructure, healthcare, housing, and access to proper education. Limited revenue sources, heavy reliance on property taxes, business permits, and fines is inadequate for community needs, which means insufficient funds limit the ability to maintain and develop infrastructure in public services. The Greater Guyana Municipality is experiencing significant challenges in generating sufficient revenue, which lead to lack on investment in critical areas such as infrastructure, healthcare, housing, and also access to education. Moving on to the aims and objectives of the study. The aim of the study is to evaluate the impact of poor revenue generation in local government in order to enhance the standard of living under Greater Guyana Municipality. Ladies and gentlemen, please familiarize yourself with the objectives while we move to literature review. Local government, Greater Guyana Municipality can also use theories to help them come with ways on how to provide funds to their communities. There are two theories that I'm gonna mention here, which are text-based theory and diversification theory. The text-based theory implies that local government can implement, can you hear me? Oh, local government can implement ways in which they can generate income to their communities, which includes that instead of them doing this alone, communities can contribute in property taxes, rates, fines, and also household income. The text-based theory advocates equity, efficiency, and administration feasibility, whereby it encourages people who are earning more should also contribute more to help the ones that are less privileged. It also holds significance in the context of developmental local government, as it directly impacts the ability of local government to fund and develop projects that are crucial to the economic development. Moving on to the revenue diversification theory. This theory implies the strategy where local government they shouldn't focus on the government funds to get income. They should also seek help in private partnerships, private businesses, where they can get in and contribute something so that they can eradicate this thing of poor revenue generation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move to empirical literature. Poor revenue generation under Greater Guyana municipality, it is so bad to a point whereby people can access basic services, more especially areas with limited resources. I'll give example of where I come from. I'm from a village under Greater Guyana municipality called Mpagani village. That village, it consists of 2,450 households. However, there is no water, no electricity. People can not access electricity for more than 2 to 3 days without any communication from the municipality. There are no schools. Children under the age of 10, they have to walk like 10 to 5 kilometers to attend primary schools. How do we say kids have access to education while they have to travel 5 to 10 kilometers to attend schools? Which means, I think there is no right to education, but privileged to the ones who can afford private schools. So what about the children that can afford those private schools? It means they have to suffer in order to attend a basic needs that everyone needs. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move to research methodology. The study adopted exploratory research design, since it is a type of research design that is used to explore and gain deeper understanding of a particular phenomenon and issue or problem. The goal of using this research design is to generate information regarding the impact of poor revenue generation in developmental local government under Greater Guyana municipality. A qualitative research design was used for this study. A qualitative research approach depends on the researcher gathering information from first-hand observation, and the information was gathered using unstructured interviews in order to get information without imposing the participants, which are councillors under Greater Guyana municipalities, the SFO, and other relevant people are working under the municipality. Let's rush to ethical consideration, whereby negotiations access, maintaining identity of confidentiality, acting in good faith, and withdrawing from interview whereby the participant feels uncomfortable answering the questions. And the significance of the study, Regional C addresses the impact of low revenue generation in the developmental local government in Greater Guyana local area. The government has tried several funding programs, but they have not succeeded in implementing projects and improving rural development. This study analyzed how local government can work strategically and continuously to better generate funding for projects run by local government. The local government can implement strategies. They can implement strategies such as familiarizing themselves with technology for better monitoring and compliance with people paying those taxes, investing in economic development, and also engage in economic development initiatives to broaden their tax base. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Okay, good afternoon. I have two questions. My name is Tapa Mahaban. So I have two questions. The first question is about your recommendation about monitoring and compliance for those who are paying taxes, right? So how do you think SARS or the government can do that? Because now the onus is on the taxpayer to disclose the income that they are getting, right? So how will SARS be able to monitor and see if people are being compliant with that? And the second one was about increasing the taxes. So do you think now the problem is that we are paying lower taxes, or the fact that there's a misuse of funds or mismanagement of funds that are supposed to be allocated to those municipalities? Thank you.
Wait, let me get a pen first.
Yes, First Lady Maponya. My question is, do you think that the problem is revenue generation or the local governments not being well positioned to come up with projects that can enhance communities? For example, the Limpopo government returned about 122 million to National Treasury in the year 2022-2023. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the wonderful presentation. My name is Koza Jessica. On your problem statement, you have stated that Greater Guyana local municipalities struggled with insufficient revenue streams leading to deficit in fund and revenue shortfall. So my question is, in what ways do you think local municipality revenues can be improved? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Two issues. One, interested in terms of your topic. Now, what I noticed, okay, let me start with the second one. The second one, refrain from having observations while you are conducting the study. The question is, why the study then? Because already you said your approach is exploratory, but already you have already told us what are the issues in the Guyana. The issue that I wanted to check with you, where are you now? I lost it now. Which one is that? I lost it. It's not on my book, sorry.
For me, it was just a small recommendation. We know that electricity is one of the most important sources of revenue for the municipalities. So in your recommendation, it's a comment, this one. In your recommendation, you can just recommend measures that the municipality can take to make sure that citizens pay for electricity so that it can inject revenue.
Okay, I'll start with the first one on how they are going to know if the people under Greater Municipality are paying taxes. As now you are working and you are paying taxes to the government, it means the Greater Guyana municipality can also imply the same measures to track that their communities and citizens are paying taxes and revenue generation to the local government. Thank you. Oh, another question. If you can go back on my recommendation, I stated that the municipality can adopt several strategies in order to reduce or eradicate poor revenue generation, which includes strengthening the tax-based collection and familiarize themselves with technology for better monitoring and compliance if the citizens are paying taxes in the local government. Thank you. And
we shall continue later on. Yeah. Do we have Matebula JS? Are you here? Matebula JS. Am I in the right room, or am I pronouncing the name correctly? I think Matebula is not there. Can we have Nyatikazi, SS? As Nyati comes here over, I think Ndadem Kwena, if you are meeting the lady, you need to refer to her to the TADAD, tax administration assessment tool. Okay, you will watch that screen. As you watch this one, you should watch that one. Where the red lady. Okay, it starts.
Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues. Esteemed guests, I hope that you can hear me. Great stuff. So let's get the ball rocking and rolling, finally. My name is Senzo Nyatigazi. I am an MBA student with TGSL. And looking at the theme for the research day today, which says that transformation and progress through the lens of sustainable development goals, 21st century multidisciplinary approach. I think my study is specifically positioned to address this aspect. My study is basically an investigation of the impact of environmental social governance on a company's bottom line, a case study for 3 of the largest coal mining companies in South Africa, or rather in Mpumalanga, South Africa. My interest basically in this topic is to say that with a mining experience or mining background of about 11 years to 12 years now, looking at South Africa transitioning towards a net zero or carbon neutral country with sustainable development goals and with the push for neutralization or removing of carbon emissions as well as sustainable businesses, mines and a lot of operations are being pushed towards ensuring that operations implement sustainable measures of mining, investing in technology. But then now, what is the benefit to an organization? What are the organizational corporate governance structures and strategies? And what is the impact on society of such measures, such as environmental social governance? Now, basically, the study looks at the 3 major mining houses, which is Siriti, Tugela, Exalo Resources, which are all located within the Mpumalanga coalfields or Mpumalanga Highveld coalfields. And basically, my study is looking at ESG. What is ESG? The environmental issues, the social issues, and the corporate governance issues. Is this just a term that of which we are using as a buzzword, or does this benefit an organization overall in terms of how it conducts business, how it involves stakeholders, and how it involves host communities as well? Now, basically, this study looks at practicality of ESG within an organization, the effect of ESG within the bottom line. Do we invest in ESG, or is it something that we just implement for the sake of compliance, i.e. whitewashing? Now, this is basically the problem statement that says that large sums of money has been invested in ensuring that companies are sustainable. We invest in solar panels, we ensure that we are meeting legislative requirements in terms of environmental authorizations and other regulatory conformances that mines and other companies need to comply to. So therefore, sustainability and governance tools such as ESG Do they enhance profitability, or are they a hindrance to the bottom line of an organization? So therefore, the theological background that informs this study is basically the Rawls theory of justice that says that we need to have sustainable justice or sustainable activities that of which companies need to follow, looking at environmental and social aspects, impacts rather. Going forward to the theoretical framework, the rationale for the study is basically to say that there has been an increase of government regulatory compliance requirements. Businesses to obtain complex capital expenditure grants need to look at issues of sustainability of their projects, and how they enhance the developmental goals of not only South Africa, not only Africa, but of the world as well. That is basically looking at the rationale of the study, and the significance of the study is that the implementation of ESG overall will have benefits of not only the bottom line, but also growing the organizations, their reputation, risk liabilities that of which they have on their bottom line, and also the outlook that of which these companies are viewed by society overall. The study also followed a quantitative approach, basically utilizing face-to-face structured or rather semi-structured interviews to collect data. Obviously, this study is ongoing and has not been concluded as yet. The study has been informed by the following objectives. That is to determine the extent of ESG implementation within the 3 mining companies, illustrate the benefits, if they are, towards the bottom line, that is ESG tools, evaluate and illustrate the impact of implementing ESG on the bottom line within these mining houses, identify and make recommendations on how management can implement ESG, improve business efficiency, improve sustainability, and also contribute overall that coal and mining of coal is not only central and crucial to the development of South Africa, but will play a pivotal role for tomorrow's generation. The literature review colleagues basically looked at secondary data as well as first-hand data accounts from these companies, critical development of legislative requirements. If you look at mining requirements overall, we've moved from the MPRDA, National Water Act, Sector Environmental Management Act. They've put more stringent requirements in terms of carbon reporting, diesel consumption, energy utilization, and the manner in which we get the coal out of the ground into Richards Bay Coal Terminal and export it overall. The literature review also looked at ESG implementation requirements and subsequent benefit to host communities, that is the social aspect. The challenges of ESG to the bottom line. ESG requires a lot of money and a lot of investment overall. What are these challenges? How are they being catered and reported in the income statement, in the governance structures within the King 4 report of the 2 organizations, that is Tugela and Exaro, because they're listed. Listing in the JSE also requires for you to have ESG aspects and implementation therein. Social aspects and the role of ESG use as a metric for social economic investment. Are we not just watching projects? Are we not just implementing projects for vanity? Are we benefiting host communities? Because most of these mines are located within, if you look at the income per capita, within a very poor background communities, whether it's Kriel, Secunda, Witbank, Hendrina, MLO, all of these areas are areas that of which have low income and can help not only infrastructure projects, employment, growth of prospects within these communities, but can sustainably leave a legacy after these mines have left or after mining has ceased. ESG and good governance is very important, which is why we are sitting here today. We are trying to look at governance principles, governance implementation strategies, and how do we meet sustainable development goals while not impacting negatively on the environment as well. Data collection, like I said, is still ongoing, but a thematic content analysis basically is going to be central in this study, because we need to have a qualitative approach that of which looks at the common themes and similarities based on the responses, the pattern that stems from these interviews, as well as being informed by other literature review and scholarly data that is available. The current learnings thus far, as the study is ongoing and moves forward, is that literature review shows that in terms of importance of ESG and how it aids and adds value to these mining houses, is to say that if you want now to sink a shaft, you need about 1 billion rands or so. Where do you get green bonds? Where do you get sustainable infrastructure to be injected into your organization. And that's why we interview the CEOs, we interview the boards to say that in terms of ESG, environmental aspects, how do you invest in terms of rand per ton? How much does it cost you in terms of liters per ton to get water out of the ground? That is in the balance sheet. That is in the project that which they're investing in. Investing is also in infrastructure water project to pump water out of the ground, which is acidic, and also provide potable drinking water to municipalities overall. ESG implementation requires a lot of investment resources as well as intellectual endeavors as well. There are possible trade-offs of these investment and this large amount of money. As I conclude and as we draw towards a close, I hope that you found this study as well as my overall presentation of ESG principles and implementation helpful as well as insightful as we are going towards finding solutions for Africa overall. Thank you.
To be ready for the presentation, we shall do some adjustment on the program. The online session will come after the physical one has been done. So we are alerting those ones. So we shall do the physical presentation and then the online will come later on. I want to believe that I think as you come in with the name, because there was 1 minute from him, that's the one I'm using. Do you want to say something?
I want to just highlight one aspect.
Is here. Okay, we didn't know that. Then he will come after the last two have spoken. He will come after the last two. But I will confer with you. Then over to you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so
Thanks, Nyatigazi, for the good presentation. I wanted to check with you. What is the connection between ESG and climate change? Or are the two concepts mutually exclusive?
Okay. They are not mutually exclusive because the aspect of environmental issues, right? Within that construct, you need to highlight your greenhouse gas emissions. Within the Sector Environmental Management Act, you've got the National Environmental Management Act that says that in terms of Section 24, you need, as a mine, as an organization, you need to report on your greenhouse gas emissions. That is basically diesel consumption, stationary diesel, and mobile diesel. As you're moving these big machineries, how much diesel do you basically use? There is what we call an air emissions permit or a waste permit that a mine needs to have. Now that talks to your climate change aspect because over a period of time, it basically informs to say how much CO2 and greenhouse gas emissions are you emitting. That also talks to tax breaks as well that these companies have to say, if you now, like Anglo-American has implemented hydro cells for their ADTs. These are basically the big dumper trucks. That talks to your tax breaks. Basically, in terms of per ton per year over a period of time, how much greenhouse gas are you emitting? There is a system and a platform as well as a coefficient that you use with environmental affairs and you submit as well. The two are not exclusive. They are the same.
Thanks. Thanks for your very exhilarating study, judging by the presentation. I just want a bit of more information regarding how you would be collecting data. Is your data collection going to include both secondary sources and private documents of the sites that are not in the public domain? And for the second category of documents, what have been the ethical implications put in place for those? Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, that will be released. Thank you so much. The question is very prudent and central to the construct of this research because The other aspect of this research that I had gone into is to say that we will have face-to-face semi-structured interviews. So basically looking at the population overall of these three organizations, I mean, Seriti has got about 6,500 workers, Tugela has about 8,500. I stand under correction because I don't have the figures here. We basically then reduced the sample size. So overall we interviewed, or we're looking to interview about 87 respondents. We're looking at the EXCO members, 3 from each, like the CEO, the CFO, as well as the Chief Technical Officer. We then moved to operational managers because they implement. Okay, one more minute. So because they implement these aspects of ESG, together as well as Seriti and Exaro do publish these documents as in terms of publicly available documents within the JSE, within the public domain, and they illustrate in terms of flora, biota, corporate social investments, who constitutes these boards and what activities are they doing, and it basically implements that they have to have a buy-in. That's why they signed their constitution as well. So basically that is how my study is going to be is basically being undertaken. So we do have face-to-face interviews as well as literature reports as well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Could we have, is Tobejan here? Can I see your hand? Tobejan MD? Tobejan MD, just raise up your hand where you are. Does it mean Tobejan is not here? What about Mahopo Bokwan?
Where's the bag?
Are you here? Can I see your hand? It looks like they're not here then. The two are not here.
You're going to take a picture with both.
Maho, where are you? It looks like you are not here. For that reason, therefore, I think Mpela should be online. Mpela will be online and therefore will be last. Could we have the doctor candidate who was to present at 17:30 online? Are you here at 5:30? Yeah. Please come in front here. We want to look for your presentation. Are they here? Okay. So you need to put the project in. So, Hoto, I think the opportunity is yours, and then you watch, this one you can play around with it, but you watch that screen where somebody's seated there. You have 10 minutes to do the talking, the other 5, leave it for people to.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Is it? Yes, it's still afternoon. Okay, good afternoon. I go by the name of Koto Moikanyane, and I am a PhD candidate. And today I've been granted the opportunity to present to you a title paper, The Impact of Project Management Practices, how it impacts the performance of municipal infrastructural grant projects in the CDM. Maybe just to disclose before I continue that it's a slight difference from the abstract as in terms of the methodology, and I've converted it. Initially I was supposed to present the proposal, but then I slightly converted it to a theoretical paper. So I'll take you to my presentation. Now, the research purpose of this particular study is to check in terms of the project management practices, investigating the project management practices, how they successfully contribute towards the performance of municipal grant infrastructure projects, and checking in terms of the success of how it improves the performance of these particular or the execution of this particular project. The following objectives for this particular study include the assessment of or assessing the current project management practices, and also looking at in terms of how the performance of MIG projects, the extent of the performance of MIG projects, and then also to evaluate the impact of project management practices on the performance. Now, as we all know that as MIG, maybe let me first start by explaining what is MIG. MIG is a scheme by the government to ensure successful implementation, planning and implementation of infrastructure development projects in order to ensure that we address the infrastructural backlogs as well as public service delivery, right? So in terms of this particular study, the motivation behind it was the need to check, to enhance the efficacy and effectiveness of the project management practices or methodologies that are employed within the district or the municipality of the CDM. The motivation is that we know that these particular projects are crucial in terms of development and in terms of providing services to the community and the people at large. Now, it is estimated that currently in South Africa there's a high significant or a high number of backlogs in terms of service delivery, looking at infrastructure development projects in particular. Even recently, the president announced that the size of the backlogs is immense to such an extent that it will require quite a significant amount in order to address all those issues. Now, the exploration concentrates on the public administration or the project administration of encompassing the planning and the implementation oversight of all the projects that are implemented. We do have certain frameworks and we do have certain structures of standardized project management practices, but then the implementation of such practices are not fully implemented to address all the infrastructural projects that exist in particular. Now, we know that in project management, it has been a common tool in trying to address or manage some of these issues that persist. There are certain challenges that we already know that in terms of the infrastructural projects that exist, there are certain challenges that emanate from ineffective project management practices or methodologies that are employed, whether as in terms of in the municipality, looking at the officials that are responsible for managing those projects. Now, to continue, we know that in MIG projects are considerably less successful, right? They're considerably less successful in terms of sustainable when poorly planned and when poorly managed. Hence, this leads to a situation where we have an issue that how are we managing those projects? How is the officials managing those projects? Now, the study is grounded by the theory of the systems approach. The systems approach, which utilizes structured methods for improving effectiveness. It looks at the relationship, how each and every element in managing projects are dependent on each other, right? Looking at the methodologies, the processes, and all the different aspects. Now, moving on to the empirical literature. There are several studies conducted within South African municipalities that highlight how project management practice actually affect the performance of MIG projects, such as the delays in the projects, the cost overruns. You find situations where there's projects that are white elephants that because they were delayed or there were no funds available because the funds were misused or other issues. Right. Now the challenges now revolve more around decision making, in terms of making decisions on how to implement and how to go about tackling certain challenges that exist, maximizing effectiveness and efficiency in projects. Now, however, the efficacy of existing project management methodologies may, or they vary depending on the settings, looking at the area in which you are in and also the kind of projects that you are dealing with. Now, the significance in measuring project management performance has been highlighted in literature, particularly in the context of MIG. Various comprehensive models have also been identified that could help in assisting such situations. Now, even the yearly reports in the CDM have scheduled basic infrastructure projects in the CDM and are rarely fulfilled or meet the quality standards according to how it was initially planned. So meaning that there's a lack in terms of the management or the approach in terms of how they manage those projects. Now, as I've said, this study heavily relied on literature sources, so from government reports, academic literature, and previous studies. Now, moving on to the discussion, while we know that project management methodologies are crucial for project success, right? Some organizations may struggle with its implementation due to resistance to change or maybe lack of understanding of its benefits And also it reveals that effective project management practices such as the thorough planning, regular monitoring, stakeholder engagement are strongly correlated with the successful performance of municipal grant projects in the Capricorn district. Poor practices such as inadequate risk management, lack of proper communication channels were linked to project delays, cost overruns, and other quality issues, and a number of other problems. Unlike studies in the other areas, this research identifies unique local challenges, specific reference to the CDM, such as the political interference and insufficient community involvement, which may affect project performance. Now, there is a need for policymakers to establish standardized project management guidelines tailored to the local context or the specific area. And for practice purpose, municipalities should also invest in capacity building of the members that are involved in the project. Now, these are just some of the challenges and the particular approaches or suggestions or recommendations what needs to be done. So there are a number of challenges which may include project planning and poor project planning and definition, inadequate risk management, weak monitoring and evaluation, capacity gaps, and procurement contract management issues. Now, there is a framework that looks at the effective project management, which is standardized risk management, performance management, organizational impact, and stakeholder. Yes, and in terms of the conclusion and recommendation, you will take time to read through them. Thank you. You can read it, it's there.
Oh yeah, thanks Chair. Thank you, Mr. Muikanyani, for the good presentation. I wanted to find out from you. In the 2021-2022 financial year, the Capricorn District Municipality achieved a clean audit. Now, what boggles the mind is how can the municipality get a clean audit, but it seems it can't project manage? What could be at play? Okay, thanks.
Okay, if I may repeat your question, you're saying how can the municipality get a clean audit, but yet there's problems with MIG, right? If you can check, there are a number of projects, even in observation. There's a number of projects that are yet to be completed. There are a number of projects, according to the reports, that have not successfully been implemented due to the fact that there is cost overruns, to see that the project is being allocated by other contract holders because of lack of complete implementation. Yes. Yes, on project management. So it could be a number of factors that involve having a clean audit. We have situations of corruptions that could lead to how those audits were conducted. There could, yes, there's a possibility that there could be. And in terms of the audits that they have, the probable reason could be that this is the audit on the basis of the current projects that have been fully implemented and are successful. Okay, the theoretical framework, as I've stated, this is a continuous, it's an ongoing study. So I just created a paper on the basis of the proposal. So in terms of the theoretical framework, it just relied on the literature that has been conducted with the theories of the systems approach. Yes. Yes. So
okay, thank you. Quickly, I was saying, where do you then factor PMBOK? Because in project management, we normally actually use such concepts. And again, the study in any way, whether it's project management, particularly at your level, need to be grounded into 1 or 3 theories or so. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Prof. I'll take it as a comment and we'll engage after that. Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Mahamata Mpogift, and then I'm a PhD candidate from the Department of Development, Planning and Management. So my title is examining the role of LED on employment creation through SMMEs. I know the specialists are here in front of me in terms of LED. So now, remember that South Africa is a developing country that is faced with a lot of socio-economic issues. Now, the government has adopted LED as a strategy to solve those socio-economic issues. Now, the government, what do they use as a tool to solve those socio-economics? They use SMMEs as a tool to solve those socio-economic issues. But however, despite the implementation of LEDs in most municipalities, we still have a high rate of unemployment in our societies, and we still have, and a lot of people, they still live under poverty, even in the presence of LED implementation. So it raises a lot of questions that, does municipality have enough resources to implement LED projects, including SMMEs? So therefore, the inability of LED as municipal policy to stimulate economic activities led to the collapse of some of the SMMEs. So now, this paper is a desktop study whereby it focuses on gathering secondary data in terms of what is already there, in terms of the relationship between the LED and SMMEs, and also regarding the role of LED on SMMEs. So it explores the effectiveness of various LED frameworks, including government support programs, financial agencies, capacity building initiatives, and regulatory frameworks. So now, in terms of theoretical framework, this study is based on the location theory, because every entrepreneur, they establish a business with the aim of making profit. So now this theory says that before a person can make a decision in terms of where can I place my business, the question is there development in that area? And number two, is there the transportation? Do I have access to markets? So now this theory says that some of those SMMEs, they don't grow because of wrong decision in terms of location. Now this is just to provide you guys with the definition in terms of what is an LED. It says that, Makudu says that LED is a cooperative endeavor including local government as a key player, society and cooperative sector. So now in terms of development, it cannot be solved by the government only. So development has to work with society. The government has to work with society. The government has to work with NGOs and more cooperative sectors so that at the end, development can be achieved, and then poverty and unemployment, it can be reduced when they work together. That is just the definition of an LED. Now let me talk about SMMEs. So the strength and the sustainability of SMMEs depends on the effectiveness of LED directorates. Because remember that the role of the LED is to create a conducive environment whereby all different types of SMMEs, they should operate. And that is just to show that the total number of employment created by SMMEs is measured at 9.8 million. That is according to the report that was released by SEDA. Now, as much as LED, they are regarded as employment creators, but they still encounter a lot of challenges. Number one, lack of access to funding. Most entrepreneurs, they have this problem. So it's not like most people are not creative. We have a lot of young people who have brilliant business ideas, but the problem is, do they have access to funds? Especially those emerging entrepreneurs, and also those that are operating at a micro level. So also substantial collateral is also a challenge. There's a lot of push factors. Some people become entrepreneurs because they cannot find jobs. But the question is, do they have all those collateral? Because remember that collateral is a valuable asset that a creator pledges as security for a loan. So others, when they don't find those funding in government agencies, they try to go to private banks to seek for those employment, to seek that access to funding. But it becomes a problem whereby I'm not working, I'm unemployed. Now, in order for the bank to give me a loan to start a business, I don't have anything in terms of assets. So that is one of the major problems. Now, as you know that South Africa, before elections, we had a problem of load shedding. So I think let me also touch on that. Because of load shedding, we have lost a lot of entities. And a lot of entities, they've retrenched people because of that factor. And it is the role of the LED to ensure that SMMEs, they operate smoothly in whatever region or sector whereby people operate. Now, water again is also a huge problem. If you can recall, Parmalat wanted to move its plant from Bloemfontein to KZN because of water supply. It was an issue. So those are some of the issues that affect the growth and that affect the sustainability of a lot of SMMEs. So now let me rush quickly to the role of LED in facilitating employment opportunities. I want to focus on the three elements of LED. The first one, achieving local economic stability. Remember I said that the government, they don't create employment directly, but the government, they create environment whereby all entities, they can operate. So now creating an enable environment for SMEs to operate, it also guarantees the sustainability of our economy. Now the second one, we have ensuring a diverse cross-sector structure. Now this one focuses that it is important that LEDs should create environment for all different types of SMMEs. We cannot have one location that is dominated by micro entities, but then we can talk about quality of employment, or we can talk about permanent part-time and stuff. So now it is the role of LED to ensure that all these SMMEs, they create an environment whereby all these SMMEs can operate smoothly. Now, to promote local sustainability, now every municipality has to identify its socio-economic issues that affect people. Socio-economic issues at Mankweng might be different from those that operate at Mpumalanga. So that is why we cannot take an LED plan that works for Polokwane and we try to implement that in another region because we don't know the socio-economic issues that a lot of people experience in that area. So now this is just a summary to show you guys the connection between LEDs and SMMEs. So now let me go to case studies of successful LED employment initiatives. Let's talk about Johannesburg. Johannesburg is improving, whereby the government is improving the infrastructural facilities. And remember, where there is infrastructural facilities, that attract SMMEs. And if SMMEs are attracted, then we are talking about employment opportunities. Johannesburg is doing well in terms of that. Now, also Stellenbosch municipality. Now, the Stellenbosch municipality implemented the LED strategy focused on sustainable job creation because we can talk about employment opportunities, but it depends on the quality of jobs that are created by SMMEs. We cannot celebrate that we have a lot of micro entities because we know that they don't pay enough. And you can see that our standard of living in South Africa is increasing. So the Stellenbosch municipality has established to ensure that they create a sustainable employment creation. And they support agriculture, they support the tech hubs development, and they also, they support agricultural industries, and they also support the tech hub. Not only do they support, but they only provide resources at their disposal to make sure that poverty is reduced in that area. Let's talk also about the KZN. Anglo-American has partnered with the local government to ensure that they create employment opportunities for people by providing, to ensure that they create employment opportunities for people. Now, because of that partnership between the government and the mine, 1,500 SMMEs were supported, which created 20,000 jobs. Now, in terms of recommendation, as I've alluded before that, one of the biggest problems that SMMEs entrepreneurs encounter, number one is lack of access to finance. So now this study recommends that they should develop financial instruments tailored to the needs of SMMEs, such as microloans and grants. And because the government mostly focus on medium entities, small entities, but they neglect the micro entities in terms of giving the funds. So now capacity building, they should invest more in training programs through the local government. They should ensure that they create seminars for all entrepreneurs that operate within that specific region. Now, regulatory processes, foster partnership. I've spoken about the importance of partnership, and I've demonstrated the power of partnership between the LED at KZN and also the mine. Now, infrastructural facilities. Infrastructure facility is one of the key things in SMMEs because SMMEs, when they operate, they check that is there electricity there, is there water there? Those facilities, are they available? Now, in conclusion, SMMEs are key drivers of economic development and job creation, particularly in undeserved by larger businesses. So LED initiatives that focus on enhancing the operation.
I want to check. I think I must ask a question. This one is my peer. Considering the initiative of LED, as you mentioned, Johannesburg and Stellenbosch, and also the issue of lack of funds as part of your challenges on your presentation,
on SMMEs,
don't you think that those cities that you have mentioned, the municipalities like Johannesburg and Stellenbosch, they are doing well because of the budget which they received? Because remember, the budget that Johannesburg received, quite different from the budget that you can get, for instance, in Polokwane municipalities. And lastly, I want to check how best do you think we can deal with issues of those lack of finances? What strategies
do you think your paper can try to address?
Okay.
Lastly, as I take advantage because I'm the only one, Chairperson, I'm protected, right? From Prof. Mugwen. Considering the issue of, you have mentioned that there was issues of unemployment during, was it COVID or what, or because of load shedding?
Yes.
Your presentation can also be aligned to issue of 4IR.
Okay, thank you.
What contribution do you think 4IR can assist in bringing development to your presentation? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Advocate. Okay. Where's another hand? Oh, okay, I have 2 minutes. Okay. Thank you, thank you so much, Advocate. In my presentation, I also mentioned that every municipality, each municipality has LED directorate. And also based on literature, what I've discovered is that, and I think I also mentioned that in my presentation, that just because an LED initiative, or just because it has worked in Johannesburg, it does not automatically mean it can work for us. Looking at those things that you mentioned, the issue of finance, and also depending that all these provinces are different. We cannot compare Limpopo in terms of Johannesburg, because Limpopo is still growing. And I think the government of Limpopo, I think they're trying their best to make sure that the LED is trying its best to make sure that they attract a lot of SMMEs, because there's a lot of development projects. Now we can talk about the hospital. We know that is attraction, and automatically, not will the hospital be built, but it also attract other SMMEs that will create employment opportunities for people. Now, one of the recommendations you are saying that, I can say that the issue of finance, I can recommend that each and every municipality through LED directorate, I think they can have their own finance department. Because I think that's the solution. Because it's so difficult, because I've tried that and I know. Because you find that you are playing seed and everything, you are playing Johannesburg, Pretoria, but how many are we? But if through the LED directorate there's a department of finance, I think that can be easier for us entrepreneurs to go and submit our forms and get funding. Now, also in the issue of the fourth industrial revolution, yes, indeed, we are tapping we have tapped actually into the fourth industrial revolution, and we cannot shy away from that. Because of COVID-19, a lot of entities, they have shifted from the traditional way of doing things towards the modern way of doing things. And most entities, they try to balance that. Okay, as much as we have, now we have Uber Eats, we have those things, but we must not close down also our traditional entities, so that we cater for those that don't have those apps. But technology also played a huge role to make sure that those entities, they grow, and then we can talk about employment opportunities. Our brothers are driving scooters. Our brothers are driving cars. It's because of that.
We need it to be going online. There's somebody who needs to speak to us. Gillian, is that person available, or we forget all about him? Is he online, or is he here? Online. Lesego, can you hear us?
Hi, yes, I can. Can you hear me?
And you are able to read your slides from where you are?
Yes, I can.
Okay, we shall set for you time, and I hope you'll also keep watch of time, 10 minutes only, and then we shall allow 5 minutes of questions.
All right.
So your time starts now. Your time starts now. Start presenting.
Thank you. Good afternoon. All protocol observed. I am Lesego Mpela, a master's candidate under the School of Accountancy, and I present before you a doctrinal study that aims to determine whether the biodiversity tax incentive that this study focuses on is appropriate to mining companies' rehabilitation. Biodiversity tax incentive is a subsidy, or rather a tax refund, that is received by the government to taxpayers that engage in green economy recovery. South Africa is a developing country that is rich in minerals. Approximately 30% of the minerals that are discovered worldwide are the products of the mining companies in Africa. Not only do these mining companies contribute to the development of the country, they provide essential services and products. Take, for example, the Mogalakwena mine that supply clean water to the communities that surrounded the mine. Unfortunately, the operations and excretions of mining companies are detrimental to the environment. They are harmful and they result in biodiversity loss. This therefore emphasizes the necessity for mining companies to engage in rehabilitation. When a mining company plans, or rather undergoes rehabilitation, they contribute to achieving their social responsibility goals as they are taking accountability of their actions. The South African law requires for mining companies to draft financial provisions for rehabilitation. This is required during their planning stage. Davichi et al. Highlighted that a rehabilitation plan is vital for each mining company as it positively influences the sustainability aspect of a mining company's operations. So the question is asked, does rehabilitation constitute biodiversity management and therefore permitting mining companies the biodiversity tax incentive? Biodiversity tax incentives encourage the conservation and maintenance of land to promote sustainability and safeguard biodiversity. When a taxpayer engages in biodiversity practices, they aim on addressing key conservation issues, which therefore contribute to achieving the IEG biodiversity targets, as well as the 2050 biodiversity vision that has been set by the UN, which ultimately contributes to social development goals. This is a doctrinal study as it analyzes the South African tax legislation, focusing precisely on Section 37 Cap C and Section 11A of the Income Tax Act. To achieve qualitative rigor, or rather known as validity and reliability for quantitative studies, the study adopted the criterion that was established by Guba and Lincoln in 1985 that includes credibility, transferability, dependability, and confirmability. The findings and conclusion of the study are credible as the data was collected from various sources, therefore the finding is not from one perspective. The data is transferable as the findings of the study can be utilized to develop an interpretation note. This also brings me to the limitation that was experienced in the study. During the data collection process, it was discovered that there is currently no interpretation note for Section 37 Cap C. An interpretation note is a document that is provided by SARS, or the government rather, that provides further understanding or guidance to understand a section in the legislation. In terms of dependability, provided another researcher would conduct the same study, with the same data, as well as using the same research methods that were utilized to conduct the study, they will also reach the same conclusion. Lastly, in terms of confirmability, the findings and conclusions of the study were exhaustively based on the data collected and not influenced by the interest of the researcher. Data was collected from the income tax legislation, interpretation notes. I've already talked about the limitation that was experienced. The National Environment Management Biodiversity Act of 2004, reports by the department, as well as the available biodiversity management agreement stats. The data analysis and findings. Section 11A of the Income Tax Act allows for the deduction of expenses and losses that are actually incurred in the production of income, provided that these expenses are not of a capital nature. Whereas Section 37 Cap C of the Income Tax Act allows for deduction on expenditure that is actually incurred by a taxpayer to conserve or maintain land, as this expenditure is deemed to be expenditure incurred in the production of income and for purposes of trade, provided the conservation or maintenance is conducted in terms of biodiversity management agreements. So to break it down, Section 37 Cap C includes the following aspects: actually incurred, the conservation and maintenance of land, and a present biodiversity management agreement. Unfortunately, Section 1 of the Income Tax Act does not have a definition for contain or maintain. So the definitions were adopted from the Oxford Dictionary. To conserve is to protect from harm or destruction. To maintain is to keep in a good condition by checking or repairing regularly. Whereas rehabilitation is to restore to former privileges or reputation after a period of disfavor. Let me explain. Rehabilitation does not constitute conserve or maintain, because you rehabilitate once something is not in a good condition anymore, with the aim of bringing it back to the condition it was in. Whereas to conserve or to maintain, the item that you're conserving or maintaining has to be in a good condition. Moving on, rehabilitation is also post-mining, so it does not transpire in the production of income. The reports that have been collected in relation to biodiversity management agreements indicate that these agreements are entered into for the conservation and maintenance of land that is occupied by species that are near extinction. Take, for example, the white rhinos. Furthermore, the JSE has a biodiversity performance measure for the companies that are listed on it, and it was indicated that the mining companies do not necessarily have biodiversity management agreements that they've entered into, but rather their sustainability reports include an aspect that talks about biodiversity and engaging in practices that reduce biodiversity loss. In conclusion, Section 37 Cap C of the Income Tax Act does not apply to mining companies on the basis of the definition that rehabilitation does not constitute conservation or maintenance, as well as rehabilitation is not in the production of income, considering that it transpires post-mining. The study therefore recommends the development of an interpretation note for Section 37 Cap C, as well as the inclusion of the definition of conserve and maintain in Section 1 of the Income Tax Act. Thank you. Questions? And
Thank you very much. I believe you can hear the clap. Did you hear it? Or you want them to clap again?
I heard it, but...
Okay. Anybody with a question here for the lady presenter, Ms. Mpela? Huh? Whoever is asking you need to come here, by the way. You need to come from to here. So that she can also see you. I'll put on the video even for you to be seen. Another person apart from him? You need then to come and ask the question.
Okay, thank you so much.
You will also be seen.
Oh, there we go.
Except that you won't see she has muted.
Good afternoon, Lisejo. This is Senzo Nyatigazi here. Lisego, thank you so much for an amazing presentation. This is just an addition, not a criticism. Please kindly also add closure costing and liability costing, because that talks to the funding model, because you need to have guarantees before you start mining. So please factor that into your study as well. And then in terms of the rehabilitation management plans, if you look at your environmental authorization in terms of NEMA, that also talks to your tax liability and closure costing liability as well. That's just an observation on my side. Please just add it or consider it into your study as well. Thank you so much.
Noted. Thank you.
Since this is more of a legal interpretation, is there somebody who want to add on something purposeful interpretation of section 37C? Using the legal approach of purposeful interpretation. My learned friend left. Dean, did you chase him away or what happened? And all that. So it looks like, Lesego, all is well, and we wish you all the best. You are missing action here. I think you should have been here physically. That's all I can say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy your what's left of today.
Thank you.
All right, bye. That brings us to the end of the presentations for the second day. Of course, missing 2-3 people in action who had already expressed willingness. I don't know whether it's Ndade Mukwena or Ndade Koma who needs to come here and all that. Ndade Koma. The floor is yours, and then we shall be guided by what you give us for this evening. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. We have come to the end of our proceedings in respect to the second day of our faculty research day. That is the 9th annual research day. I would like to thank my colleague, Professor S.K. Mokoena, for holding the fort during the first segment of our proceedings this morning. And also, I wish to express my gratitude to our chairs of session, namely Dr. N.J. Mokwele and also Professor O. Ayaya, for the sterling work they've done in terms of presiding over session 2 and 3 today. Indeed, we had fun. We also learned a lot today. We, for example, learned the whole concept of underground economy, which was presented by Mr. Masipa, who is doing or pursuing his MCOM in economics. Good work coming from our master's, doctoral, and also our honor students in terms of their presentations. So let's maintain the spirit, the momentum as we go into the third day of our faculty research day, which ends officially tomorrow. At this stage, I would like to call upon Advocate Mangambi to officially close the proceedings. Over to you, Advocate.
Good evening. Hello. Hi. I know Prof. Mugwena. He knew I was not wearing my expensive suit. But I will find you tomorrow because I know you wanted to expose me. All right, colleagues. Prof. Sitadu was supposed to come here. And since morning, I've been trying by all means necessary to apologize on your behalf. You know what happened today, and I've given him assurance that you have told me that tomorrow you are going to make it a point that you'll be here in time before everybody. Is that the agreement? Are you confirming? No, it's reported. All right, to the Executive Dean, the Executive Management of Faculty of Management and Law, I just want to say on behalf of all that I've mentioned, the executive, I just want to say to the presenters and everybody who have been facilitating, particularly the last chairperson of the session, we were cruising so nicely, and I think even tomorrow, and I'm glad Professor Mugwana said he has learned, tomorrow he will make it a point that he move fast as you did today. So to the presenters, guys, the way you have presented today, I was not here yesterday, but I'm told they did so well. And today I have observed, and I saw that we have many professors, we have got so many professors who are coming. I see the way you ask each other from economics, accounting, and everything. And I just want to say the fact that you came here and present before these professors and everybody in this big faculty, then that in itself means you are going somewhere. So anyway, it was something of very precious and rare privilege. Let's do the same tomorrow. Let's be there in time. If you don't arrive in time, you'll have to pay, because I've tried to pay on your behalf today. And thank you very much. Good night.